Minecraft Loading New World. Chapter 151, Black Market. I arrived at a relatively cheap hotel where they had a place for my horse to sleep, and I rested in my room until night came over the city. Once that was done, I equipped my netherite armor and stealthily left the hotel. The streets were well illuminated by the lamps on the side, and while there were a few people on the streets, nobody seemed to see me, so I walked with more confidence towards the sewers of the city. The people in this world don't need to go to the bathroom or have genitals in general. The method they have kids, it's similar to the animals, just longer. The couple has to sleep in the same bed for a whole night, and early in the morning they have a kid crying between them. It's a weird concept for me to hear at first, so I didn't plan on questioning on how it worked. So why would the people in this world need a sewer system if they don't need to use the bathroom? The answer is trash. The other kingdoms had a similar system, but on a smaller scale, since they didn't produce the same amount of waste as the Coral Kingdom. Since this country made a living out of custom items, a lot of splinters and other smaller materials were wasted daily. Those were thrown in the water, where they would be washed away in the valley around the city and wait for them to disintegrate in the next month. It was interesting to learn about this, but the biggest difference that I felt was the lack of smell, since there was not a lot of food thrown out. I walked along the poorly lit sewers until I saw what I was looking for. A hole in the right wall that didn't have brickstone as design, instead normal stone with dirt. This tunnel didn't have light at all, so I had to be careful not to bump into any monsters that could have spawned. To my surprise, there wasn't any, instead only a closed iron door at the end of the dark tunnel. I looked through the small windows and saw a few people playing some game at a table in the corner of the room. Should I announce my presence? No, I wanted to try something first. I took out my netherite pickaxe and broke the 2 blocks beside the door, and no sounds were made. Like that, I was in the same room with the guards who didn't even know what just happened. I ignored the tired guards and opened the wooden door beside them. On the other side was a huge cave with stalls placed all over the place. I stayed there for a few moments to appreciate the beauty of this place. On my right, there was an empty stall with a big sign. 5 emeralds for 1 robe. Curious, I put 5 emeralds in the hopper, and out of darkness, a dispenser threw me a dark robe, taking me by surprise. Interesting system. I tried to put other items in the hopper, but they didn't go through. With my curiosity satisfied, I put on the robe over my armor and went on the busy streets. There I saw a lot of people. Some wore robes like me, others just a simple mask. Only the sellers of the stalls seemed comfortable enough to show their faces. The wear they had was interesting as well, uniquely designed armor and swords, items like poisoned pills, honey bread, and even armor for dogs. It was an interesting sight to see, to say the least. I kept looking at those stalls for a while, nobody paying me any mind. In the end, I didn't buy anything, since I couldn't find anything under 20 emeralds. While I didn't have a problem with emeralds right now, if I intended on going on a shopping spree, I would get in debt. After I explored enough streets in the black market, I finally found something that would answer my questions. A wooden building with a Western-style door and a big sign above it saying Thieves' Guild. I opened the door and saw round tables with sketchy-looking people loudly playing and drinking. With silent steps, I walked towards the bar and sat down. "A glass of milk, if you could," I said as I placed an emerald on the counter. The barman was taken by surprise when he finally saw me. "Sure, sir." He took the emerald, opened a chest, took out a bucket of milk which he poured into a glass cup, sliding it to me. I took the cup and took a long sip out of it before putting it down. The barman was now cleaning a cup to calm his nerves while looking at me. "I'm looking for some information." I turned towards him, but only darkness was under the hood. But surprisingly, the man steeled himself and entered in business mode, getting closer to me. "What exactly are you looking for?" "I want to know if any fisherman has seen a one-eyed fish as big as them." The man sat in silence, searching for something in his mind. "I have something, but how do plan on paying?" "Already to payment, I hope it's not too expensive." "How much would it cost me?" "We only exchange information, sir, so you have to say something equally valuable." I didn't expect this, and I didn't know what to share that would be of a lower value. "I'll throw a bait and see if he'll bite it." I heard an invasion is coming towards the Coral Kingdom. This made the man stop for a moment before telling me his side of the deal. There's a crew in the Pupafish City that claims they saw a monster fish with big eye attacking anyone who gets close. That sounds like the exact place I want to get to. Unfortunately, I didn't get the exact location, only a rumor, but it was better than nothing. I heard someone build a flying platform, placed 400 soldiers on it, and is heading straight here without stopping to get some rest. With that, I drank the last bit of milk from my glass and went on my way before the man could ask any more questions. He tried to catch up with me, but once I was out of his sight, he couldn't see me again. I went to another shop and bought a map of the Coral Kingdom for 50 emeralds. It was a very expensive purchase, but I needed to know where Pupafish City was, so I could visit it next. With that done, I went back to the surface to my hotel to get some sleep. The next day when I woke up, I bought some alchemy ingredients, took my horse, and left the city. From tall, colorful buildings, I was back on the gravel road surrounded by trees. With the horse under the speed potion, I managed to arrive at Pupafish City only in a week. This was a coastal city, and it had walls instead of a deep hole like the previous one. I arrived there, and the line was long for me to get inside the city. But since I had the horse with me, I couldn't sneak past everyone with my armor, so my only option was to wait like everyone else. Luckily, the line was moving quickly, and after an hour it was my turn to speak with the guard. Name and reason for visit. The guard asked me once I gave him my new ID. My name is Trader, and I am here to sightsee. The man raised his eyebrows once he finished reading my paper and let me in for free. No more questions asked. Truly, this was a useful paper to have. I passed the walls and saw houses with simple designs. The main streets were filled with people and animals that carried carts behind them. I was shocked the first time I saw this, but once I saw the materials they carried, it all made sense. All of them held handmade items, and since they couldn't stack them in the inventory, they had to use a different kind of transportation. I got closer to the sea, and my breath was taken away. There were a few hotels besides the beach with designated spots to sunbathe, and further away there was a port where I saw actual ships. And they weren't stiff as a statue as one would expect it. Instead, they moved along with the waves of the sea. I couldn't even imagine how it was built, how it floats, and how it was all kept together. So I searched for a cheap hotel where I could leave my horse, put the armor on, and left for the docks. Once I arrived there, I could only stare in admiration at the huge wooden ships floating on water. There I saw a few sailors laughing on the deck, celebrating and moving crates from side to side. "Violet, how do you think they built this?" And the only response I got was silence. She was either exploring this place on her own, or she didn't know the answer either. I looked some more at the ships around me and then turned around to see the local shops. As I expected, it was full of fish and sea life. Some sold different dishes with fish, while others went with a more exotic approach like turtle meat. You could also buy fishing rods, simple boats, or necklaces with colorful corals. Everyone was yelling their trade and had a satisfied smile on their faces, enjoying the warmth of the sun. I stopped my walk at a bar, which looked more blocky than the last one, and sat at a table in the corner, listening to the sailors around the room. And now we have to fix it, but slime balls got so expensive recently. Have you heard the news about the mayor? I'm telling you, joining the Blackbone crew was the best decision I made in my life. Look at all these emeralds I got from there. No, I didn't catch a lot of fish recently, and I don't dare explore deeper waters. For the next few hours I heard similar conversations. Some were entertaining, while others were funny. Unfortunately, I didn't hear anything about the one-eyed fish, but was satisfied with today in the end. I went back to my hotel and rested until night came. Once darkness covered the city, I went out with my dark robe and visited a certain shop. I opened the dark door and saw a long hall with animals put in iron cages on each side, with a desk at the end of the room. Different kinds of animals were trapped in here, untamed wolves, foxes, pandas, and even goats. But I didn't plan on buying any animals from here. I arrived at desk where a bald man was enjoying a book. Bam! I slammed my hand on the table, which startled the man who finally looked at me with worried eyes. "I'm sorry, sir, but we're closed at this hour." "I'm not here to buy animals. I want to use the back door." The man's eyes narrowed as he looked from side to side in the room. Who recommended this place, sir? Trevor the sailor. The man didn't seem too happy to hear that name, cursing something under his breath about how non-secretive he was. That would be 5 emeralds and an ID, please. I slammed the emeralds on the desk, but no book. Here's the emeralds, and don't ask me for stupid things again. I said that as I took off my hoodie for him to see my netherite helmet. This seems to be enough to intimidate him, and he quickly backed away and pressed a hidden button. A piston was activated, and a block from the floor disappeared, showing a staircase going deep into the ground. I nodded my head and went down. I was lucky to get this information as I was listening at the bar this morning. A drunk man was bragging his connections with the underworld to his friends and told them about this entrance. Of course, he wasn't loud enough for everyone in the bar to hear him, but it was loud enough for me to catch it and listen closer. Now, I was curious how the black market would look like in this city. Chapter 152. I've seen the one-eyed fish. I arrived at the bottom of the stairs and stood in a wooden room with a few barbells on the side. I opened one and saw cooked fish with nothing else. I turned my face towards the wooden door and opened it to see what was beyond. On the other side was another staircase with a stone button on the side. I pressed the button and heard a piston working on top of the stairs, reveling a lot of yelling. Not knowing how long it would stay open, I climbed swiftly towards the noise. Once I was up, I was behind a bar who was empty while a few men were brawling on the floor. A small group was formed around the fight, encouraging the conflict to continue. Only a man with a uniform, who I could only assume to be the barman, tried to stop the fight. While it looked fun, I didn't intend to watch the chaos, so I slipped past everyone and got out. Once again I was in a huge cave, but this was slightly different than the others. It had a huge lake beside it with some ships docked. Everything was well illuminated, and I walked around to explore the place. There weren't a lot of hooded figures like in the last city, but I wouldn't stand out too much even if I didn't have my armor on. Here I found a lot of thieves, more exactly sea thieves. The ships on the lake were pirate ships with black flags. I stopped at a food stand close to the lake. "Hey, old man, I want to try some of your stuff. What do you have?" The man with white hair was startled by my voice and quickly looked at me. Welcome to my stall, where your belly would be full no matter how hungry you are." I looked at the items he displayed in frames. Some of them looked like burgers, others were soup in a bowl, but I pointed at the barbecue-looking stick. "I want that one, old man. How much is it?" "Ah, the meat on a stick. That's a fine choice. 2 emeralds." I paid the man as he gave me the food, but I didn't leave his stall. Instead, I leaned on the wooden poles. I heard someone saw a one-eyed fish as big as a man deep into the sea. There's lots of danger deep into the sea, so it could be possible that someone saw something like that. The man made himself busy with cooking something else. But I felt he should know something about this. You don't just open a food stand in the middle of the black market and not have a side deal. The food was good, I don't deny it, but not enough to pay for the location of his shop. "Give me the odd-looking sandwich, old man." I said that while pointing at the hamburger. "Ah, the meat between buns. A fine choice indeed. 2 emeralds, please." Weird naming sense. I paid the man once again as he gave me the hamburger. "I think you're talking about the White Skull crew from a few months back. The captain keeps talking about how her life was destroyed because of the one-eyed fish while she's drunk. But who knows if she says the truth?" Bingo! I knew the old man was more than a simple shopkeeper. "How does she look like? Where can I find her?" How would I know? Then he went back to chopping cooked meat. Rolling my eyes, I ordered a bowl of red soup. The man prepared a bowl for me with a smile on his face, and I gave him 2 more emeralds. "Sorry, lad, this one is 5 emeralds." "5? Why would a beetroot-looking soup be so expensive?" But in the end, I could only sigh in frustration and paid the man. She's a tall woman, with brunette hair, an eye patch on her left eye, and wears a red coat. She usually visits the fish bar. It has the best cheap alcohol you can buy. That was a lot of useful information from him. I thanked him and went towards the bar. From afar, I could tell the bar was popular because of the noise I could hear a street away. The bar had a similar Western style to the one from the previous city, and just as I was about to enter the building, someone flew out through the door. Or more exactly, someone was thrown out because it got too drunk for everyone's liking. But that someone was the woman I was looking for, who could barely stay on her feet. Suck a punch, old man. I'm sure those men love you more than your wife. Laughter was heard beyond the door, but no refute came back. Slowly she turned away from the bar and wobbled off until suddenly she bumped into me. What? You look drunk. Let me help you get back to your place. She tried to say something, but her words kept twisting, resulting in nothing. I just rolled my eyes, took her arm and put it over my shoulder. Where to? She pointed her arm in a certain direction until we arrived at an isolated street. Then out of nowhere, she took out an iron sword and stabbed my gut, taking me by surprise. But the final surprise ended for her, since the blade didn't meet flesh, only metal. Not only that, but her strike was so abrupt that the sword fell out of her hand from the knockback, which made her jump away from me. What kind of armor is thar, Diamond? Why did you stab me in the first place? I'll rather die than be captured and turned into a slave. Leave or ill use my arrows to kill you. She took out her bow and arrow to show how serious she was. I don't have such plans. You're drunk and reasonably on your guard. Let me give you some milk to wash away the dissonance, and then we can talk like two reasonable adults. I don't need your milk. Who knows what poison you put there? I have my own. Then she took out a bucket of milk and splashed it on her face. Phew, much better. Now stay where you are and ask me your question. She tried to look threatening, but it was hard to take it seriously since she looked like a wet puppy. I wanted to ask you about the location of the one-eyed fish. This visibly shook her as she narrowed her eyes. Why would you want to know the location of the beast? I want to hunt it. This answer seems more reasonable than the original one. She let down her bow and arrow and moved away the hair on her face while letting out a big sigh. Give up, man. That creature destroyed my medium-sized ship and killed us while we were peddling our boats. I'm the only survivor. Unless you have a large ship, don't even think about approaching that place. This doesn't sound good. Looks like my plan of using a system boat and cross the sea, it's no longer feasible. The boat would be destroyed in a second, and I don't think I'll be able to swim fast or for long with my heavy armor. What if I paid someone with a big ship to bring me there? Would that be better? The woman started to laugh at me while holding her belly. Even if you somehow had enough emeralds to convince a captain to follow you, he wouldn't do, since that zone is a cemetery for ships. No captain with his head on his shoulder would take that deal. Should I make a flying platform then? No, that wouldn't work since I can't tell it to go right or left, only forward. Even if I did manage to arrive there with the platform, the only way down would be through a waterfall, and I don't know if I'll swim up fast enough when retreating. What if I bought a big ship? Would you be interested to be its captain? After I'm done, you can keep the ship. The woman narrowed her eyes, trying to study me. Unfortunately, she couldn't see past my armor. Do you know how much a large ship would cost? Enlighten me. 10 blocks of diamond at minimum. That was pretty pricey. It's not that I didn't have that much diamond, but I didn't have it with me. Should I do a mining session here? No, 90 diamonds would take a while even with my fortune pickaxe. Then an idea come to mind. I'll get the diamonds. Are you willing to take the deal as well? She was taken by surprise at my response. Yes, if you manage to get a large ship and give it to me afterwards, I'll guide you there. Good, tomorrow night we'll meet at roughly the same time on this street. I want you to look for someone that is willing to sell his ship and start recruiting a crew. Don't try to pull a fast on me, since I'll kill you without so fast you wouldn't even notice. With that, I turned away and used an ender pearl to get away. Suddenly, I was on top of the roof looking at the market around me. Now, how do I get back? I could probably use the same method I came through, but I don't want to use same entrance next time. There's too much risk with me ending betrayed or found out. So for the next hour, I walked around the place until I found a main entrance that ended up in the sewers like the other. With that, I went back to my hotel room and got some sleep. Hey there, sorry for interrupting you, but what kind of job do you have? Librarian, why? Perfect. Can I look at your trade tab? Sure, hope you'll find what you're looking for. Then she showed me her trading tab, and my eyes sparked with happiness. 22 papers greater than 1 emerald. 5 emeralds greater than 3 bookshelves. 1 emerald greater than 1 lantern. I finally found the trade that I wanted, and one of my tickets to success. I quickly bought all the bookshelves she had, which brought me 30 in total. Unfortunately, with this purchase, I didn't have any more emeralds with me, so I hoped this would work. Is there anyone in here that has the same job? Yeah, I have a few more colleagues that would be open to trade. Search around the library, they all wear a red hat. Thank you. With that, I searched around the floors until finally I found what I wanted. Unfortunately, disaster struck. 22 papers greater than 1 emerald. 4 emeralds plus 60. Books greater than protection 3. 3 books greater than 1 emerald. I can't make this trade. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe you can have more luck with the others. The librarian tried to comfort me, but no, the reason I couldn't trade with him was because I was losing emeralds instead of profiting. I think I only remembered videos with people that had Hero of the Village or cured zombie buff, and I don't want to use the methods for getting those discounts. I guess the only way to get more emeralds, it's through selling sticks the old-fashioned way. I let out a big sigh and left the library. It's not like there was no hope with using this trade, it's just that I need to level up my trading skill to get the next discount. But that would take a while, especially with trading sticks. Unfortunately, I was under a strict time limit to get a good amount of diamonds until nightfall. Otherwise, she wouldn't trust me anymore, or if she trusts me at all. With that motivation, I took my horse and left the city quickly. 10 minutes later, I was between trees with my axe out, ready to do some heavy deforestation. I copped trees for hours until afternoon. In this time, I managed to get a few stacks of oak wood, which made me satisfied with what I got. I planted saplings to regrow the forest and feed all the apples that fell on the ground to my horse. With the hard part done, it was time to start the second phase. Let's go back to the city. Chapter 1. 153. I'll pay you for doing nothing. I was back in the city with no emeralds in my inventory for me to get a place to sleep. Instead, my inventory was filled with raw wood, ready to be exchanged. For that, I first visited a few workshops to ask if anyone has the Fletcher job. I have it, but if you want to sell wood, you can do it directly with me. There's no need to waste such good resources. My mind froze for a moment, trying to think of a way out. My trading tab is vastly different from the people of this world. How does trading work for them in the first place? Let's say you're a weaponsmith, but don't have the necessary level to craft with iron. A fellow villager would come to you and pay 4 to 6 iron ingots and 20 to 30 emeralds to buy an iron sword from you. It's crazy expensive, but if you don't have the necessary levels, you can use this alternatively. Now, what do you get as the seller, since you're using the system to trade, not yourself? You get a percentage of the items you get paid. In this case, you can choose to get 1 iron ingot or 5 emeralds. That's why the librarians were so happy to trade with me, since I was given them money for nothing. Now the Fletcher job has a trade where you could sell 20 blocks of wood for 3 emeralds. This could be used for profit, but it would require a lot of time and effort towards cutting trees. Now the craftsman in front of me would prefer to buy the wood directly than waste it just for 3 emeralds. But I had a different trading system than him, and it was more profitable for me to use his tab. Now, quickly, I had to think of a reason he would let me use his tab without getting suspicious. He's a Fletcher, he makes arrows, and sticks are one of the components to make them. Flint is also used, but I think he would want that trade to go hand in hand, since you can make good knives with them. That leaves me with feathers. Is there even a trade that uses feathers? I'll try it anyway. Sorry I don't have wood right now, I just butchered a few chickens of mine, and I wanted to sell their feathers. Ah, carry on then. Bingo, I got what I wanted. The trading tab appeared in from of me. 30 sticks greater than 1 emerald. 1 emerald greater than 17 arrows. 24 flint greater than 1 emerald. I quickly traded my sticks for 10 emeralds until it was blocked. Then I ran away before the man would ask me how many chickens I killed to get so many feathers. With those emeralds, I bought myself some ink and went to the most busy street in the area. After walking around for a little, I found an empty corner where I built myself a stall with 6 planks and 4 fences. Then I placed a few blocks underneath me to write something on the upper planks. Then I got off my tower and stayed behind the counter. Over my head, I had a pillowcase with 2 holes for my eyes, and the rest was covered by a black cloak. I waited for a while and saw some people on the street stop to read my sign and raise an eyebrow or laugh. But my embarrassing moments didn't last forever as a lady came to my stall. Is it true what is written on the sign? Yes, of course. You'll let me use your trading tab and I'll give you 2 emeralds. Just this, no catch. No catch, ma'am. Okay, I'll do it. With that, she showed me her trading tab and I quickly sold all the sticks I had. Here's the 2 emeralds. Thank you for your time. The woman hesitantly took my emeralds and went on her way. I got the first customer with success, and for the flowing hours, I managed to get 10 more Fletchers. At one point, I had a small line forming, which made me happy. I had to stop a few times mid-trading so I could craft more sticks. It's a good thing that the crafting table in my inventory works instantly and I don't need to hammer at it for a few minutes. After I didn't get any more customers for a while, I destroyed my stand and placed a sign saying that I'll be back tomorrow as well. At the end of the day, I had 96 emeralds in total, a little over 10 emerald blocks. And at the current market, 1 diamond is equivalent to 1 emerald block. It's not cheap, but not pricey either, since it's hard to find a place to buy those precious gems and harder to find someone willing to craft for you. So now I had in my possession 1 diamond block. Not the amount I needed to buy a large ship, but I think this would be enough for the pirate girl to trust me that I'm serious about this. With that, I went back to my hotel after making sure nobody was following me, paid for 1 more night, and went to get some rest until I had to meet with the pirate girl. POV, Captain Mad Siren. I hit the trash can out of frustration. That stupid barman wouldn't serve me booze anymore because I said something stupid yesterday. I don't even remember what I told him last night. How can you fault a woman for something she doesn't know? Who cares about that old man anyway? I'll find another bar. I walked along the busy streets, looking from side to side if someone wanted to rob me, or an easy prey for me to rob. Unfortunately, it's hard to find someone without experience in the underworld. Wait, isn't time for me to meet that weird guy? While I don't remember what I said to the old man last night, I remember every detail of what happened afterward. I tried to enjoy the dizziness of the poison so my mind wouldn't go back to my dead crew when all of a sudden I bumped into someone. That took me by surprise since I didn't see the figure a few moments ago, and while my mind is not fully functional, I'm not the Captain Mad Siren without having skills to defend myself. The figure tried to help me, and I took this opportunity to get some emeralds and acted like a defenseless but cautious girl. The man took the bait, and I led him to an empty street where I took my trusty iron sword and stabbed his stomach, only for my hand to hurt and the sword to fall to the ground. I quickly jumped away as my heart started to pound louder in my chest. I wasn't the hunter, I was the prey. We tried to talk for a little until finally I drank some milk so I could be more conscious about the moment. Admittedly, splashing the bucket of milk on my face wasn't the best idea, but some managed to get into my mouth and the dizziness was gone. Now I looked closer at the man. Unfortunately, the only thing I could see was his black cloak. Even if this street was poorly illuminated, I should have seen the outline of his head. But the only thing I could see was darkness behind the hood. When I found out what was the reason for bothering me, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wanted to find the one-eyed fish that gave me nightmares while I sleep. The beast shot something out of its big eye and destroyed my ship. We tried to run away on our smaller boats, but the fish kept swimming, picking us one by one. I was the only survivor, and I blame myself for leading the crew to their death. If I didn't get that stupid map, from the stupid hag to that stupid treasure, I would still have my pirate crew bringing fear to the sea. And this man said he wanted to hunt that beast alone, like it was nothing. I was angry at him for thinking such things, and angry at myself. I told him to leave, but he kept insisting. Finally, I told him what were the minimum requirements for this, and surprisingly, he said he would get the money. I didn't want to believe him, but it was clear he wasn't a normal man, even though he didn't know anything about ships. No captain in their full mind will sell their ship. And even if they did, they wouldn't sell it to a stranger. They have their connections for this. But it's not like there was no hope. While we couldn't buy an old one, we could pay someone to build a new one. It would be more expensive, but it would help us in the long run. As for a crew, I can make something easily with my name and the new ship. I arrived at the street where we last met, not seeing anyone. Did I arrive too early, or was it all a ruse to laugh at me? You finally arrived. I thought you chickened out and left town. Out of the shadow came the man with the black cloak. Where did he come from? The shadow wasn't even that dark. I just lost track of time. I'm sorry if you waited too long. It's my fault that I didn't mention an exact time. So have you thought about the deal some more? I looked around in case there were others that I hadn't noticed before, but we were the only ones. Yes, as long as you get the money, I'm willing to go over my part. Good. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to get 10 blocks of diamond in just a day, but I managed to get one, and in the next few days, I'll get some more. Do your contacts accept emerald blocks? He said that as he handed me 9 blocks of emerald. The blocks were heavy in my hands, reminding me of the days on the sea. This was roughly my payment for a few weeks as a captain. But after fixing some damages to my ship, I had the same payment as my crewmates. If he managed to get this in one day, he either sold everything he had or robbed some rich businessman. Either way, as long as he keeps them coming, well managed to get a ship in no time. This is not nearly enough, but if you manage to get this consistently, we can start something. That's good to hear. How's your side going? I didn't find anyone willing to sell their big ships, but I know a place where you can build your ship. He stayed in silence for a few moments, and I was getting worried that I stepped over a line. It's so annoying that I can't see his face. I just want to shove a lantern in there to see if he was even human. Will I be able to customize it, or is there a certain model they follow? Good, so he wasn't going to kill me. As long as you pay them, they'll make it from gold as well. That would be an interesting project, but I'm on a time limit so I can't waste it getting more emeralds. Was someone following him or what? Do you think you can start the order now to get the materials, and later I would add some of my ideas? Sorry man, the boys won't start anything until you get them 3 more of those. Okay, you can keep those for now, and we would meet back here in 3 days. Roughly around the same time, I should get the necessary emeralds to start the project. Then you can guide me towards this team to discuss about my ideas. The blocks of emeralds are a token of trust and a test for me. If I ran with them, he will either kill me or know I wasn't a good deal. But if I can keep it safe, he will trust me more. The worst part is that I don't have a lot of emeralds in my name, and now I'm like a woman that's starving with food in my inventory that I can't eat. I wonder if he planned this all along. Sure, sounds fair to me. With that, the man took out a pearl and threw it away, disappearing in front of my eyes, leaving me alone in the dark alley. That's a bit dramatic in my opinion. Chapter 1, 154. Expensive Purchase. 2 days have passed since I met with the lady pirate on the dark street. I'm still a little embarrassed that I haven't asked her name yet, and I think I've been too direct with her. But at the same time, our first impression wasn't the best in the first place. Today is the last day I have to get the minimum emeralds necessary to order a ship, and I was quite excited about this, since I managed to gather more emeralds than intended. First day when I started, I woke up early to get a lot of wood, and waited at the same spot which surprisingly had a few people waiting already. Looks like I managed to make a reputation for myself, and people were willing to fulfill my strange requests. Since I started before noon, I managed to double the sales because the trading system got resetted, and people didn't turn down free money. So in the past few days, I managed to get a little over 500 emedals, which in blocks are 55. A lot better than the first day. And today was no different than the others as I waited with my disguise beyond the counter. Hey, are you still in business? I snapped out of my daydreaming and looked at the new voice and froze for a moment. A scary-looking lady with an eye patch was now in front of me. The pirate lady that I was supposed to meet later this day looked at me impatiently. Hello, are you there? What to do? I don't want her to connect the two identities, or at least not yet. So I just nodded my head and placed 2 emeralds on the counter. Good. I thought this was a scam the first time I heard about it. I can finally eat something today. With that, the Fletcher tab appeared in front of me, and I quickly made the trade. I did not expect her to have this job, but then again, it's not something they know how to control. My pirate friend took the emeralds and walked away, and I waited for my next customer. A few hours after she came back once again. She stood in line for a few minutes before something unexpected happened. You've been here for the past few days, giving away emeralds for nothing. If you have so much wealth, why don't you give it to us, the ones in need? 3 rough-looking men were disturbing the line, trying to intimidate me. This was not the best scenario I could find myself in, since I didn't have my armor on me, and I didn't want to use my netherite sword with the pirate captain here. What to do? Should I use one of my fireworks? But there are too many people around here, and I don't want to hurt my customers. Hey, you 3, do you want to get paid? Get back in the line like everyone else. The 3 of them turned towards the yelling voice, only to see a lady with an eye patch. I'm sorry for the sudden announcement, but we close our stall for today. What are they? My superior. How can they tell the others that with such a straight face? It's clear they have experience with this kind of thing. I'll beat them to plump after everyone leaves. But to my surprise, I didn't need to interfere. What? I still want to eat something tonight. Get out of my sight or I'll cut you down. Then she took out an iron sword, ready to fight. The tree thugs froze on the spot and looked at her weapon. Even if the people here live more comfortably than in the sister kingdoms, that doesn't mean it's easy to get an iron sword. If you had one, that meant you were either rich or so good at the sword that someone gave it to you. And rich people don't stay in line to get 2 emeralds. They just cursed and left without saying anything. Hey shopkeeper, if you want, you can hire me for 5 emeralds a day to keep those kinds of people away. 5 emeralds. She's trying to rob me now. I guess that's expected from a pirate. I took my pen and wrote 3 down. I can't work for 3 emeralds. I get 4 if I visit you twice a day. That's true, and it's not like I truly need you, but I want to prevent this from happening again. So I should take the offer. 4? I guess that's a better offer. Together with the trading tab. I'll sit behind you until you leave. With that, she stood protecting me from the side like she promised. Unfortunately, that meant that I would have to stay silent most of the time, which was a little annoying. Was it a mistake to hire her? Hours passed and everyone was getting back home, so I broke the stall and left the sign. Done for today. Can you use my trade tab as well to get some extra emeralds? How shameless, but it's not like I'll lose anything if I did this. I quickly traded the rest of the sticks that I had and gave her 6 emeralds. You truly are rich. Tomorrow you'll be here again? I nodded my head in approval. Aye, see you tomorrow then. With that, she left on her way and I was on my own. I waited in the shadows, just like last time, never getting tired of the surprised faces when I appeared out of nowhere. Then I heard steps getting closer at a fast pace. The captain appeared. She looked from side to with careful eyes until she finally saw me. You came early today as well. Hope you didn't wait too long. No, I just arrived here as well, ready for today. Looks like my theory was correct. The armor doesn't make me invisible. Instead, it makes the eyes move around me like I'm supposed to be part of the picture. But if you're looking specifically for me or invisible particles, there's a high chance you'll see me. Did you manage to get more emeralds? I didn't respond. Instead, I gave her 60 emerald blocks, which took her by surprise. That's a lot more than last time. With this much, we can start building the ship in no time. While surprised, she looked excited about the future prospects she would get. We met a few times already, and I don't know your name yet. How should I present you to the others? Looks like I didn't have to ask for her name. Should I tell her my real name or make a fake one? You can call me Light for now. Let's give a fake name to be safe. Light, you say? Then you can call me Captain Siren. She clearly wasn't expecting that name with my looks. We left the dark alley and got closer to the lake. There we stopped at a huge building with a simple style. I think it was more of a storage building than something that someone would live in. We got inside, and as I expected, I saw the ceiling was very tall with a lot of room to walk around. I even saw a ship being worked on. There were not a lot of workers here, but they were busy like bees. We walked around looking for someone until Siren saw a bald man in a white t-shirt yelling orders at everyone. Fishhead, how are you doing? Who dares? Oh, it's you, broken Siren. What brought you here? Finally going to accept my offer to be a guard for us. So she has this kind of side job. I looked closer at the ship that was built not too far away from us. They seemed to build it through layers from front towards the back. On the side, they built a V-shaped structure before they raised it with ropes towards the ship and used slime to stick with the rest. It was an interesting way to build it, with some stuff I didn't know. And I wonder how they made the blocks fall while still holding together. No, I came here as a customer. I can't repair a ship that's already at the bottom of the sea. I know that, you idiot. I'm here for my friend Light. She said that while pointing at me, which made the man open his eyes wide. Oh, yeah. What can I help you with? Hi there. I heard you could build me a ship, and I want a large one as soon as possible. A large ship? We should be done with it in 1 month, or 2 weeks if we concentrate on it. But it would cost extra. In total, that should be around 20 diamond blocks. 20 diamond blocks? That's way over the estimation Siren gave me. Still, I could only rely on them. We would like if you build us as fast as possible. Here is some forward payment. I said that while pointing at Mad Siren. She rolled her eyes and gave the man the emerald blocks. 69 emerald blocks. That's almost half of the payment. We can work with this, but you'll have to give us the rest before the project is finished. Any special requests? Good, at least they take those. More like a few questions. Do you think you could place some iron coating around the exterior of the ship without sinking it? You mean like placing iron pressure plates on top of the wood? I guess that would work, and it would be much more durable. A daring ship, to say the least. But I'll take the challenge. The price would be 30 blocks then. 30 factorial. Why is it so expensive? That's the minimum amount I could think we would need to get all the iron blocks. What if I brought you the iron blocks? That would be only 23 blocks then. That's a lot better than before. I rather go mine for those resources myself than pay such an enormous price. Let's do that then. Can I come and see how you work? I'm quite curious how such magnificent ships are built. Ha ha ha. Sure, it's not like it's that big of a secret. As long as you don't get in the way, you can watch from the sidelines. I thanked the man and left together with Siren. That was a lot more expensive than I expected. Do you think the extra protection would work against the Guardian? Guardian. The one-eyed fish. Oh, I have to say, I'm surprised nobody thought about this method to build a ship. If everything would be fine by the end of this, it would revolutionize the way ships are being built. Fireballs would be a thing of the past, and new tactics would have to be developed. The more she spoke, the more excited she got, which took me by surprise. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope everything would go without a hitch. Now I have to get the rest of the emeralds and the iron blocks. This is going to be a pain. If you need extra help, you can always hire me for a few emeralds. I don't need to go at the sea, and I know how to wield a sword. Plus, you're already working for me right now, even if you don't know it. We walked like that for a few more minutes, making small talk, until we decided to split off and meet again in 1 week. On my way back, I was thinking of a way to get those blocks of iron as fast as possible. I know the best method would be to mine them myself, since in a day I should get more than enough. Not only that, but if I'm lucky enough to find some diamonds, I can lessen my stay at the stall. But the question is, which way should I go mining? Should I use their mines like I did with the witches, or should I build one myself until I find an unexplored cave system? I walked some more and I suddenly stopped. Of course, I could use that method. Chapter 1. 155. Are you trader? Don't worry, sir. This isn't a scam. You let me use your trading tab and get 2 emeralds. What's the point of it? What do you get out of it? That's for me to worry, sir. Fine, but you'll be paying first. I didn't pay him directly. Instead, I put 2 emeralds on the counter closer to him. He saw the money, nodded his head, and gave me his trading tab where I quickly sold all the sticks I had in my inventory. I thanked the man, and he left without saying anything, satisfied with what he got. Since he was last in the line, I could relax and wait for my next customer. I have to ask, why do you do this? My guard seemed to get bored as she came closer to me to talk. Let's say this is gathering intelligence for my higher-ups. I said that with a fake low voice. What do you mean? We all have the same trading tabs with little variation. What are you looking for? Yes, most of us have the same trading tab, but not everyone has the same price. I'm looking specifically for one trade. That's why you see me moving to the next person so fast. But wouldn't be enough for them to come one at a time. You're just wasting emeralds on the regulars. Oi, you're one of those regulars as well, so why are you complaining? But it's true. I have to think of a better cover-up story than this. It's to get the public trust, and for my name to get further away. Ah, I see. Interesting. Do you know a lot of shops around here? I do know a few. Perfect. I don't need your protection for now. Let's get you to do some real work. Could you please go to an alchemy shop and buy me everything on this list? I gave her a piece of paper with all the items I needed. 3 pieces of nether wart, 1 piece of sugar. Are you an alchemist as well? Can you get me those items? I didn't want to reveal too much for now. Sure, I don't think that would be a problem. I nodded my head and gave her enough emeralds to buy everything I requested. She took them and left at a quick pace. But as I was looking at my inventory, I saw an interesting item that I hadn't used because of my armor. The monocle of truth. While I had the pillowcase over my head, it didn't register as a helmet in my inventory, so I could easily equip the monocle. Once it was on my eye, everything turned grey around me, seeing all the people on the streets surrounded by green smoke. If I looked closer to one person, I could see their inventory and skills. Most of them were level 3 in their crafting skill, and even 4 were here and there. But the secondary skill was always at level 1, not having access to the necessary materials or enough money to level them up. I looked around some more and saw a thick black smoke on top of the building, scaring me a little. Then I remembered how Solomon described me and Violet, and concluded that she was the one on the roof. I wonder what's she doing most of the time. Is she like a reader, watching everything that is happening from afar, or she has fun in her own way through pranking other poor souls? Suddenly, my observation was interrupted by one man with 2 guards. Sorry, are you trader by any chance? I was startled as I looked at the man speaking with me. He had long blue hair tied behind, with green eyes and expensive-looking clothing. The 2 guards wore iron armor, but after looking more closely, I recognized them. On the second day I was at my stand, a few guards came to me since my weird business made a commotion. It was still at the beginning, where people were pointing and laughing at me, but I tried to ignore them. They came to me asking what I was doing and why I was doing it. I couldn't tell them the real reason, so I made a fake story explaining that I was a master in the crafting skill, and my teacher gave me a mission to fulfill before I became a grandmaster. But since people would recognize me from my looks or my name, I had to wear a disguise. They didn't believe me at first, but after I showed them my ID, they left me alone and didn't bother me ever since. Now they were back with someone else, knowing my identity, which didn't sit right with me. Depends who's asking. Sorry, where are my manners? My name is Carol Simpson. I work for the Sun Company, and I'm here to recruit you. He has 2 names, which means he's a noble at least. His name sounds pretty normal, which means he is part of the high part of the nobles. I was intrigued, to say the least. He must be here because of my high crafting skills, so they don't intend on offending me just by sending anyone. I looked through my monocle and saw that his skills were pretty good. Crafting level 5, enchanting level 4. His inventory wasn't ordinary either, as it had a set of enchanted diamond armor, golden food, lots of diamonds and emeralds, and even a pearl. He was ready for anything. Sorry, I'm not from this kingdom, so I don't know about this company you're speaking of. Could you speak more about it, please? He smiled like he heard exactly what he wanted. Certainly, sir, the Sun Company has a lot of items under its name. Some of them maybe you've heard like the Commune and Noble Chair, while others are more obscure like the Ender Chest. Their company is dealing with all the chairs I've seen in every office. That's a pretty big deal then. And I'm not even talking about the Ender Chest, which is a commodity only the royal family could afford. That sounds very impressive. What can the little old me do for you? Oh, sir, you're so humble for a grandmaster. We just want to hire you for a few high-end items you could help us with. If you sign a contract with us, where you only have to keep the recipes a secret, you could have a salary of 10 blocks of diamond per month. Sheesh, that's pretty impressive for such little restrictions. Unfortunately, I don't think they can give me any valuable information even if I work for them. Let's not talk about the possibility of me being more rich than them in general. That's a pretty impressive salary, to say the least. And looks like you know more about me than I do about you, but let me question you this. Do you know about the Stone Kingdom that has been attacked by the Zombie Lord? The man looked confused for a moment before getting nervous. I heard about it, but from what I know, the disaster has been dealt with. Yes, luckily there were 2 people there to save the day. The hero and her unknown teacher. Where are you going with this? That teacher that defeated the Zombie Lord is also my teacher. So what can you give me that my teacher didn't already give me? He knows how to make the ender chest and much more. He is so rich that no offer given by the royal family appealed to him. What can you show me more than that? The man froze on the spot, not knowing what to say, which resulted in a few moments of awkwardness. I'm sorry, I think I'll have to review the contract with my superiors and I'll come back. The man turned away, leaving the guards confused about what just happened. This was a good outcome. If they had something good, they would offer it to me, and since I'm just a student, they wouldn't be afraid to approach me like the teacher. Unless they dug deeper and found the truth, either way, it's good for me. The guards left soon after, leaving me alone once again. I got back to watching all the people walking along the street. It was a fun activity to pass the time as people came to my stall from time to time. Finally, my employee got back with the items I requested her. Hey boss, I got the items you need, and here's the change. She gave me everything on the list and a few emeralds back. I didn't know if what she said was the truth, since she still had a few emeralds in her inventory. Maybe those were hers from the beginning, or maybe she snagged a few for herself. I was just happy that she didn't run with the money in the first place. Otherwise, next time I would have met her, would have not been pleasant. Thank you, Siren. I'll be done in an hour, then you can leave. She froze on the spot before looking around us with panicked look. Alerted, I quickly turned and looked around to see any threats, but nothing caught my eye or the monocle. What happened? Nothing, sir. I must have seen things. Oh, and I must have forgotten to give you those emeralds as well. She gave me 2 more emeralds, which confused me more. Thank you. Is everything all right? Yes, sir. I'll go back to my post. With that, she got further away, which only made me more confused. Shrugging my shoulders, I got back to my stall and waited 1 more hour until I broke everything down, put a sign down telling that he'll be back in 2 days, and left. Back at my hotel room, I placed down a brewing stand that I took from my ender chest. Maybe I should dig myself a room somewhere around here since I'll be staying for a few weeks. There's no reason to waste emeralds on this place. The only problem was my horse, that I didn't have a place let him live his life. Should I sell him? Maybe even set him free? I'll think of a solution later. For now, let's make some potions. First, I placed a bucket of water down and filled all the empty bottles before taking the water back. Then made a set of night vision potions with golden carrots, a set of speed potions with a rabbit's foot, and a set of water-breathing potions with a pupa fish. Everything was done after I checked for the last time. I put the dark armor on me and left the hotel without anyone seeing me. I walked alone on the streets illuminated by the lantern's light until I arrived at the port with the ships dancing on the waves. Here, most of the ships were covered by darkness, but monster didn't tend to spawn here because of their constant movements. I looked once more at the city that I was leaving behind, drank a night vision potion, and hopped on a small boat pedaling away. With the potion effects on me, I could see through water like it wasn't there to begin with. And the only thing I felt was dread. I felt so small and insignificant in the face of nature. I was just one small ant trying to conquer a mountain. I saw schools of fishes of all kinds, some I knew while others I didn't. I also saw a few zombies here and there, but they didn't seem to see me. It was a beautiful but scary sight to see, and I kept on going. After an hour of paddling away, I finally stopped at the first sight of a crack in the bed of the sea. I drank the last 2 potions and broke the flimsy boat underneath me. Cold water surrounded me, making my clothes and armor wet. Because of the armor, I was sinking much faster than normal, but with a motion from my legs, all the momentum was gone, leaving me floating in one place. The movements weren't as smooth as on the surface, but with the enchantments on my armor and with the speed potion, everything was fine. And seeing that I didn't have any problems with my movements, I dove deeper towards the underwater ravine. Time to do some mining. Chapter 1. 156. Underwater Ruins. Water was all around me. Fish and squids were swimming all over the place, not paying me any attention. The deeper I went, the more pressure I could feel on my armor, but it was too sturdy to affect me in any way. I arrived at the crack of the ravine, already seeing oars shining through the darkness like they were precious gems. I took out my silk touch pickaxe and got to work. Where there was iron, I was there. If I saw the shining of the gold, nothing was left behind. But as I swam deeper into the ravine, I slowly started to notice something. At first, it was one or two drowned zombies with iron tools. While unusual, it did happen from time to time that monsters would spawn with equipment, but most of the time it was picked up from the ground. I went deeper and started to see some books that didn't belong in the sea, such as brick, stone, and wood, and finally, in the end, I saw the cause for all of this. A huge broken dome of glass was in front of me, with a base inside it. Water was pouring inside like a waterfall, but because of the physics of this world, it didn't fill more than 3 blocks. A ruin was always something good for me, and now that I needed a few resources for myself, I couldn't ask for something better. I went down the waterfall and looked in amazement at the dome I was in. While broken, it was still an amazing sight to see, making me wonder if I should make one for myself. I turned my head towards the base, made with colored concrete. It was huge in an H shape, with rooms of different sizes. I swam towards the iron door and minded, which led a flood to appear in the building. Before anything valuable could be destroyed, I quickly covered the hole, letting the water disappear at speeds visible to the eye. Zombies, skeletons, and spiders were in the hallway, but nobody seemed interested in me. Is this how a witch feels every night? I could get used to it. I walked from room to room, hoping to find anything useful, research notes, precious items, anything. But there was nothing I could find. The chests were filled with useless items that I didn't need, and the most annoying thing was the lack of ores in the storage. Was this place already looted, or the system was angry specifically with this one? I walked some more, not getting any results until suddenly I stopped in place. On the side, I saw a staircase going down, but what caught my attention was the fact that obsidian appeared on the walls instead of white concrete. Not only that, but once I got closer, I saw red writing on them. It was high-level enchanting on those blocks, just like at the Witches' clan. I quickly put my ender chest down and took out my notebook with all the research I had done. Let's see, this one is stealth, but it's longer than normal, which means it's level 2 at minimum. And this one is evasion. Is it all related to stealth? No, this one says is connect to. It must connect with the other blocks to have a stronger effect. All the other obsidian blocks had the same enchantments on them, making it pretty impressive. I went further down the tunnel with my sword and shield out, ready for anything to attack me. But the only thing greeting me was silence and darkness. After some walking, I arrived at the end of the tunnel and was taken by surprise once again, as the wall in front of me was made with netherite blocks. They must really want this place to be hidden if they used so many resources. I wonder what's inside. I checked everything in my inventory in case I somehow died instantly. I had the Undying Totem with me, the Invincibility Potion, and a God Apple. I don't think I could be any more prepared than this. I pressed the button on the side, and the 4 netherite block retracted like a door. On the other side, I was surprised at how little the room was. But what was in the room was shocking nonetheless. The room was all built with enchanted obsidian blocks, like in the hallway. In the middle, there was a huge iron table with a weird fish skeleton and different kinds of ores enchanted sitting on the side, like computer parts. On the side, there were a few chests and a huge poster on the wall. What is this place? I looked around the room some more in case there was any traps that I didn't see, but there was nothing. What do you think of this place, Violet? I tried to ask my friend's opinion, but no response came. Violet, there's nobody in here you can reveal yourself. Then it hit me. I had to cross the sea to get here. Of course, she wouldn't be here with how much water hurts her. With a sigh, I took off my helmet and put on the monocle to see if something was hidden. As soon as I did that, I threw the monocle away and started to throw up. Whatever those enchantments did was more than simply hiding this room. Through the monocle, I saw the room spinning like I was in a hurricane. I felt worse than if I used 10 ender pearls one after another. I stayed on the floor for a few minutes to calm my brain before getting up and truly start looking at the room. 3 main things got my attention. The huge poster on the wall, which had the schematics of a special dome made with obsidian and lapis block, all heavily enchanted. On the side was a smaller picture with a guardian and its inner workings. It seems to be made out of flesh and machine, which I would categorize as a cyborg. The schematic was amazing, and it was clear this was the underwater temple where the fake system resided. Unfortunately, it didn't say where it was, or how to get in without being attacked by the Guardian. On the table, there was a huge skeleton in the shape of a fish. There were a few things inside of the skeleton, such as a netherite ingot in the place of the heart, connected with blue wires to what I could assume to be the eye of the Guardian. The eye was there as well, all artificial with enchanted quartz, redstone, and diamond. It was fascinating to see, and I wondered how it wasn't taken by the system yet. It was an interesting thing to see, but I didn't destroy it, since I didn't know if I could put it back tougher or even have enough space in my inventory. Finally, the last interesting piece from this room is a double chest. I quickly opened it, and I already liked what I was seeing. A few blocks of diamond, a few netherite ingots, a journal, an enchanted trident, but most importantly, a map towards the water temple. Now this is the good stuff. I quickly took everything from there and looked through the journal and was surprised that pieces of information weren't missing. Test 235. The cow bones weren't strong enough to hold the muscles of the Guardian, and they were too dense to comfortably swim in the water. For today's test, we used phantom bones reinforced with copper wire. Test 250. The eye of the Guardian seems to be the hardest part to project. The iron is too heavy and doesn't resonate well with the laser mechanic. So we decided to use quartz, even though it is more fragile than iron. It should resonate more with the laser function. Test 400. The phantom bones seem to give the best results, and the squid muscles are doing wonders with the mobility of the Guardian. The project is hard, and I don't envy the ones that have the Elder Guardian as their project. We are almost at the end, I can feel it. Test 535. It's finally done. The perfect Guardian was created. Its laser has the power to destroy low-tier blokes and even give a knockback to a person holding a shield. Not only that, but it can swim as fast as a man can sprint. It can take damage similar to the Iron Beast, and its main source of intelligence, it's the Project New Beginning. The best part is that it won't be alone. It would work similarly to a hive mind, and nothing would be able to pass the security. Our work is done here, and I even got a promotion to work on the Elder Guardian project. What an amazing day. The Guardians sound more dangerous than I expected. No wonder it wasn't found until now. The more I read about the test done to create this beast, the more impressed I was, but also scared. But now I have a map towards the temple, a trident that should help me navigate more easily through water, and even a warning of what to expect. This mining trip was much more valuable than anticipated. I even got enough diamond blocks for the ship. Now I only needed to get the iron, which luckily was much easier now with my new trident. I explored the ruins once again in case I missed something, hoping to find another map towards the Elder Guardian project, or maybe an underground tunnel. But no such luck, not even a portal room that I could use. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. With that, I started to swim up the waterfall, which was harder than expected. I had to take a break once I was back in the sea with how much I swam. Okay, let's see how this thing works. I had the trident in my hand. There were 2 enchantments on it, Riptides and Mending. In the game, you needed to throw the weapon, but also at the same time to not let it go, so it can drag you across water. The first test was to fake throw it. I arched my hand back and threw the weapon, but didn't let go. There was a reaction. I could feel the weapon pulling me, but only by 2 blocks, a far cry from what is supposed to do. In the second test, I threw the trident normally, and as I expected, it didn't drag me after it. But I did find out I could throw further underwater than I normally could. My final test, which I hoped to be the correct one, was somewhere in the middle. I would throw the trident, but catch is right as I let it go. I arched my arm back and threw the trident as hard as I could, only to quickly catch it back. I felt my arm being pulled all of the sudden, then my whole body was moving forward at great speeds. The water tried to drag me back, but the force was too powerful for me to stop. In an instant, I was 20 blocks away from my original spot. Wow, that was amazing. But my shoulder hurts now, I'll have to get used to it. I tried a few more times to get used the feeling and discovered a few things. The force of the trident seems to scare or attract the attention of marine life, even if they don't see anything because of my armor. And I could travel faster and further away if I spin while I'm in the thrusting motion. It's so good that I can travel 30 blocks in an instant. Unfortunately, it's very hard to do that constantly since I get dizzy after every use. The trident was pretty fun to use, and I can't wait to get the chance to use it on a rainy day. I traveled around the area looking for more places to mine, or hopefully another ruin. In the end, I only found enough iron, but no ruin. Satisfied with what I had, I used the trident to get back on shore. Tired but happy with this night, I went to bed to get some rest. Chapter 157. How dare he? POV, a certain businessman. What was that man talking about? Was he bluffing, or was he speaking the truth? We don't know a lot about the incident with the zombie lord, since it didn't seem to be our problem anyway. Sure, a powerful monster was leading them, but there's so much only one monster can do. Those backward kingdoms are too dumb to deal with such a simple problem, and it shows in their casualties. So if they like to waste resources on such stupid plans, why don't they throw it at us, where it could be wisely used? Of course, we didn't intend on completely ripping them off. Our first offer was intentionally an exaggeration, so they would gladly jump at a lower, more reasonable offer. What we didn't expect was for them to completely walk off the negotiation table. Somehow, they found a high-level group of people willing to craft for them at a lower price than us. We invested heavily towards gathering more information about this group, but it's kept tightly secret, like their source of alchemy materials. Disgusting. Everything has a price, we just need to get it to the table to negotiate it. Not long after they found their new business partners, they also dealt with the zombie lord. It wasn't surprising, since it was still a kingdom after all, no matter how backward it was. What surprised us was the fact that only 2 people managed to defeat him and his army. The hero and the unknown teacher. We knew about the hero since it was prophesied for a while, even if it didn't land on the Sandstone Kingdom as initially expected. The unknown teacher was the one that nobody knew. From all the testimonies we got, he came out of nowhere in the palace, threatened the royal family with forbidden knowledge, prepared a trap for the zombie lord and dealt with him, before leaving like he wasn't there in the first place. No, we don't know how he looked since all the time he wore his diamond armor, but we know from his actions that he's dangerous. We couldn't get used to the new information when another tragedy struck that took the whole continent by storm. The invasion of the Viligers. While they were smaller in numbers than any nation, they were more dangerous than all of us combined. They are the descendants of the people punished by the system itself. They were the ones cursed to walk among monsters, cursed to hate all life, and cursed to be hated by all living beings. We don't know how great the ancient civilization was, but we know that it was greater than what we could ever accomplish. Even after the Great Purge, where uncountable information was lost, we, the Coral Kingdom, found scraps scattered around its ruins and built ourselves a nation surpassing the others. If we could get so powerful, just with some simple crafting, brewing, and farming scraps without needing the system, what are they capable of at their full power? Now their ash is coming after us, the people that survived all the hardships it's been through, the people that see human life only as a tool instead of a being. They rose back to bite the others. We couldn't ignore them like the zombie lord. They were smarter and more dangerous, already attacking the 2 kingdoms with results. But we wouldn't jump into something we don't know. That's not a good business model after all. We first gather information about our competition, then we approach them to work under us, and if they refuse, we destroy it. Those monsters are not worthy of being worked as slaves, so we would exterminate them for good. Unlike the last crusade, the Sandstone Kingdom was cooperative with their information. Unfortunately, they had just finished a great political battle, which resulted in a shift of the hierarchy. So they couldn't give us a lot since they didn't have a lot to give. A great time to plant some spies, but the pillagers were a priority. The Stone Kingdom didn't even bother to hide their hostility towards us and didn't cooperate, resulting in us spending more resources and manpower than needed. We've been at this for a few months, and I was tired from all of this back and forth. It didn't help that the messengers took so long to deliver our orders, but one day my boss got some interesting information. Someone who claims to be level 7 in crafting recently registered in our nation. While the offices are public institutes that work for the better of the people, that's not so crystal clear. This was an idea taken from the ancient civilization to help others find a job easier by showing a card with your skills and what you are capable of. It was much more detailed than what we have today. Unfortunately, the infrastructure doesn't allow us to replicate that, so we could only simplify it by making it available in one place. With this, we could get information about all the important people we need. My boss got some documents for a man with no ties and ready to be scouted to join our company. I jumped at the opportunity to recruit that man since I would get more merits and it would be a good break from this boring job of arguing with the people from the Stone Kingdom. It took some time and manpower, but I managed to find him in the Pupafish City. I arrived there, asked around about a man with brown hair and eyes, but no nose, and didn't get a lot. But his unique appearance was enough to catch the attention of some guards that led me to him. Now, I thought it would be an easy task to recruit him since he was such high level and the pay was good. What I didn't expect was his claiming that he was also the student of the unknown teacher that defeated the zombie lord. Not only that, but the unknown teacher seemed to bestow him with secret recipes that nobody should know besides the ones under a contract. Now this presented me with two options. Give up on him, since there's not a lot we can give to him that would change his mind. Or try harder to get him and extract everything from him valuable for our company. If I manage to pull this off, a promotion is nothing but guaranteed. But for that, I first need to gather some information. Is what he said true? And what's the deal with this unknown teacher? I sent a letter to my boss, but it would take a few days to get an answer, so I should gather my own data while I'm here. So for the next few days, I did just that. I looked from afar, I looked to see what was this man doing here in the first place and what kind of character was he. But the results only confused me. For the past few days, he's been going with his horse in the woods to chop some trees, comes back to the city, puts a bag over his head, and stands at a stall to give emeralds to the people with the Fletcher class. At first, I thought he wanted to get the perfect trade with the lowest amount of resources given for the highest amount of items, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Nobody knows what he's looking for specially, so all people come to him. Not only that, but most of the time those are regulars, which means he's wasting money on them for no reason. There's a better way to do this, even if you want to spread the word about you. You could limit the people to come one time, but if they bring a friend with the Fletcher job, they can still get emeralds. But nobody knows his goal, which makes me only speculate with no logical results. Does he know something we don't know? Did the unknown teacher showed him a secret way of making emeralds? But then, why would he be here in the Coral Kingdom, and so far into it? The only conclusion I could make was that he was a madman or bluffing me. But he had the money to spend every day like a water source, so he couldn't be a madman. How dare he play those kinds of game with a repentant of the Sun Company? I tried to hire some thugs to scare him a little, but his little guard seemed to be more competent than I expected. She was a former captain or something similar, and she has an iron sword, which means I can't scent low-level criminals. But she's not with him all the time, she only works when he's at the stall, nothing more, nothing less. I know where he sleeps at night, but I never seen him go into his room. I even asked the woman who runs the inn, but she said she never saw him going up or down the stairs, only early in the morning when he leaves his horse. So I can't even send someone to scare him while he's unguarded since nobody seems to see him. That was it. I don't care anymore about being careful and gentle. I'm going to be more rough with him and save him from the situation. Then he would be more willing to join our company. I spent a few emeralds to get some criminals that were better equipped and made them wait at the street he usually disappears into. Then I hired the guards to come with me and scare off those thieves. The plan was perfect. The man finished his weird job of the day, took everything with him, and went on the lonely street. I was at the corner waiting for the signal. "Hey you, give me all the emeralds you got or you'll lose your life." I don't remember offending anyone recently. Did someone send you? Why would anyone need to send us? It's cleaf that you have more than enough emeralds to spare, so give everything to us, or we'll take it from your corpse. Suddenly the air turned chilly like a cold wind, which made my skin crawl. I guess it's time to test my sword. Then I heard the clash of metals and growing of pain. This was the signal. Quickly I passed the corner and saw something that shook me to my core. A man covered in a black armor with an aura that demanded fear and respect. Most of the thieves were shaking in fear, too afraid to get close to him, and the ones brave enough to attack him died on the spot. This plan didn't work at all. He didn't even need a guard to protect him. Who was he? I didn't stay to find out how the rest of the thieves were killed. Instead, I ran past the confused guards towards my hotel. I quickly shut the door behind me and tried to calm myself from running so much. It's okay. He didn't see me, so I'm not in danger. You can calm down, take your things and leave this city for good. I tried to calm myself. As I looked around the room to take whatever was and leave, I saw a letter on the table which made me freeze. With a trembling hand, I took it and let out a sigh of relief once I realized it was from the Sun Company. I quickly ripped the thin paper and started to read the contents on it. Dear Carol Simpson, we received your letter requesting more information about the students of the unknown teacher. Unfortunately, we don't have any information about it, but upon further inspection, we found out the teacher's name to be Trader. We strongly advise you not cross paths with him, since you are not equipped to deal with the consequences. Gather more information and send it to us to make a final decision. From Sun Company. This was a mistake from the beginning. I wasn't fighting against an unknown student, but the teacher himself. He's the man that fought the zombie lord and won. I stood no chance. I have to leave now, or otherwise I would lose my life. You crossed the line, Carol. Now it's time to pay the price. I heard a voice spoke in the room, which made me quickly turn, but my head kept spinning even when I stopped my body, until I hit the floor, seeing the legs of the black armor. Everything straighted to get hazy, and then it turned black. Chapter 158, Buying a Home. I looked down at the head rolling on the floor that used to belong to the man named Carol Simpson. You could have watched it from afar like you did before, but you really needed to attack me without a reason. Seriously, what did you expect? After I got back from the mining trip with all the new knowledge, I took a day to rest and spoil myself a little, then I went back to selling sticks to get more emeralds. Sure, I had the money to pay for the boat, but that didn't mean it would be done. I still have to wait around until it's finished, and since I didn't want to stay and do nothing, I decided to level up my trading skill. That's why in the morning I kept selling sticks to make a new budget for other trades. But I started to feel watched recently, and with the monocle of truth, I could easily identify that the businessman was behind it. There was nothing wrong with that. I attracted a lot of attention with my weird stall. But with time he kept being more pushy, and he sent some thugs after me that luckily Siren was strong enough to deter. I didn't have enough evidence that it was him, but I was suspicious. And today he outright attacked me. I didn't even do anything to you, man. Why did you start throwing fists? So I finished the thieves and came to deal with the problem itself. There's only one interaction we had until now, so nobody would suspect me for killing him. Nobody even saw me getting to his room. It would appear as if one day he just disappeared without a reason. I took everything out of his inventory that was valuable and looked around the room until I saw the recently opened letter. After I read it, I raised my eyebrows a little. Looks like my cover is blown. Maybe the ID wasn't a good idea after all. But before they would catch up, I would be deep into the sea, and they would be too distracted with the invasion of the pillagers. I burned everything that was related to me and called for Violet. Violet, can you please throw this body into the canal or the sea? The Ender Woman suddenly appeared beside me, hissing with displeasure, but still took the body and teleported away. Ever since I went sea mining, she's been cranky, probably because I found a new toy and she couldn't follow me into the water. But there's nothing I could do about that. I tried to solve the issue with potions or other means, but nothing worked. For some reason, there's something fundamentally wrong with their body that gets damaged when water touches it. My only fear is that she won't come with me to the sea because of the water, and while I don't know too much about her, we've been through a lot together, even if I didn't see it, and I trust her to keep me safe as I do with her. I wonder what she would request of me in the end. I shook my head at that thought. I made a promise, and I intend on keeping it. I just hope it would be a reasonable one, or something I could make in the first place. Today marks the end of the week. I should meet with Siren once again and pay for the full ship. But there were still a few hours until it was our time to meet, and I still had the iron ore on me that I needed to make it into iron blocks. I looked at the riches in my inventory and let out a sigh, but still smiled. Looks like I'll have to make a base of mine after all. I can't trust the chest at the hotel to be safe. The question is, where should I make it? I can't build one underground since the horse would hate it, and I can't build one on the sea, since it would be out in the open for unwanted eyes. That only left me with two options: buy a house in here or build one myself in the woods. If you asked me this question before, I would have chosen to build a house in the woods. But since I got such a generous donation not too long ago, I think I would buy a house on this land and hide a few chests in there. I took out my horse and started to look around the place, but I didn't know what was for sale and what was not. Hey, do you know any houses in the area that are being sold? What? Why would I know that? If you want to buy a house or land, go to the central office and ask there. I thanked the random stranger and walked towards the central office. I hoped I didn't have to come back here, since they didn't seem to keep secrets very well, but I had a plan for this. In front of the blue building, I quickly put the dark armor on and entered without anyone seeing me. There weren't a lot of people waiting in the line like last time, so I could go to a receptionist to ask about homes, but I'm pretty sure I'll have to sign some papers to get there, and I don't want to attract any more attention to myself than I already have. So I went in the back, where I found a big room filled with labeled chest, permits, personal info, laws, until I finally found what I was looking for: home/land sales. I opened the chest and found a few homes already, but not as much as I expected from a city. There were only 10 homes ready to be sold. 5 of those were out since they were in the slums, confiscated by the guards since they belonged to criminals. 3 more were taken out since they were either unreasonably pricey or too big for me to use as a temporary base. And that left me with 2 homes, of medium size in a safe neighborhood, and I didn't have to worry about being asked too many questions. And I looked at the name of the owner and the place it stayed at and chose whoever was closer. I took the book with me and went on my way, not leaving any evidence behind. Half an hour later, I was in front of a beautiful beach house and knocked on the wooden door. Knock, knock. A minute later, I heard footsteps getting closer and opening the door, revealing someone I didn't expect to see. The bald man who is building my ship. I did not expect to see this person so soon. Who are you? Wait, I think I remembered you in the weird cloak. It was light or something similar. How did you find me? What do you want from me? The man was on guard, ready to close the door at any moment, leaving me in tense silence. Sorry if this came as an ambush. I didn't expect you to be here. I just came when I saw you were selling a house. Why would you come then? There should be an office representative dealing with all of this paperwork. That's the reason I came. I wanted to buy it from two source, so I won't be leaving any paperwork behind. The bald man narrowed his eyes while looking from side to side. So you want to get the house off the record? Precisely, and I'm willing to pay 5 diamond blocks now if you give me your signature. He started to whistle, impressed at the blocks of diamond in my hand. Are you sure you have enough money since you ordered an expensive ship as well? Did you manage to get the iron as well, since we would need it soon? He didn't seem to be on guard anymore, just plain curiosity, since I'm making a lot of big purchases in a short time. Don't worry, I'll get your money and iron blocks with no problem. I just came here for the house. All right, I don't see any downside to this deal. I get more money than originally intended and don't have to pay the taxes. Give me the papers and I'll sign. I gave him the papers and he quickly signed them after a quick check. Then he was kind enough to grant my request to present the house, since I didn't know the exact location. We walked for a while until we arrived at the front of a tall white wall. This is your new home. It's 100 by 100 blocks large, surrounded by a 3-block sandstone wall, which I know is not the most resistant. But you don't need to worry in those parts. Then we walked through the front gate and saw that it had a lawn with a medium-sized house in the middle. It was also made with sandstone and glass, 2 stories high and a lot of room to walk around in. This is the perfect house. Thank you once again, sir. We will meet again tonight and bring you everything else. There's no need to thank me, just say hi to Siren from me. With a final wave, he left me to my new home. Well, that was fun. What do you think, Violet? My monster friend appeared beside me, showing her disapproval. Yeah, it's too small for you, and it doesn't have any redstone, but we only needed to store our items. Plus, if you want to, you could make any contraptions you want on the lawn as long as nobody sees you. And this seemed to change her mind as she was suddenly happy about the new home. I could only smile and shake my head. First things first, I got my horse to the new home. Second, I placed all the ores I got on my mining trip and took 2 out potions. Speed and luck. I knew I intended to use the luck potion only when I gathered a mountain of diamonds, but it would take too much time to do that, so I decided to use it now with the little diamonds then I found and the mountain of iron that I had to get the most out of it. Worst case scenario, I'll buy more diamonds from the villagers. With the emeralds I'll get from the trading tab. My pickaxe was ready, I drank the speed potion, and I felt like everything else moved slowly around me. Then I drank the luck potion and felt something that I never felt before. Something in me and outside of me seemed to increase in size. Not only that, but I felt that the pickaxe in my hand was warm to the touch, like there was an affinity between us. Also, as I looked at the ores in front of me, I could feel like they were absorbing the energy that I and the pickaxe were producing. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't stay and study this feeling since it was very short-lived. So I started to swing my pickaxe, already seeing great results. By the end of this, I managed to get enough iron to pay the ship and still have some leftovers. If I did this from the beginning, I wouldn't need to trade sticks. This luck potion is much more powerful than I expected, and I really need to ask Flora for another one. I looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dark. I have to quickly make a few blocks of iron, otherwise this would be for nothing. I placed a few furnaces down, placed all the iron inside with coal as fuel, and as soon as the iron was smelted, I took it out and made it into an iron block. An hour later, I had 20 blocks of iron. Barely a fraction of that I had, but there wasn't enough time for all of it to smelt and craft it. So I took all the diamond and emerald blocks with me and left to meet with Siren. I didn't want to be late after all. Chapter 1, 159. Will you marry me? I arrived at the designated place, only to see that Captain Siren just arrived as well. She carefully studied the place before seeing me. Light, glad to see you doing well. How was your week? She was more friendly than the last time we met. Did something good happen? It was a fun week, to say the least. I had the chance to see the sea with its beauty and also get lots of riches. I now have all the diamond blocks necessary to pay for the ship. How was your week? She gave me a big smile. Glad to hear that. I don't want to make the bald man angry at me for not paying on time. As a captain, that's the last thing you'll want. As for my week, it was eventful as well. Just got some side emeralds, and I'm enjoying life little by little until I get that big ship. So she was looking for a job when I found her. We talked some more as we walked, and I was debating with myself if I should show her the map and the drawings that I found in the ruins or not. It's not like I expect her to fight together with me since she's very under-equipped for that. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm able to get to the temple in the first place with the strength that I have. Sure, I have an overpowered armor, potions, and tools that I could use, but I also had those when I went back to the pillagers, and Solomon managed to get through all of that with just a little preparation. And now I'm supposed to get to the most guarded secret the ancient civilization built, something that is supposed to replace the system itself. They even built living weapons for this. I'm sure they have some more traps than what's shown. I don't want to get too overconfident in my ability once again. That's why I want to get some help, to get someone else's perspective on my dilemma. And I don't have my friends with me to ask them for help, but maybe I can trust Siren with this. Could I trust a pirate not to backstab me when there's such a big prize at the end? I don't think so, but maybe I don't have to say the whole truth, just parts of it. I shook my head. There's no need to make a decision now. I could get closer to her, and for that, I needed to show a sign of trust. We arrived at the warehouse where I could hear loud voices giving orders to workers. Once we got inside, I could see everyone working at a huge ship that was 100 blocks long and 40 blocks wide. I looked closer at the men on the floor, working on separate parts of the ship, and saw that they made a huge V-shaped line of wood, but the base of the V used slime balls besides the natural stickiness of the blocks. Once the shape was done, an iron chisel was taken and chopped enough wood to still be a whole block, but not enough to be registered by the system anymore, and because of the slimes, the rest of the blocks that were still under the influence of the system were held together. I got curious about what just happened, so I asked one of the workers who got scared when they saw me. But after he calmed down, he told me the process, which was fascinating for me. Apparently, when a system block is broken wrong, gravity gets a hold of it and it falls, leaving the others behind. But if you manage to stick it with the system blocks, the broken one can make the other to be semi-system. That means they stick to each other and have the same resistance as normal, but are affected by gravity. This happens for the next 7 blocks besides the broken block. At first, when it was found, it was thought to be stupid. Why would you want to have blocks that fall like sand and gravel? That's when they found out they could build ships out of anything that could flow over water. And that's how ships were born. And that was interesting to know since it was new knowledge for me. I asked, what's the point of building a wall if you can just damage one block and the others would follow? Surprisingly, it wasn't that simple. While it's true that in theory every block can fall this way, it's not as easy as it is with wood. The whole process depends on the tools they were using. When you punch wood, the wood gets slowly broken by the system, not by you. That's why they need to make special tools, not made by the system, that bypasses the system itself. If the tool is too big, the system would register the damage as being hit, and it would break the block itself. If the tool is too small, it would not be strong enough to damage the block itself. That's why you need the perfect tool for each type of block. You can't use the same tool for every block, and that's the reason resistant blocks can't be broken this way. I was a little disappointed by this, but also relieved. I thought I could use those tools to get into the temple, but I was relieved to hear that there is a limit to what you can use this method for. After some more talking with the man, I let him go back to his work and joined Siren, who was patiently waiting on the side for me. You truly aren't from here if you didn't know about this. True, I came from the Stone Kingdom, and this was truly a fascinating experience. She stopped and looked at me from head to toe with a surprised expression. You're from there, but you so rich and powerful, and weird from what I heard about the stone people. I could only laugh at her, which made her feel awkward. It's not like I'm a normal citizen myself, but the people from the Stone Kingdom are like you coral people. The only difference is that they use the system facilities more often than you. I guess that's true, and was ignorant on my part. But you have to understand the benefits of not using the system for everything. Oh, Captain, believe me, that I know the best how to live without the system. There's the bald man. Let go and say hi. She looked at me with a confused expression, but still followed along. You two, I was going back home to get some sleep if you didn't arrive just now. Sorry, old man, we got distracted by our future beauty. The man looked at the ship that was built with proud eyes. Yes, she is a beauty indeed, and she would be like no other ever was. She would be the start of a new era. Siren and the bald man looked at the ship like they could see the future right in front of them, leaving me on the side sitting awkwardly. Ahem, I came today to pay the rest of the diamonds and give you the iron. If you need some more, please don't hesitate to ask me. I said that as I gave the man the blocks of diamonds and iron. He started to whistle, impressed. 2 big purchases in a day using diamonds directly. I'm curious, where did you manage to get them? This time I was the one confused, and Siren seemed to be as well, but not for the same reason. What do you mean? While we do say the price in diamond blocks, we mostly do it because it sounds better to say, give me 10 blocks of diamond than 90 blocks of emeralds. It doesn't feel that big of a purchase until you start counting. Not only that, but there aren't a lot of places where you can exchange from emeralds to diamonds, at least not on such short notice. Is that why he is so surprised by the diamond blocks? Then Simpson must be much more powerful than I anticipated if he walks with diamond block in his inventory. And from the reaction Siren has, she didn't know this either. What are you trying to say, old man? I'm trying to know if I'm going to be hunted for those diamonds or not. His expression was serious, trying to peer through the darkness of my helmet with no success. I didn't steal those diamonds. That was a lie. I gave you emerald blocks previously because that's what I had on me. I had to send a message back home to fetch me the rest of the diamonds. There's no need to look over your shoulders waiting for someone to arrest you for them. And let's be serious, if you would get in trouble, it wouldn't be because of those diamonds. This seems to make the bald man relax and even gave a powerful laugh. Yes, indeed, I wouldn't get in trouble for this. And you are clearly not a normal man yourself, so I should expect abnormal results. But I have to say, this is not enough iron to cover the ship. And good, I don't want him to stop building the ship because he's suspicious. How much more do you need? Those 20 should be enough to start the project, but we'll need 100 more blocks. I froze for a moment. That was more than 1,000 iron ingots. Is it even worth it? But I shook my head to get myself together. I don't need iron for me anyway. If I want to progress, I need to craft with diamonds anyway, and where I'm about to go, I can't afford to take half measures. Sure, I would give them to you tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting then. With that, we parted our ways, and Siren followed me in silence as we walked on the busy streets. What was he referring to when he said you made 2 purchases? She said on a diplomatic tone. I was looking for a house to buy, and by accident I ended up choosing his house. In the end, I bought it and everything was fine. I see, I didn't know the fish head was selling houses as well. Wait, this was a great opportunity for me to know her better and build some trust. Siren, where do you usually sleep? Huh? I don't have a place I call it my own. Mostly it's in inns or bars, since it's cheaper than hotels. Why? Perfect. Don't you want to live at my place? She suddenly stopped in the middle of the street, looking at me with wide mouth and red face. Did you just ask me to be your wife? That made me suddenly stop and turn at her. Wait, is this the custom here to ask for your partner? You didn't know? No, in my hometown you give a ring to the person you love to be with you for life. What's a ring? Doesn't matter. I wanted to invite you to my new house so we can trust each other more. Since we would go on a dangerous journey together, I don't want either of us to have thought of betraying each other. I barely managed to formulate an answer for this misunderstanding. Phew, yeah, that's more in your character. As for your invitation, I'll have to think about it. What are the house rules, since I don't want to sleep with you and have a kid? I'm not ready to be a mother. While the misunderstanding was out of the way, it seems that she was still flustered. Don't worry, we would not sleep in the same room, much less in the same bed. You'll have your own room, while I'll have mine. She started to think more intensely on this. What about food? You can have food with no strings attached. What about drinks? She asked more excitedly. I don't drink, so you can get your own. Yeah, that checks out. She was disappointed about that. Sure, I'll come and live with you. Just like that, I thought you needed more time. What's there to think about? Plus, I want to know more about you as well, so it's convenient. With that, we got back to my home, and Violet wasn't happy about the new guest. Chapter 160. Let's have a talk. Light, why do you keep leaving all your redstone stuff in the middle of the lawn? It doesn't even make sense. What are you trying to make? Don't worry about it. It's a project I'm working on, and hopefully I'll finish it soon. Yeah, but why do you keep working at night? Preference. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. For the love of system, I'm going to get a drink. Don't expect me anytime soon. She said that and left through the front door. It's been a few days since Siren moved with me, and things got a little more lively around here. For some reason, Violet is mad that I brought a stranger to live with us and tries to make her life as uncomfortable as possible. Every time Siren wakes up, her blanket is gone and neatly folded beside the bed. She wasn't pleased, to say the least. Also, Violet started to do her redstone machines, which was fine since I gave her permission to do it, but I know what she's capable of making, and what she left on the lawn is just littering. What's worse is that I didn't give her any redstone items, so that means she stole those from somewhere else. Where did she get them? I tried to talk to her, but she didn't respond. I tried to look for her with my monocle, but I couldn't see her since she kept teleporting away. But I have to put my foot down since there doesn't seem to be any trust building between me and Siren with all of this going on. The only reason she's putting up with all of this is because she saw my riches in iron and doesn't want to lose a friend like that. But now she was gone to the pub and won't be back for a while, and I intended to confront Violet once and for all. I took off my armor, put the monocle on, and looked after Violet's aura with no luck. But I knew she was near because of the particles left behind. Violet, if you don't come here to talk like adults, I'm going to have to kick you out of my home. I stood there for a few moments in silence until I saw her dark aura appear in front of me before revealing herself. She was tall, had her arms crossed, and looked to the side instead of me. I felt like a parent scolding their teenager. Okay, Violet, let's talk now. Do you like Siren? I got a strong no. Why don't you like her? Did she do anything bad to you, or maybe you saw her doing something that could endanger us? We stood there in moments of silence with no response. I let out a sigh, prepared to be more rough, only to hear something. Why, her? Why did I choose her? I got a small nod. Because I need help for what's to come. Actually, do even know why we're here in the first place. She finally turned her head and looked at me with a confused face. This made me realize that while she was always beside me, that doesn't mean she always knows what I'm doing. She can't read minds even if she's powerful now, or at least I hope so. So it feels unfair to her to be dragged all around, not knowing why we're doing it in the first place. And since we are in the city most of the time, she didn't have a lot of opportunities to appear and speak with me. I let out a sigh of disappointment at me. I was too caught up with what was to come and ignored what I had. Okay, I'll put the armor back on, just in case the system would be back. She got serious once I said that. I quickly put on the armor and looked back at her. You know the pillagers are trying to get the fake system and do who knows what with it. Violet looked at the sky from side to side before nodding her head in understanding. Well, I want to find it before them and ask it a few questions. Like why I'm here, can I go back? How can you get out of the system's control, and such questions? But the system is hidden underwater, guarded by monsters called guardians. Siren is someone that met those monsters and can lead me to them. While speaking about this, I placed down the map and drawings I found in the ancient ruins. But when I went to mine underwater, I found an abandoned ruin, where I found the trident, and some warnings on what's ahead. She looked intensely at the drawings on the ground, especially at the schematics of the Guardian. She seemed fascinated by such complicated inner workings. This made me realize that I wasn't taking the dangers seriously enough, and I don't want to repeat what happened at the outpost. Once I mentioned that, her face turned ugly at the unpleasant memories. That's why I thought I should get more help with this cause. I don't intend on telling her the full truth, but I do want to gain her trust enough so she won't betray me after the ship is done. That's why I brought her here, so I could judge her character better. She sat for a while in silence thinking about it. Me? What about you? What, me? Where are you in all of this? She nodded her head as a yes. Well, where do you want to be? You're not like Siren. While I don't know too much about you, I trust enough to know you'll be on my side no matter the cost, so you can have whatever part of the plan you want. I was just afraid you won't come with me, since you don't like water in general. She uncrossed her arms and smiled wildly while having a shade of purple around her face. Trusted? Yes, I trust you. Then, reveal. That confused me. What do you want me to reveal? Did she want to know more about my past? Maybe to give her all the knowledge I have on Redstone? But what she said next took me by surprise. Reveal me, her. Are you sure about that? I can't guarantee that she would be accepting. Even for me, it was hard to accept it at the beginning. But she stood firmly with her answer, and I could only let out a teared sigh. Okay, let's do this. POV Captain Mad Siren. I got out of the noisy bar, feeling the dizziness clouding my judgment. I looked at the sky and saw the moon already out, illuminating the world. It's late, Hike. I should go home. Yeah, my new home where the owner is a weird guy who likes to walk around the house with his weird armor and takes your blanket when you sleep to fold it. The weirdly rich guy that nobody has heard about. And let's not talk about his hobby of littering in the garden. He says those are his projects, but even I, who don't know a thing about Redstone, understand enough to know those projects are a bunch of nothing. But the house was nice overall. He's a rich man who doesn't know about the world and probably has fallen in love with me. I'll play the game for a while until I get my ship and leave him in the dust. I stopped in front of the sandstone wall that separated the house from the streets. I took a deep breath and let it out. Here we go again. I opened the gate and saw the lanterns beautifully lighting the property and its house. The house was beautiful, the owner not so much. I intended to pass light and go straight back to my room, block it, and sleep without a blanket. But as I entered the living room, I saw him sitting on the couch in a serious mood. Something is about to happen, and I don't know if I want to be a part of it. Siren, you came back. I am glad to know you're well. Come here and sit across, please. I need to tell you something important. Oh boy, it's too late to back down now. With a sigh, I walked to the chair across the table and sat down. I prefer if you were sober for this discussion. Then he put a bucket of milk on the table. I rolled my eyes but still drunk it, feeling the dizziness washing off me. I looked again at the man in dark armor across me and felt shivers down my spine. It was always like this. If I don't look specifically for him, he's invisible. If I do see him, my instincts are screaming for me to run since I'm in danger. How can one man be so silent and scary at the same time? So what do you want to talk about? First thing first, I need to come clean in front of you with some facts. That got my attention. He raised his hands and took off his helmet, revealing a pale face with big eyes and no nose. It looked human, but not at the same time. Clearly, it wasn't a face I was going to fall in love with. My name is not Light, but Trader. Okay, so he's telling me his name. That's not so shocking. I'm still more interested in his face. What happened to his nose? And I didn't come here to hunt the one-eye fish. Instead, I want to reach the ruins that it guards it. Now that got my attention. So you're saying that fish is guarding a treasure? This made my pirate blood start pumping. Not the kind you expect. It's more of a research facility from the ancient civilization, and I want to take all the information that's left from the system purge. System purge? What's that? Probably something related to the Great War, but if what he says is true, then I don't want that kind of treasure. Sure, information can get a higher price than normal treasure, but it's harder to do it since only rich people can afford it, and they would rather kill you and take it from your corpse than buy it normally. Too high of a risk. So that means I'll get something in compensation. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Nah, I think the iron ship would be more than enough as a payment. I slumped down since he was right. The ship was pretty expensive after all. While I appreciate the honesty, I don't see a reason why you had to tell me this. It would be the same results if I knew or not. That's what I thought as well, but recently I came in contact with a map and some drawings that made me think again. He then placed on the table a map and a few drawings. I was shocked at what I saw. Just to be sure, I took out a map from my inventory and put it besides the one he placed, and it was identical with the exception that his was more preserved. So the old woman didn't lie to me. There was a treasure out there. Where did you get that one? Well, oh, I got it from an old woman for a couple of emeralds, claiming that it was the map of a great treasure. I see. Do you think you can find the old woman again? What? No, I saw her in another port, and who knows if she's still alive. His shoulders dropped in disappointment. I looked over the drawings and saw something familiar, but couldn't quite put my mind on it. The eye was especially familiar. That is one of the guardians that attacked your crew. Yes, I remember now, but at that time it was underwater and the figure was distorted. Is this how it actually looked? Wait, why is its inside so weird, and did he say one of the guardians? Looks like you realized that it's not a living being, or not fully. This is a loving weapon created by the ancient civilization, and it tends to attack in groups. Wait, so you're saying that we don't have to fight just one monster, but multiple? We're nowhere near equipped for that. Don't worry, I have a plan for this as well. I just want to know before I tell you more, are you in or out? I bit my lip in frustration. I wanted to have more time for this decision, but from his expression I could tell it was now or never. I looked at the map, at the drawings and thought of my ship. This is my only chance to get revenge for my dead crew. I either die in glory or die living as a simple guard. I made my choice. I'll join you. His shoulders were not tense anymore and even gave a relived smile. Then I'll introduce you to my friend as well. Violet, this is Siren. Siren, this is my friend Violet. She's a bit shy, so don't try to overwhelm her. Suddenly from his side, a huge dark humanoid figure appeared, with a big smile and sharp claws capable of ripping anything to pieces. I got up and ran towards the door. Chapter 161, Iron Ship. Siren got up and ran towards the door, but before she could reach it, Violet teleported and blocked her way. Hello? She said in her raspy voice. I knew she tried to be friendly, but oh boy, does she know how to inspire fear. Panicked, Siren looked for any other way out. The glass would take too long to break, and the door in the back is too far. Maybe running upstairs and jumping over the balcony would help. Siren, come back and sit down. We don't have any intentions of hurting you. She looked at me, then at Violet with hesitation before taking out her iron sword while slowly walking back. I started to tense up, but didn't take my weapons as she sat down across me. What just happened right now? Violet teleported back beside me, sitting down since she was too big for this room. I just introduced you to my friend, and you started to run for some reason. Don't just casually gloss over the fact she's a monster. What is she even? Are you a monster as well? That's a lot of hurtful accusations now. Yes, Violet is a monster, an evolved Ender woman to be exact. And no, I'm not a monster. I'm a human like you, just a little different. She tried to calm down by taking deep breaths, but it didn't seem to work since her sword was still out. If you let me go, I promise I won't be telling anyone about this. I could only smirk at that statement. I believe you, but even if you decided to tell anyone about me and Violet, you'll be taken as a lunatic. She stopped at that thought. Then why did you show her to me, since you expect this reaction? I leaned back and let out a sigh. It's not that I wanted to do this, but she wanted to reveal herself. After all, she's the one stealing your blanket at night and leaves redstone dust all over the lawn. This seems to confuse her. So she's the one that did that. But why? If she didn't like me, she could have killed me without a problem. I won't deny Violet's strength, but that doesn't mean she mindlessly kills whoever she doesn't like, especially when they're my friends. So because I'm your friend, she won't kill me? She doesn't like to kill unless necessary. Most of the time, she's invisible and observes from the sides. Siren took another deep breath, which seemed to work this time as she looked deep into my eyes. So what you are saying is, if I want to work with you, I also have to work with your friend. I don't think the iron ship would be enough to buy me over. Now that took me by surprise. I didn't expect her to take this opportunity to get more out of me. Maybe that is for the best. I don't think we could be close friends, but we can be business partners. So you'll continue working for us, is what I understand. Do I have another choice? Not really. I didn't plan on killing you, but I did plan on holding you captive until my job was done and I would be gone. Sure. What do you think as an additional payment besides the iron ship is to give you and your crew a full set of enchanted diamond equipment? Her eyes got wide as mine all of a sudden, and the fear was gone, replaced by greed. Are you serious about that? That could potentially be more expensive than the ship itself. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to build a crew trustful enough to not run with the armor, and tell me the exact number of equipment you need. That was my original plan to begin with, otherwise they wouldn't survive the attack of the Guardians. No takebacks now. If I manage to get a good crew that won't betray us at the signs of the shining armor, then all of that would be mine. As long as they help me distract the Guardians while I get the knowledge, I don't have a problem. You can do whatever you want afterwards. Light, no trader, it's a pleasure for me to help you with this mission. She got up, left the sword behind, and shook my hand with emeralds in her eyes. Greed is a powerful thing indeed. Maybe that's how I should have approached this in the first place. So sure, I'll get to craft your armor as soon as possible then. But first, Violet, don't you need to say something to Siren? We both looked at the Ender woman beside us, waiting for her to reply. Sorry. Good job, Violet. I'm proud of you. This is her way of apologizing for tormenting you while you stayed here. She doesn't speak a lot, so this is the best you'll get. So sure, I forgive you, Violet. Let's get a fresh start. Violet smiled at that, which only creeped her out. Okay, let's go into more detail what we're about to go through. Siren got serious and sat down as we continued talking about the plan of action. Today was a special day, since today for the first time I would get on the iron ship. Siren didn't betray me after all. Even if we're not friends like I originally intended, her greed was enough of a powerful force to ignore all the red flags in me and just follow along. In the past few days, she managed to recruit 10 people to this cause. She assured me that nobody would backstab me, or at least they wouldn't do that on this trip. They haven't met me, but they know I'm the sponsor for this trip, and I should be treated differently. While she was looking for people, I went back to mining since I needed a lot of diamonds for the promised equipment. After I got all the necessary materials, I got right to work on crafting an enchanted table, diamond tools, armor, and finally enchanting it. The first time I showed Siren the armor, she wouldn't stop wearing it like it was her own skin. She always had a stupid grin on her face and was getting a kick out of scaring the regulars at the bar that she was an important noble. She got a few free drinks because of that. I think the armor helped her recruit people more faster than usual. Of course, I also did some preparation of my own, but unfortunately, there wasn't a lot I could do since I lacked time. So with everything ready, I went into the underworld to see my new ship. But first I needed to be introduced to the crew, and they should be waiting for me in front of the warehouse. Half an hour later, I was beside Siren, who seemed to have learned how to feel my presence. It wasn't perfect, but she didn't jump whenever she saw me beside her. I was looking at the 10 people she decided to recruit, 3 women and 7 men, each looking distinct from each other. The only similarities were women's with big muscles, while the men had a dangerous aura around them. They were excitedly talking with each other about the benefits of this crew and the ship they would embark on. "Captain Siren, when will the rich man arrive?" asked a man who looked like the cook. "What do you mean? He's been waiting beside me for a while since y'all didn't stop talking." Siren pointed at me, which made the others finally see and jump in surprise. Some of them even took out their weapons, ready to attack. Now, let's not make some rushed decisions that would end up killing us. Believe me, you don't want to get on his bodyguard's bad side when she's invisible. Everyone got more nervous looking around for another person, but of course they couldn't find anyone. The message was clear: don't mess with this guy, since you don't know what's coming. Now, Siren, I want them to respect me, not to be scared of me. Why don't we move on and see how the ship turned out? Siren smiled in satisfaction at their reaction and called us to follow her inside. Once we arrived there, we were all in awe at what we saw. A huge white ship floating beautifully on the water. The sails were made with fine red silk. Everything else was made of wood covered in iron. It was an amazing sight to see, and everyone looked taken aback by it. "Captain, is that our ship?" one of the women asks. "Yes, Betty, that's our ship. That's Titan." Everyone started to cheer, catching the attention of the workers. Slowly the bald man came to us. "You finally came. I have to say, this baby is something that I'm very proud of, and I'm sure everyone has the same feelings towards it. So you better take care of her and create a new legend." We celebrated there with drinks and food, at writing a new page in the history books. Everyone got more loose, and some of the crewmates got the courage to talk with me, even though it was because they were drunk. After everyone had their fun, we drank some milk and embarked on the ship. The huge gates were opened, and with the help of the pistons, the ship was pushed out into the lake. Everyone that was on the shore looked in awe at the ship. The crew took out their long pedals and started to move the ship in a rhythmic motion. As we got closer to the walls of the underground cave, I saw a tunnel appearing to the side that I hadn't seen before since it blended so well. We went through the tunnel, and slowly but surely, we were floating upstream. It was harder but double until we arrived at the open sea. A cheer rang throughout the ship as we were now officially in business. We let the sails down for the wind to help us and sailed away as the sun rose. The crew started to sing and cheer as the shore was getting further and further away. "Captain, who is our first target? I can't wait to test this new baby." "Patience, Levi. We're first going to fulfill the mission given by our generous sponsor." Siren came out on the deck, wearing her diamond armor, which brought awe and greed to the eyes of the pirates. It would be a dangerous mission, since we would go deep into the Dead Sea to rob an ancient ruin. Murmurs were exchanged between the crewmates as they heard the destination of Out Journey, and not one of them was positive. "Fear not, as we have a large ship, which is the minimum requirement to pass through those waters. Not only that, but our ship is covered in iron, which was never seen before, but we can't deny its durability. And if you show your loyalty, you'll have the right to wear an armor similar to mine while you're on the job." The last statement made everyone excited. An iron armor is something only nobles can wear, and if it has good enchantments, then you pretty much can do whatever you want. Diamond armor instead, it's something only the top of the society can afford, and here they had the opportunity to be like them. Who wouldn't like it? I shook my head at that statement, since I clearly made a set for everyone, but looks like Siren had plans to use this as a reward, or maybe bind them in a contract to stay loyal to her. That was smart, so I wasn't going to comment on that. But she better split everything until we arrive there, since I don't want to lose this ship because the captain greediness. I looked at the horizon, thinking of what the next month would bring. Chapter 1. 162. Sea of Dangers. No matter the world I'm in, the mighty sea seems to be a beautiful mystery over the minds of every human. How far does it go? How deep it is? And what lies within? Almost a month has passed, and I can't believe that people are crazy enough to get on a flimsy ship and venture out into the world. The sea is not friendly. The sea follows one rule, and that's the strongest rules over everything. This is the place where I saw the biggest difference from the game, where there were tornadoes, waves over 10 blocks high, huge fishes and small fishes that clearly didn't belong to the vanilla or any mod that I could recognize. I asked the others if it was like this everywhere in the sea, and they responded that it wasn't. Apparently, 500 blocks from the shore are called calm waters, where only a selected number of small fish, squids, and dolphins live. Beyond the 500 mark, there is a drastic change. The waves start to get bigger, the life forms are more diverse, and everything becomes more dangerous in general. You need a medium ship from that point onwards. I asked the reason for all this, and they responded with theories they heard, such as the system itself keeping the people safe. Since no fish or wave can pass the mark alive, it dies without a cause. Then I asked them what was the reason for going so far into the sea in the first place, and I would always remember the looks on their face. Because there's no better romance than the love of the sea. I was very confused by that statement, but everyone seemed to completely agree with the man. In the end, I managed to get a more reasonable answer out of them, and that was because there are a few islands rich with resources deep into the sea. Those islands are huge and have not been touched by man since it's so hard to get to them in the first place. There's also a few factories on those bigger islands since it's closer to the source. In the last month, a lot has happened, such as an attack from a huge squid, storms with tsunamis waves, and a few disputes in the crew. The attack and the storms were relatively easy to deal with, since the iron protection seemed to be more powerful than expected. We didn't even need to patch the ship afterward, which impressed everyone. As for the crew conflict, those were not that easy to deal with. The crew was made on short notice, and the rewards were quite high, and that's the reason a hierarchy needed to be established, especially who would be second in command. At first it was quite tame, trying to intimidate the others or kissing the captain's boots. Some even tried to approach me, hoping to get my help, but they didn't find me most of the time. But after a few weeks with little results and people getting bored, they started to become more daring, and one day came with a proposition to the captain. Caption: we all think that your right hand should be someone capable of wielding a sword in battle, and since we're going to use the armor most of the time, why don't we do a match in those to see who's the best? In most cases, Siren wouldn't accept such a deal, but the boredom and stress from the journey were getting to her as well, so she gave them 2 sets of diamond armor and came to enjoy the show. That's when the big incident happened. One of them, after equipping the armor, thought they were invincible and tried to kill the captain and take her place. Before he could get too close to her, I stepped between them, took out my sword and cut his neck, decapitating him in one swing. Everyone froze in fear as they saw me appear out of nowhere and kill someone who should be next to invincible in one swing. Even Siren got scared a little. But that was enough to put the mood down for everyone, so the duels were cancelled and Siren promised them they would get the diamond equipment only when we'll get to our destination. Ever since then, the crew has been more quiet and obedient, while also being more afraid of me. But now the wait is over, as soon we would arrive at our destination. It was a sunny day over the sea, the waters were calm and everyone was doing their jobs or fishing, when all of a sudden a loud noise disturbed the peace. Bang! The ship slightly shook. Everyone get on the deck, we're being attacked. At incredible speeds, everyone got in place, ready to fight. Siren didn't hesitate and gave everyone armor and swords to fight, when all of a sudden, bang! The ship was hit once again. Captain, it seemed we're being attacked from underwater. Looks like we arrived at our destination. Everyone get your crossbows and shoot those fireworks at any signs of life. Everyone took out their weapons and ran toward the edge of the ship, looking at the water. Tension was looming through the air. I see something. One of the crew yelled as he shot into the water. A silenced boom was heard, followed by bubbles rising to the surface. I think I got it. A laser light beam silenced him with a shoot in the chest. The shot was so powerful that he was knocked back on the other side of the ship, yelling in pain. But he was still alive because of the armor. "Be careful or you'll fall off the ship." Everyone looked with worry over the water, expecting a deadly beam from any direction. This wasn't good. We could barely see the Guardian, and even when we did see it, we're not sure if we'd hit it. "I have to go in." I drank some potions, took out my trident and jumped into the water, leaving a huge splash behind that made everyone yell. Water was all around me, and I could feel that I was sinking at great speeds. But after a few kicks, I stopped in place. Once the bubbles were clear, I could see the monster that was attacking or more exactly defending its base. The Guardian. It looked much more robotic than I remembered in the game. The flesh was green and real for sure, but the eye was clearly artificially made. It looked at me, and bubbles gathered around its pupil, but with my trident I managed to get out of the way before it could hit me. Then it looked around trying to find me. Good, looks like my armor was semi-efficient. I can work with this. With the trident in my left hand and sword in my right hand, I dashed towards the creature, hitting first with my head, then with my sword. Surprisingly, I saw red blood as the wand was created. The Guardian turned towards me and hit me with its beam right in the chest, pushing me back 10 blocks and aching on my chest. But no damage was done, showing the overwhelming defense this armor had. Before another beam could hit me, I got out of the way with my trusty trident, going back to attack. As I was fighting it, I realized a few things. This was truly a weapon of war. It could turn quickly and swim at great speeds. It could tank a lot of damage, and its regeneration was annoying as well. The only weak point I could deduce was its eye, but I couldn't reach it no matter what I did. I have to do something before it's going to call the others. As I was blitzing through the water trying to catch it off guard, an idea came to me. I got closer with the trident, but instead of attacking it, I threw my trident for one more push, this time hitting the Guardian. It was a success as the Guardian was moved over 10 blocks and seemed confused about what just happened. Before it could analyze, I used another dash toward the monster, but this time we broke the surface of the water hanging out in the air. "Violet, kill this thing." Gravity did its job and brought us down, but instead of hitting water, we hit cold ice. The Guardian was like a fish out of water, frantically moving around trying to get back to its domain. But an invisible hand slashed its eye, killing it on the spot. Red blood was slowly spreading over the melting ice blocks, but the enemy was defeated. Unfortunately, this was not the end. Before the ice could fully break, I jumped into the water, and with the help of the trident got onto the ship. What just happened? Did you just fight that monster underwater? How were you able to move so fast underwater? Are you the god of sea? The crew started to overwhelm me with questions and admiration until Captain Siren yelled with her powerful voice, "Everyone shut up. Do you think the fight is over? Who told you to abandon your posts, get back and watch out for more attacks to come? This kind of monster doesn't fight alone." Everyone froze before running back to their posts, watching for the new wave of enemies. While everyone was doing that, Siren got closer to me and spoke at a lower volume. "Your monster friend was here all along. How did you manage to convince her to do that? I thought Endermans hated water." "She's my friend, so I couldn't exclude her from this adventure. Plus, I took precautions." While Siren was contemplating how a monster walked amongst them unnoticed for a month, I looked at a certain pair of diamond boots in the corner of the ship. Those belonged to Violet, the one who killed the Guardian in one move. True, she hates water like every Enderwoman ever, and if she didn't want to help me, she wouldn't dare get on such a vehicle. But I came up with a solution for that, and it was enchanted diamond boots with frost folk. So even if something happens to the ship and she doesn't have solid ground, she would create ice whenever she walks. Surprisingly, she can also equip armor except for the chest plate, since she couldn't get her claws in the armholes of the armor. The rest had an easier time registering to her size once the equipment recognized it was worn. But she didn't want to wear any armor, and I would agree with her, since it didn't become invisible like her, which was her strongest point. She only carries the boots around in case of emergency. I see multiple monsters incoming. I think we're going to be overwhelmed soon. Siren looks back at me with a tense expression. "Is it time to use those?" "It's the perfect time to use them." Okay, everyone, gather here since we're going to throw TNT at those monsters. Everyone quickly gathered, asking what she was talking about. But the plan was simple, yet very dangerous. When you have a TNT block in your hand, you can't light it because it needs to be placed down, and then you can't move it. But when the bomb is lit, there's a few seconds where you can move the explosive, and we're going to use that time to throw it into the water towards the Guardians. The crew, though the captain, was a madwoman, and she thought the same thing about me since I came up with the idea. But nobody could deny the effectiveness of the plan. So we got work. They placed the TNT block at the very edge, lit it with flint and steel, and pushed it into the water, resulting in silent explosions and water splashing all over the place. Let's just say Violet wasn't too pleased about this outcome. But we didn't do this in vain, as the Guardians were damaged or thrown out of the water were Violet, or the crew killed them. I looked over the board and saw that a dozen Guardians were surrounding the ship. But we're too preoccupied with dodging the explosion to attack any of us, which was good. This was the prefect time to sneak past them, while they were distracted. So I jumped back into the water, leaving a small splash compared to the explosives. Chapter 163. Elder Fight. Where is it? Should be around Hebong. I had swimming for half an hour, already looking for a huge dome-like structure similar to the schematics, but I only found an invisible block that I hit with my head. What was that? I tried to knock at the invisible block, only to get the sound of a glass block. They wouldn't be that crazy. But as I kept knocking around the invisible block, I only saw more and more like a barrier at the bottom of the sea. Those crazy people, they made the whole base invisible. How did they do it? How much resources they put into this? I could only laugh nervously at the ingenuity of this base, putting everything I knew to shame. I shook my head to get myself together. There should be an entrance somewhere at the bottom. And I was right. As I swam along the invisible dome, I saw the entrance of the base hidden as a crack in the earth, and with great precaution I entered it. Darkness started to envelop me even when I had night vision. My eyes got heavier and sleepiness was running through my mind, making me realize that something was wrong. That's when I opened my status window and saw what was happening with me. I had so many debuffs that I didn't know how I got them in the first place. Weak blindness, heavy mind, slowness, and mining fatigue. Clearly, the Elder Guardian was somewhere around here where I couldn't see. But I didn't see its face jump scaring me like in the game. All of the sudden, I felt a huge presence on my right, which instinctively made me use the trident to get away. So I did, right as I heard a loud metallic snap behind me. I took out a bottle of milk and brought it to my mouth where there was an air pocket from my armor enchantments. Then I spit the cap and drank the milk, making all the status effects wash off. Now I could see what attacked me, and it brought me horror. It was as tall as Violet and double her in length. It was all made with metal except its eye, which brought shivers down my spine when I looked at it. Its skin was pale white with pulsating red and blue circuits. Every move felt heavy, but its speed was unreal, catching up with me in no time. I took my shield out, ready to face any attack, but instead of using a beam or crushing me, it opened its hidden mouth, reviling the Abyss guarded by rows of sharp teeth. It tried to swallow me whole. I couldn't block that. So I used the trident to get away, hearing another loud snap behind me. Without stopping, it turned towards me and swam at great speeds. This made me realize something. The effects of the armor don't work on it. I used the trident to go deeper into the crack, which to my luck was faster than the speed of the Elder. After I arrived at the bottom, I took a speed, strength, and night vision potion to fight the monster. Just as I finished those, the Elder appeared with its eye glowing red. I felt chills run down my spine, so I placed 2 obsidian blocks and hid behind them. The red beam hit my defense with force. It was a 2x2 beam that was stopped by obsidian, but once it hit the stone floor, it made a big explosion, pushing me out of the cover. The Elder swam once again with its mouth open, ready to swallow me whole, but this time I would do something different. I took my trident and launched myself towards the monster, not in its mouth, but at its eye. The creature closed its mouth and ducked, but not fast enough to get out of my sword range. I felt my sword contacting its skin, only to leave a scratch behind, but no blood or circuits were shed. This was not good. That attack was powered by a netherite sword with strength and speed. If I did only this much damage, it would take me an hour to kill it. The other guardians would be here by then. What should I do? I tried to move around as much as possible, hitting him from time to time, but no idea came to mind. I built a few obsidian towers where I would hide from its powerful beam when I was a second too late, and it managed to bite one of my feet. The pain was signaled to my brain, but the foot was still in its place, protected by the armor, and a heart was taken as damage. That was the first time I took physical damage in this armor, but to my luck, it was still amazing. The hearth regenerated in no time, and a plan started to form in my mind. With little hesitation, I took out a god apple and started to eat it, while swimming away from the monster. With each bite I took, power ran through my body, and once I was done, I could feel that I could win this fight. The elder seemed to realize the same thing and started to act more aggressively, preparing its laser while trying to swallow me. Now that was different. But I didn't run away this time. As his wide mouth was about to bite me, I stood on top of its sharp teeth, taking minimal damage. Before it would use more force to bite me, I put the trident in such a way that it would stop it from doing that. The trident was strong, but I could hear it groan from all the stress it was under. Good thing the plan didn't stop just there, as I took out my pickaxe and hit the ceiling of its mouth. Since my sword can't slash this metal, I'll mine into it with my most powerful pickaxe. And it worked as a hole appeared, where I hit, and the elder started to move frantically, like it was in pain. After 2 more hits, I couldn't hold it anymore, and I was spit out without my trident. That's not good. That was the only weapon long enough for me to use as a stopper, and now I was seeing how it got broken under the elder's powerful jaw. Well, that's not good. The elder turned and hit me with its laser, and since I didn't have the trident with me, I couldn't dodge it, making me experience the attack for the first time. My flesh was burning and healing at the same time. Pain was the only thing I knew at that moment until the attack was over. The damage was minimal, but the pain was still there, and after that attack, I was in its jaws once again, struggling to move under its teeth that were munching on me. This was death by 1,000 needless. My resistance and regeneration could keep up, but I was fighting against a machine, not a living being, so the effect would run out before its battery. I had to come up with something to get me out of here. I tried to remember everything I had in my inventory since the space was too cramped for me to see it, and after some quick thinking, I took out a firework. Unfortunately, the teeth managed to destroy it before I activated it. I took out my pickaxe and placed it so it couldn't close its mouth fully, but I couldn't move comfortably enough to get out. So I took out another firework and managed to pull its string-making bubbles appear everywhere, and then a bang. Damage was done to the elder and me, but I could regenerate while it couldn't. So I quickly swam out, not forgetting to take my pickaxe. The creature was angry, and another beam was formed and hit me at full force, pushing me further away. Pain was all I could think of. While the damage was not a lot, being burned alive and dragged through a floor of knives was not pleasant. I felt a threat coming from behind, and as a last desperate move to catch some breath, I swam towards the obsidian pliers I built not long ago. I took a deep breath, placed a crystal on top of it, and punched it with all my might, right as the elder was about to bite again. The explosion was powerful, and both of us were thrown back, taking a lot of damage. Its face was distorted with a bleeding eye and jaw missing, while my arms were no more, and eyes destroyed, leaving me in complete darkness. But there was a distance between us. I was a living being drugged with the most powerful buffs, slowly regenerating back to full health, while the elder was a golem with the eye of flesh. I won, and my assumption was right as my vision came back, making me able to see the damage done. With a mad grind, I took out my pickaxe and swam towards the wounded guardian. It tried to swim away, but it was too late. I kept hitting it with my pickaxe like there was no tomorrow until it completely went still. I took deep breaths trying to calm my wild heart, but I won. I was alive and it was dead. I looked around at the destruction that our fight caused and was glad that it was underwater and not in a city, otherwise there would be nothing left behind. Just as I was about to get back to exploring, darkness slowly crept on me, and my mind was getting heavy. How could this be possible? Was there another Elder Guardian around? Then I was hit by a red laser pushing me away and burning my skin. Just as the attack was finished, another laser beam hit me, doing further damage and pushing me even further. There were two Elder Guardians? I couldn't win this fight, I had to run. But I had a double debuff on me, and the only reason I wasn't unconscious was because of the God Apple. It's such a shame to waste such a good item, but I had no choice. I can't even see my enemies right now, much less fight them. I took out my second bottle of milk and drank it while trying to swim as far away as I could. All the effects were gone, and I was surrounded by darkness since I was in a ravine, but I could see two huge shadows getting closer to me from above. I had no choice but to use one of the dangers potions, even if it had its drawbacks. I took out another potion and drank it quickly. Time seemed to stop in front of me, or more exactly, it moved so slow that it seemed to stop. This was the experimental potion Speed X made by Solomon. Once I drank this, I was 10 times faster for 1 minute, but once it was done, I can't move for a whole hour from all the muscles pain. I couldn't end the fight in 1 minute, and I don't think I can get far enough in the same time, so I was going to make a gamble. I drank my last night vision potion and contained to run deeper into the darkness. Finally, the ravine seemed to stop and show me a huge door made with netherite blocks. I don't have enough time to search for the way to open the door, so I took out my pickaxe and broke away the 3 layers of defense before blocking them off with obsidian blocks. I was inside the dome, but instead of a dark ceiling, I saw a dome made of glass and I could see the sea beyond. In the middle of the dome was a huge temple, just like in the game with a few exceptions. It had a few towers made with precious ore, including netherite, and a huge garden filled with animals that I haven't seen in any world. Unfortunately, I couldn't enjoy the view, as my time was running low, so I made an obsidian box around me, just as the potion wore off, leaving me to fall on the floor like a puppet without strings. Pain was all over the body, but it was nothing in comparison to being burned alive. So with great will, I took out a splashing potion and moved my body over to break it. At first it cracked, then it broke, boosting my regeneration. This should cut the time to half for my muscles. That was good. Nothing should be able to break my obsidian box in that time. As I was starting to relax, I heard a voice in my mind. Welcome, intruder. What do you seek? Chapter 164. The Fake System. Welcome, intruder. What do you seek? My mind went blank for a moment, trying to process if what I heard was in my mind or if someone is actually speaking with me. You seem to have armor made with netherite, which was previously thought impossible. My analysis shows that it has the ability to absorb vibrations, trick the eye, and protect you from further analysis. I can't read your mind with this equipped. Please take off your helmet so I can gather more data. That's a scary ability to have. Good thing my armor protects me from that. Sorry, fake system, but I prefer my thoughts to be left alone. Can you answer me a few questions? You do not have the authority to ask questions. Please leave so my guardians can kill you. So I was safe for now. That's good. The system seemed to be more robotic than I imagined, but I should have figured it out from its neutral voice. I wonder what kind of power does this system have? After all, the original system pretty much runs this world, and if you want to replace it, that would be tough. How do you know I have no authority? I brought those schematics to show that I'm someone important, while saying that I took out the drawings and the map, leaving them on the floor. You have the schematics of intermediate-level researchers. Those could be stolen, so you'll be given basic access. Welcome, trader. How may I help you? How come you know my name? It can't read my status page from this proof. The Scout Guardians have heard this name repeatedly being shouted at the surface. Wait, they're still fighting out there? That means they run out of TNT at this point. They're in danger. They came with me. You have to stop the attack. You do not have the authority to stop the attack permanently, so I can do it temporarily? Can you stop the attack unless they come closer? Request accepted. Guardian Scouts are temporarily on standby until further instructions. Phew, I hope Captain Siren will get the message and won't get any closer or attack them. System, how do I get access to higher authority? There are 2 ways to get higher access. Either you let me look into your mind and you'll be judged based on how much you know about the organization, or you can take a written test and be judged on that. I'll take a written test, but only after my muscles are back to normal. Request granted. You will be guided after you're done recovering. So for the next half an hour, I sat down in silence, thinking of what actions I should take next. Should I let the system read my mind? I don't think that's a good idea, but maybe I won't be able to complete the written test. After the time was up and my muscles weren't sore anymore, I got up and broke the obsidian box, letting light enter the cube. I looked once again at what was in front of me, but this time not rushed by danger. The garden was green and filled with beautiful flowers that I didn't recognize. One was a 3-block red flower that took the shape of a spear with short leaves on each side. Another one was similar to moss but blue. The animals here were interesting as well, such as a fox with 2 tails, 1 huge eye, and green fur. The temple was pretty similar in design to the one in the game, except for 4 towers that rise high into the dome, made of a mix of diamond, netherite, redstone, and lapis blocks, all heavily enchanted. My attention was interpreted by a flying blue creature that was coming towards me. It was an allay. It looked much more cuter in reality than in the game. "Hello, little guy. How can I help you?" The creature looked deep into my eyes, and then a voice spoke into my mind. "This would be the guide to your testing room." "Oh, okay, thank you." Good thing that I had armor on, or the system would see me red as a tomato. I quickly followed the alley, and we entered the temple. While the exterior was similar to what I knew, the interior was not so much. Hallways were made straight, not like a maze, and the rooms were labeled so anyone could easily find their way around it. I passed by the storage room, deep analysis room, bio-research room, and sacrificial room. Wait, sacrificial room? What was that about? I don't want to get anywhere near to that. After a few minutes, I arrive in the exam room. Inside there were a few tables. The walls were white and a chest was in the corner of the room. I went to the chest and saw that it was filled with notebooks, and every one of them had the same test. I took one, sat at a table, and started to look at some of the questions. 1. What is the recipe for the enchanting table? 2. What is the recipe for the God Apple? 3. What's the biggest achievement humanity made? 13. What happened in the Great War? 14. What is the purpose of the New Age organization? 20. If you have any high-level information, please write it here and bonus points would be given. What did I just read? This test was all over the place. Some of the questions are easy, while others I don't even know how to begin. What is this test trying to get out of me? I just shook my head and tried to answer the questions to the best of my abilities, and after an hour I was done. "I'm finished. Where do I put this?" "You can put it back in the chest. I've already analyzed your answers and upgraded your authority to the highest level." Does that mean my answers were correct? No, about 80% of them were wrong. I was that bad. Then how did I get such high authority? The last explanation you gave fulfills one of my purposes. What is your purpose? The purposes of my creation are in order. Spare human life unless it threatens a greater number of humans or myself. Replace the current system by any means necessary, and gather all the data in the world and outside of it. Those were some interesting rules, but at least they value human life in a way. But you killed Siren's crewmates last time they were here. If you refer to the same Siren that is on the surface right now, she and her crew came here to plunder me, which violates my first command. But because of the first half, I had to give a warning shot, which accidentally destroyed their ship. Oh wow, Siren wouldn't like it if she heard about this. Maybe it's better to keep her out of the loop. Can you please retreat the Guardian scouts from them? I'm sure you've taken a lot of damage from us. Affirmative, the scouts are on their way back. Good, thank you. Now what can you do? Since you're supposed to replace the system, that means you're pretty powerful. In this domain, I have the power to change everything as long as a life won't be lost. There are only a few exceptional blocks or materials that I can't change, such as the bedrock, obsidian, and netherite. That sounded pretty overpowered. I wonder if it can make me an unlimited amount of diamonds. But information comes first. Is there any other human or creature of similar intelligence in here besides me? Negative. Where did everyone go, since I'm guessing the system doesn't know about your existence? The humans left when the system attacked the organization from all around the map. They wanted to be with their families in their final moments and choose to leave. And those who remained died of old age and decomposed. I do not know if the system knows about my existence, but evidence shows it doesn't. That's a pretty sad thing to hear. So the system has been alone for a few hundred years. Why did the system attack the organization? Is it because of you? Negative, the system attacked the organization because it discovered the existence of the end portal. So that's why? I guess when you are defeated and seal yourself out of your enemy's range, you'll get pretty angry when humans opened a way back. But there's a question I always wanted an answer to. What happened in the Great War? The Great War happened 480 years ago when an unknown fracture appeared in the air. The system, as the protector of this world, chose to fight with it for a whole year. At that time, the world was run by another system inferior to the original one and the one that I was modeled after. Since it was inferior, it had more points to exploit, and humanity took full advantage of that to take what's rightfully theirs that was hidden before. That was the golden age of humanity, as every human who managed to reach the maximum level in any skill had the opportunity to ask for amazing items. In the span of 1 year, civilization rose above the sky with its new technology, but the system came back from its fight, wounded, and closed the rift between the two dimensions. The system looked at its world and saw that the void was corrupting it, so it took all the chunks infected, created another dimension through everything there, and sealed it with all the living beings on those chunks. That's how the Natha came to be and the end of the Great War. That was roughly close to what I knew, but it was still fascinating to hear. So this system is modeled after a lesser system. How they managed to do that, it's beyond me. But the humans betray the system by taking advantage of its absence, which would be enough grounds to punish humanity, or maybe even abandon them. But no, it seems the system let them be for a while longer. What happened afterwards? Once the system came back, everything returned to normal like nothing happened. But humanity was still advancing quickly from the discoveries in the last year. Some of the researchers lost their families to the Nether, and they wanted them back. So a new branch was created to study the laws of dimensions, until 5 years later they found a way to open a portal to that place. Everything was done in secret. But when the portal was opened, it was found that hundreds of years passed there. Only now connected to our world it's stabilized. The loved ones were long dead, replaced by humans that called themselves piglings and brutes. Those people couldn't come to our dimensions without regeneration potions or special equipment, and the system spoke with the humans for the first time. It warned them not to take too much from the Nether, since it would corrupt the world. The humans were obedient at the beginning, but in grief at their lost families, they started to experiment ways to bring people back from the dead with the soul sand from the Nether. Another 5 years passed, and the system found out about those experiments and was angered. So it destroyed every portal in the world and chancing it so the enchantments wouldn't work on opening them once again. But the humanity wasn't ready to give those resources up, so they researched another way to get to it. But right at that time they found out how to open a way to the end. Once the portal was opened, an immense amount of void energy was spread through the world, destroying a few continents and bringing waves of monsters. The system found out quickly and fought the energy until it was gone. But now it was angry at humanity, so the most important people were thrown in the void. The ones researching souls were made into Viligers, and the rest became witches. The system then restricted what humanity could do by stopping the skills at level 7, burning all the information gathered in those 15 years, and went silent ever since then. That's the world we live in. Chapter 165. A Way Home. That sounds like it's human fault no matter how I look at it, and this is from the perspective of humans. I wonder how it's from the system perspective. Is this historic record made by you or another human? This was written by the historian James Holmes, who made great waves in the history community, but is widely accepted as the truth by the organization. So they had a few people who seemed to look at the situation without bias. Now the question is, how powerful can this system get? And can it help me with my final goal? How much of the ancient knowledge do you have in your storage? My storage system was designed to hold all the information the organization had. All of it? Does that mean you have all the crafting and enchantment secrets from that time? Affirmative. This is it. This would make me the most powerful person in this world. No nation can compare with what I have here. It's such a shame I can't put it in my inventory like a phone and carry it everywhere with me. Can you lift the curse of the witches and the pillagers as well? Yes, I can lift the curse of the witch, but I don't have any data in my database about pillagers. The curse is only lifted as long as they stay in my domain. I keep calling them pillagers so often that I forgot that their original name was Viligers. I'll change that later. And it seems that the fake system is powerful enough to change what the real system did, only temporarily, but still good nonetheless. Can you also remove the skills restriction? Affirmative. I'm sure Froggy and Bobby would be happy to hear that. How can I increase your range or power? To increase the range and power, I need more resources given to me by sacrificing items in the sacrifice room. So that's what that room was for. So you need inanimate objects, not living beings, right? Affirmative. Can you give me a list of the top items that would give you a lot of energy? Suddenly a black tab appeared in front of me with green text. Loading list. Netherite block 2 years. Diamond block 1 year. Soul Sand block 1 year. Lapis block 10 months. Gold block 9 months. Iron block 8 months. Redstone block 6 months. Copper blocks 4 months. Press for more greater than. Why is everything written in time instead of energy or distance? What is this? I pressed the green button and saw a longer list with all kinds of items, but most of them gave a few days or weeks at most. Why is everything written in time instead of power? That is the energy used to constantly fight against the system's domain. Once it's gone, I'm also losing territory. Then how are you going to replace the system if you need a constant supply of finite resources? I don't think we can build a dome over the planet. Building a dome would be a preferable outcome, as I could take energy from the sun, but that is not feasible in the near future. I was programmed to find the physical body of the system and take over its source of energy, or over the system itself making me evolve. Does the system have a physical place? Where on Earth would that be? On the moon? Where is the location of the system? Insufficient power to give an answer, so you're pretty much useless in that regard. Is there a way to help you find the location? With 2,000 years of power, I can scan the whole planet and deduce an answer. That would be either 1,000 netherite blocks or 2,000 soul sand blocks. The answer is pretty clear in my mind. So if you have enough energy, can you make anything? Affirmative. How about if you need to find a new dimension? I need to get a rough direction to start the research, such as energy, items, or souls. I think I can help with the last one. Cool, fake system. Do you have human intelligence, or maybe something beyond? Do you feel emotions? I do not possess real intelligence. I was only programmed to calculate huge amounts of data and mimic human thinking, but not capable of replicating emotions. So you're a computer from beginning to end. It shouldn't be able to betray me. I hope so, at least. Is there anyone alive with the same authority as me? Negative. Can I request for my information to be locked so only I and you have access to it? You can. Good. I will take off my armor now and let you scan me. If you dare betray me now, I swear I'll come back from the dead and destroy you. Research shows that there's no way to come back from the dead. I wouldn't count on that, my friend. Now I'm commanding you to not betray me or any information about me to anyone. Understand? The command was implemented. Good. This is more of a gamble on my part, but I can't find a way home without showing something for it to analyze. So I took off my netherite armor with the exception of my helmet. Please remove your helmet to have a complete scan. Can you get all the data necessary to search for a new dimension by scanning my soul? Affirmative. Then let's keep it like that for now. A black tab appeared in front of me once again. Scanning, scanning. Error. Using more energy, so scan. Scanning. Scanning complete. The error text scared me for a moment, but looks like everything turned out to be fine. Did you find anything, system? I should call it by a different name, or I'll get confused when I'll get out. Affirmative. Your body seems to be constructed similarly to humans with a few exceptions. Your skills don't seem to be restricted and have an additional one. You have a larger inventory than the average human. You can place and break blocks 3 times faster. Your body seems to be created with void energy, which was the result of the error. But the process was similar to the one used by Project New Life, just more complex. Your soul does not belong to any dimension in my database, but I can track the coordinates if sufficient power is provided. Did I hear this right? I can go back home to my family and friends? How much power do you need? 200,000 years of power. My soul was in the ninth cloud, only to be grabbed by reality and thrown into hell. How I'm supposed to get 200,000 blocks of soul sand? Even if I raid every bastion and tribe, I don't think I'll be able to gather half of it. There has to be another way. Is that the only way to get to that dimension? I am not capable of teleporting you to that dimension, only find its coordinates, so all of that power would only show me where to go, not how or if possible. But you can create a portal there, right? That's how the ancient people found out about Nether and the End. Insufficient data, cannot give an answer. Well, that's just awesome. But it's the only clue I found to get back to my homeworld, so I can't toss it aside no matter how expensive it is. Is there another way of getting more power besides those blocks? Analyzing the data and generating other solutions. The black tab appeared in front of me with its green text. Find unknown items that have high power. Low chance. Reach level max in crafting and request a high-energy recipe. Low chance. Reach level max in enchanting and request a power-generating enchant. Medium chance. Only 3 other options I see, and all of them with various degrees of success. How many items do you have registered? Over 500 items have been registered throughout my creation. I think there's more than that in the game, so maybe I should search for them. How much energy would an undying totem, nether star, and beacon give you? I'm sorry, I do not have those items registered in my database, so I cannot answer. Well, even if they do give a lot of energy, it's not a common item I can find, which leaves me with the last 2 options. Fake system. I'm going to call you Alexa from now, and you'll respond to that name. Command registered. Good Alexa, show me the fastest way to reach level max in enchanting. Preparing instructions. Then a black tab appeared once again. Level 6 Efficiency 3. Tap for more info. Level 7 Vein Mine 4. Tap for more info. Level 8 Unbreaking 5. Tap for more info. Level 9 Magic Resistance 1 star. Tap for more info. I tapped on each level and it gave me the pages that I had to write down. It was an amazing treasure to find, feeling the power just by looking at their name. Vein Mine and Magic Resistance are top priority. Alexa, do you have an enchanting room where I can level up? Negative. Can you make me one? Not enough energy to grant such a request. That's a shame. Looks like I'll have to leave you to get all the necessary materials to max my level. I would like to make a request. That took me by surprise since I didn't hear Alexa make any requests except to take off my helmet. I'm listening. Take the alley with you to be my eyes and my mouth to keep connection over long distance. If you can that, then it would be awesome. I'll come next time with a lodestone to navigate through the nether. I don't want to go missing for 2 months when I want to see you. Opening a new folder, studying the new way to the nether, have a safe trip, and gather as much precious material for my expansion. I'll do what I can, buddy. With that finally done, I got out of the exam room and checked the other rooms. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything of value that wasn't part of Alexa, and when I asked her about the empty chest in the storage room, she told me it was used to create the lifeforms outside. With everything done, I decided to get back to the surface and get to leveling and mining some ores. I'm going to be very busy in the near future. I was back at the gate I broke a few hours ago and saw that it was opened, with the exception of the obsidian blocks I used to get here. Beyond the door was a wall of water that stood in place, not trying to get inside like normal water would do. Alexa also requested me to break the obsidian blocks, since it was interfering with the door. Unfortunately, that meant that I had to place back the netherite blocks, which quickly disappeared like the rest of the door. I looked back at the alley only to see that it changed. It was bigger, cuter, and had a blue crown over its head. I had to change the alley so it could survive harsher environments. It still looked cute, so I didn't have a problem with the new changes. I turned back towards the water and got in. The door quickly closed behind me, leaving night vision to do its job. Since I didn't have the trident with me anymore, I could only swim with my hands and legs, which was more tiring and took longer. But after an hour, I was back at the ship, with the sun passing half of the day. The ship was surrounded by dead guardians, and as I broke to the surface, water froze around me, making me unable to move. Before I could start to panic, I was picked up and teleported on the ship, feeling invisible arms embracing me. Looks like Violet came to pick me up. Thank you for that. I really needed it. Also, thank you for helping with the fight. It couldn't be done without you. The embrace got stronger, so I decided to stay a few more minutes like this in silence. Chapter 166. Welcome, hero. POV, unknown player. Welcome, hero, to the world you love most. A loud voice yelled into my head, making me wake up instantly. As I opened my eyes, I saw that I was in a white plane that normally would make me go blind, and in the middle of everything was a huge golden figure all made with squares. The figure had huge golden wings that surrounded me like a hug, letting me see each individual feather of light and gold. The face would be of amazing beauty if it didn't have a huge nose in the middle to ruin it all. Sorry. Hero, your heart exploded in your old world and were chosen to live in the world you love most. Minecraft. Suddenly memories came back to me. I was an engineer but got fired for a small mistake, and I decided to take a break until I jumped back into work. My savings were enough to hold me a whole year. So I took this opportunity to let the kid inside me enjoy himself by playing games. I bought, I played, and enjoyed my life for the first time. I didn't like to waste time sleeping and showering, so I started to drink coffee and energy drinks. But slowly I built tolerance, so I had to get more extreme. The last thing I remembered was drinking a cup with 3 shots of espresso mixed with 2 energy drinks. My chest started to hurt, and I woke up here. I died because of my recklessness, but now I'm going to get another chance to live in my favorite game. What a life. Okay, I'm excited about this, but I don't remember the game needing a hero in the first place. Oh, hero, the world you'll be going will be a little different than what you know. I guide the world with a system, but the Void is sending her avatars to destroy my world. Please kill it together with the other hero. So I'm not the only hero. That's a little disappointing, but I've read stories where the second hero was the main character, so I'm not in the red yet. If I'm going to be isekai'd, I should get some special abilities right. The being of light, though, for a moment, which made me think that the previous hero didn't get something like this. Did that hero get scammed? Indeed, hero, you shall receive a special gift. You will be given an enchanted gold sword from the beginning, and since you have a background in engineering, you will start the crafting skill at level 3. Now go, grow, and defend this world in my name, and you shall be rewarded. Light gathered in front of me and took the shape of a beautifully decorated sword. This was the true sword of the hero, and I shall defeat all enemies with it. Can you give me something to cut with my sword? I want to test its sharpness. I can grant your request, so I'll summon you at night in the world. Be careful about the first apostle of the Void. He may look human, but he's with the enemy. Wait, I didn't ask for that. And what's the deal with the first apostle? That sounds super important. But I felt my guts being pulled down, and I wasn't in a plane of light anymore. Instead, I was surrounded by trees and darkness. I looked down and saw that I wore a brown shirt with blue pants, and in my hand I held a golden sword that reflected the light of the moon on its blade. Around me there were cubic trees that I only saw beyond the screen. A wave of fear, uncertainty, and excitement rushed all over me. But before I could sort those emotions out, a deep voice caught my attention. I quickly turned around and saw a zombie, much more realistic and scary than in the game. This wasn't what I requested, but I guess the best way to test a weapon is on the field. A smile appeared on my face and ran with my sword at the monster and cut him in half with one swing. The zombie fell on the ground and didn't move from there. He was dead for good. That's more powerful than I expected. I wonder... Before I could finish my sentences, an arrow flew into my shoulder, bringing signals of pain to my brain. I yelled loudly as I looked at the one who shot me. It was a skeleton that was preparing its bow for another shot. I wasn't going to let that happen again, so I ran towards it in a zigzag, missing all the arrows shot at me. When I arrive in front of the skeleton, I swing my sword and the skeleton catches on fire, then turn to ash. It also has a fire aspect, but the zombie didn't burn like the skeleton. A loud hiss caught my attention next, which made me look at the trees. A huge black spider looked at me with maddened eyes ready to attack, but I wasn't going to make the same mistake as with the skeleton. As the monster jumped at me, I rolled to the side, then ran back at the monster to kill it in one slash like the others. This was so easy. But I couldn't let my guard down, as 3 of the classic mobs appeared one after another. But the most recognized one hasn't appeared yet. The creeper. I looked around me with eagle eyes and saw something moving into the darkness. I was right. As with silent steps, the monster got closer to me, ready to blow me up. Slowly he started to inflate, signaling the start of the explosion. But I wasn't going to stand and watch. Instead, I took my sword and killed it with one swing. This feels amazing. And for the rest of the night, I kept killing monsters left and right. The sun appeared on the sky, the monsters started to retreat or got burned alive. Finally, I had enough time to look at how this world was different. Then what I know and what I found was shocking. Instinctively, I knew that I had 3 tabs that I could open at any time: inventory, status, and skills. My inventory was empty with the exception of the golden sword, and when I looked at its enchantments, I was taken by surprise. Gold sword, sharpness 15, unbreaking 7, mending, burning bone 1 star. This sword could deal a whopping 20 hearts of damage, a full health bar for any player without armor. No wonder all the monsters died in one slash. The enchantments were all costume with the exception of mending, and I've never heard about burning bone 1 star, but I can guess it's the reason the skeleton turned to ashes. I'm not going to complain about it. As for the others tabs, skills, crafting level 3, enchanting level 1, brewing level 1, trading level 1, status, name, Daniel Kaut, health 2020, attack 1, defense 1, speed 5.6 blocks per second. I instinctively knew what each of those skills and stats meant. Crafting, I can use different resources the higher I get up, until level 10 where I'll get a reward. Brewing, I can use different recipes and even costume potions the higher I go, and get a reward at level 10. Enchanting, I can do more complex enchants the higher I go, and get a reward at level 10. Trading, it's the same as in the game with the exception that I'll get some discount from time to time. I don't feel a lot of information for this skill for some reason. As for my stats, name is pretty clear. Health can be temporarily increased with special items. Attack would change depending on what I have in my hand. Defense would change on what armor I'm wearing. Speed would stay the same unless I take speed potion. Everything was clear to me and I was ready to start my new life. Even if it wasn't exactly like what I remembered, is essentially the same, just more fun. First things first, let's get myself some wooden tools to get to the good stuff. With my sword, I chopped the tree. With the wood from them, I made a crafting table and some wooden tools. With those tools, I got more resources until I got stone tools. Good, I now have a few blocks, some apples to eat and some stone tools. I'm feeling thirsty right now, so I should find a clean river to drink water from. But my next priority should be to find a village. I felt a gentle but constant pull in my soul towards a certain direction. Instinctively, I knew that way was the location of the Monster Lord, but I don't know if it's spawned besides civilization. After a bit of thinking, I decided to take the risk and follow the pull until I'll find a road or a village. And like that, I was on the road for a whole week. I passed many rivers that calmed my thirst and even had the opportunity to drink some milk from a cow. Of course, I didn't have a bucket, but wooden bowls seemed to work just fine. It was such a shame that I had to kill it afterwards to eat some of its meat. But because this world doesn't work on a drop system, I had to butcher it myself and wasted a lot of meat result with only 2 pieces of beef. This would be the only thing I'll complain about this world. I don't like to dirty my hands with blood, and I don't like to dissect creepers to get their gunpowder. The other mobs I didn't even bother to dissect, and let them to burn in the sun like the trash they were. The only use they had was to repair my golden sword. I also managed to find some iron, but unfortunately I didn't have the level necessary to craft anything with it. I had to be level 4 for that. But my patience paid off, as at the end of the week I managed to find a small village. It wasn't a great find as it only had 2 wheat farms and no church or smith house. But what took me by surprise was the fact that the villagers could actually talk like normals people. not just hums. I can say that I was taken aback when everyone yelled at me at why I was stealing their crops. I talked with the head of the village and learned that we were in the Stone Kingdom, where there was a royal family with legendary tools and armor, and the ones who defeated the zombie lord a few months prior. I was fascinated to hear that my fellow hero was doing her job well. For the next few days, I stayed at the village and improved it. In the day I chopped wood and traded sticks with the head village since he was a Fletcher. From him, I learned that we had a different trading system, and mine was way better than his. At night, I would go hunt for skeletons to get their bones and keep the rest of monsters outside of the village. Just like that, I became the hero of this village overnight, and with the bones of the skeletons, I used bone meal to grow the crops, making me more popular. A few weeks have passed since then, and I've grown exponentially since I first came here. My plan was to level up my trading tab sufficiently to buy myself enchanted diamond armor. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of villagers I could trade and level up my skill, but progress was still made. Until one day, something bad has happened. Village head Andrea, I didn't expect to see you outside of the village. Did something happen? Ah, hero. No, we just decided to move to a bigger town since we now have some funds to live more comfortably and have a kid. It was all thanks to you. We can't thank you enough. That wasn't good. Those two were the main source of emeralds I made in this village. If they leave, I can't progress anymore, and I don't want to move to a town since I'm not prepared yet. I have to keep them here. Is that so? That's a shame. I heard that another monster lord is coming, and the bigger towns won't be open to new citizens. Both of them paled when they heard about the monster lord. Then what should we do? Don't worry, I intended to build walls around the village to make it more safer. I'll even build some houses and farms to increase our production. We can live more comfortably afterwards. The couple looked at each and decided to get back to the village. I could only smile as their back turned. Chapter 167, Shadow Lord. POV, Shadow Lord. In the beginning, I was nothing but energy floating in the void. Until one day the void decided to make a body for me, something that can make me grow, a new purpose, and a life. Wake up, my servant. Light came into my eyes as I saw a cave surrounding me. Besides me was my heart, beating slowly and generating skeletons for my army. All the necessary knowledge my master and brother gathered was gifted to me at my creation, making me take the threats of the humans seriously, especially the hero. The void decided to send me to the Sandstonda kingdom, since this place doesn't have a hero. I looked down at the body I was gifted with and couldn't be more proud to be chosen for such an important mission. I was 5 blocks tall with a dark leather jacket and a hood that covered my face, letting only my glowing eyes to be seen. My arms were long and made of the strongest bones that ever walked in this realm. On my back I had a huge dark bow which only I had the strength to draw its string. Besides the bow was a long quiver with multiple colored arrows, each with a unique ability. On my long legs I wore dark pants that touched my shadow, but every step I took was silent as a feather. I waited for a few minutes so my minions could spawn before sending them to explore the cave and a way out. I had to assist my situation before planning my next course of action. Hopefully, I'm not too far away from my brother, and we can join forces to defeat this world. It's embarrassing enough that he failed the first time, even blessed by the void. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. I stayed for a few hours, forcing my heart to produce more servants, when I realized something odd. No skeleton that I sent scouting has returned. Sure, I order them to come back when they find the exit, but it's been a few hours already, and I don't think I'm that deep into the earth. Suddenly I felt that something disturbed the peace of darkness. It was the light of a hateful lantern, followed by human voices. Where the skeletons keep coming from, my prince? I hope so. The other nobles upstairs are getting more nervous since we lost. I don't want them to run away just because we have some skeletons in the basement. Humans. I didn't expect to meet them so soon, and not so close to my spawner. I had to get rid of them quickly before they would pose a threat to me. I took off my hand from the spawner, letting void energy run through my bones, making them stronger. My body started to get darker and darker, and then I melted into the shadows. My prince, be careful, there's over a dozen skeletons here. Don't worry, they won't be able to pass our shields. I started to take form in the shadows behind them, unknown, to the 10 people with armor. Slowly and silently, I took my bow and a bright red arrow from my quiver. Then I released the arrow in the middle of the group. Boom! A loud explosion soon followed, and everyone was thrown into the walls of the cave. The ones closest to the arrows died on the spot, while the others were injured trying to get up. Only one seemed to be standing and wore the same armor as the hero. This is going to be troublesome. We're under attack. Take out your crossbows and shoot. The man in diamond armor leads by example and shoots fireworks at me. Bang! I disappeared back into the shadows, which resulted in the fireworks hitting the wall. Before they could ask where I was, I appeared beside 3 humans who were injured, drew my bow with 3 normal arrows, and shot them in the face, bypassing the iron defense. Everyone yelled in anger, and a wave of fireworks came at me, but I was already back in the shadows. He's teleporting like an Enderman. Watch your backs and look for particles. That was some quick thinking from the man covered in diamond armor. I have to get rid of him first. I appeared a little further from the prince and drew a red arrow, letting it go at the commander. Boom! The arrow exploded and the man was on the ground but not dead. That armor was more annoying than anticipated. Bang, bang, bang. While directed, the other humans shot at me with fireworks. This time they hit. Unfortunately for them, neither my clothes nor my bones got damaged from that attack. While I didn't have the same regeneration as my brother, my defense was way higher than his. I took a few more normal arrows and started to shoot at the soldiers who seemed to fall in despair. A minute later, the only one alive was the man who had diamond armor, and my arrows didn't do enough damage to him. You're a monster lord, like the one that attacked the Stone Kingdom, aren't you? I didn't have the obligation to answer that question. Instead, I took a green arrow and put it in my bow. I'm the next sultan of this nation. I have the best armor and weapon a man can make. You won't be able to defeat me. We shall see. I let loose the arrow, but it didn't hit the armor or his face. Instead, it went through his arm that was unprotected, pining him to the cave wall. Poison runs through his system, and unlike the potions in this world, it won't stop at half a heart. He was going to die an agonizing death for being too foolish to recognize a higher power. I turned around to search for the others as the soldiers claimed. I jumped from shadow to shadow until I arrived at tunnels made by humans. They were long tunnels with large rooms on the side, and with my silent steps, I got closer to the enemy camp. Just as I was about to attack the rest of the humans, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. My spawner. I quickly went back to the shadows and ran towards my heart. Who attacked it? There were only skeletons left around there, even if a human hid from me or survived. But when I arrived at the last battlefield, something was different in the air. My bones slowly started to take damage. Soul magic was in the air, and it was pretty powerful. It seemed to be a temporary thing, so I wouldn't have to worry about this. Instead, the man with diamond armor was gone. Did he survive? But how? He shouldn't have enough strength to take the arrow out, and even if he somehow did that, the poison would last for hours. Another sharp pain came into my chest, which made me go back into the shadows. On the other side, I saw my servants destroyed on all sides, with the prince beside my spawner with an enchanted diamond pickaxe in his hand. You finally came back. I thought you wouldn't feel the spawner being destroyed, even if it's the block that brings you back to life. How did you know about that? Ha! So it's true in the end. Getting all warm and fuzzy with the hero wasn't for nothing. So the hero somehow found out about this. This is no good. I didn't even start my conquest, and my weakness has been found. I'll just bring shame to the void. Good. So you know the situation you're in. Now you have to listen to me, or I'll destroy your precious spawner in one swing. I narrowed my eyes, calculating my odds of killing him before he could destroy my spawner. Unfortunately, the armor he had protected him from any insta-kill attacks, and I still don't know how he survived my poisoned arrow last time. If you understand what I'm saying, address me as young master. How dare he, a lowly human, order me something like this? Looks like you still don't realize your position yet. He gently scraped the spawner block with his pickaxe, which made me nervous. What do you want, young master? I couldn't see his face because of the helmet, but I was sure he had a grin on it. Good, Go to the nobles upstairs and call them here, but tell them to bring a lever and a piston with them." That was a weird request, but I didn't have a choice but to follow it. I went back on foot since I didn't want to waste energy on such a meaningless task, and I arrived back at the man-made tuneless. There the guards saw me and were trembling in fear with their weapons in hand. That's how humans should feel when seeing a being of the void, not like that madman playing with his life. "Call everyone here unless you want to die by my arrow. Go, you have 5 minutes to get everyone." The two guards looked at each other, gulped, and ran to fulfill my order. A few minutes later, a dozen of humans arrived in front of me, ready to fight, just waiting for the signal. I looked at all of them. Most wore iron armor, while a few had diamond armor. But I didn't know if it was as strong as the man down the tunnel. Someone that calls himself the future Sultan summoned you all down to meet with him. And don't forget to take a piston and a lever with you. I spoke in a low and threatening voice. Everyone was confused at first, before murmuring between themselves about the prince, or something like that. A few minutes later, everyone was following me, but never letting their weapons down, which was smart of them. Half an hour later, we were back at the prince, who was waiting in boredom. "Finally, you arrived. I knew it would take a while to convince those old and stupid nobles to follow you, even if you were a monster. Young prince, what's the meaning of this? Are you controlling this monster? The only one that can control me is the void. Yes, I control this monster. As you can see, he's huge and powerful. He's as powerful as the zombie lord that attacked the Stone Kingdom a few months ago." More murmurs were exchanged. Most of them were looking at me with fear, as they should. "What do you intend to do with this monster? We would have the whole world against us soon." "Gentlemen, we just got a new weapon to fight my sister. And you want to throw it away?" Everyone froze before a smile appeared on their faces, like they understood a hidden message. Did I miss something? Can I take them as hostages against the prince? No, he doesn't seem to care about them in that way, so it would put me in unnecessary danger. "We shall take our lands back by being the heroes of this nation." The ones in diamond armor cheered, while the ones in iron armor seemed as confused as me. 2 months have passed since then, and I've managed to do more damage to this world than even my brother did. I attacked big towns with overwhelming power or by assassination. I always attacked alone instead of an army as the prince ordered. I was much faster and stronger that way. When I attacked with overwhelming power, the prince came to save the city by defeating me. When I'll go to another town, I'll have a different clothing and use another weapon or my bare hands. I learned from the humans that they were much crueler than we could possibly be, and I didn't need to use as much force as I expected when I invaded this land. The more I stood with the prince, the more I learned from him. I was always in his shadow, ready to protect him in any case, but I was also watching for an opportunity to break free and ravage the whole world. Chapter 1, 168. End of Volume 4. POV, Merry Paper. I felt a powerful pull into my soul, which made my pen stop. He's finally back. The old man beside me with a long beard and white robe looked at me from his book. "Who, your teacher?" "No, the zombie lord." He quickly closed his book and his expression got serious. "Then we have to prepare the holy army. Try not to take too long, otherwise he will make another army by the time we get there." The man nodded his head and left the room. That old man was the Pope himself, and it was a funny how we met. The first time I went to the Sandstone Palace, the political battle just ended with the princess being victorious. Seems that she intends to reform the nobles, and for that she needed Pope's help. Unfortunately for her, when the Pope saw me for the first time, he was on the ground crying out of happiness that the system hadn't abandoned them. Since I was prophesied to be the hero of this world, they made ample preparations for me to get ready for that journey. Unfortunately, the incident happened, and instead of me appearing in the desert, I appeared in a forest. Once the church heard that I was with the Stone Kingdom instead of the church, they thought the system had abandoned them since they failed their mission. But now that I was here, they can redeem themselves by preparing me for the final fight. I was confused about how he knew that the zombie lord wasn't dead, but he clarified that he knew that because the prophecy hadn't been fully fulfilled. It's not widely known, but the prophecy also said that the enemy would ravage through the treelands and then the hero would bring him down. The zombie lord only managed to attack the Stone Kingdom, concluding that the fight was not over yet. I stayed at the church headquarters for a few months, studying enchantments as best as I could. With the method, Trader taught me I managed to make a lot of progress with this skill. Skills: crafting level 3, enchanting level 7, brewing level 2, trading level 3. I managed to get to the Grandmaster level in enchanting. Not only that, when I arrived at this level, I found out that it wasn't the pinnacle of the skill like everyone around me. Was it because I was a hero? Did Trader know about this as well? I like to think that he didn't, and I finally had something over him. By the end of the day, a small army was made. 50 soldiers with enchanted iron armor and 5 generals with enchanted diamond armor. Each one of us got a horse so we could get there as fast as possible. We traveled for 2 weeks, where we passed dunes of sand, rivers, lakes, and finally a forest. But in the end, we arrived. The ground was filled with animal skeletons that hadn't been disloved by the system, like its power couldn't reach here. The land and the trees were more grey than green, and an army of zombies was already waiting for us at the entrance. "Take out your swords and prepare for battle." Everyone took out their weapons and yelled a war cry as they attacked. While they did that, I drank a speed, jump boost, night vision, and invisibility potion. I could now jump over zombies at high speed while being half invisible. But that wasn't enough for me. Instead, I took out 4 long pages, similar to scrolls, from my inventory and placed them on my visible armor. Soon, a reaction was noticed. The armor that I had on turned invisible with me. This was the result of my research for the past few months: temporary enchantments. I had a few costume-made pages that were longer than normal, and on them I wrote 2 enchantments: Transparency 1 and Biding. Those 2 were created by the Sandstone Kingdom trying to recreate the invisible potions. They didn't manage to do that, unfortunately. Instead, they created an enchantment that is close to it: Transparency. It's similar to the original goal, with the exception that if you look from certain angles, you can see the reflection of the light blinding you. But if it's combined with an invisible potion and move at high speeds, you're practically invisible. Now, the second enchantment is more important than the first. Biding is an enchanted inspired by soul biding. It has the effect of putting any enchantments on the item without using an anvil. This means that any enchanted book or page that has this can be used just by touching an item. But since those enchantments are too heavy for my armor to use constantly, I decided to use them temporarily, and it was good. I jumped from one zombie head to another, killing them as jumped again. At great speeds, I passed the wave of zombies and entered the cave, which was also filled with the undead flesh, but more packed. I went deeper and deeper, trying not to get any attention on me, when all of a sudden I felt a heavy presence approaching me. The zombie lord was coming. I stayed still, trying not to get any attention on me, as I saw a huge monster appear with darkness behind him. I killed him once, and not by fighting fair, unfortunately. I wasn't strong enough at that time or had enough experience. But this time it would be different. I had the intention of fighting him head-on, winning and killing him once and for all. The monster lord passed by me, speaking in his low voice. "Find me. No smart zombie knew about this place, nor can the system find my spawner." He passed me without noticing, which was a good thing, and I was pleased to hear that he didn't know that the system marked him, which helped me find him when he's most vulnerable. I looked at his back as he was getting further and further away. With a strength potion and the sword given to me by the system, I could jump to him and decapitate him in one swing. But I held myself back. It wasn't certain that I could succeed in that attack, and he wasn't a priority for now. I looked deeper into the cave, where there were rows of zombies coming out, and continued my infiltration. 15 minutes later, I arrived at a larger room filled with zombies that seemed to guard something floating in the air. It was a block similar to a metal cage that gave out a powerful pressure. That must be the spawner of the zombie lord. I jumped from head to head until I was on top of the cage block. Every zombie turned around confused, but they couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Then I took out my enchanted diamond pickaxe and hit the cursed block with all my force. Only a dent appeared, but the zombies didn't react. Was I wrong about this? I continued to hit the block until there was no more. At my final hit, I heard a loud iron cage being ripped apart, followed by screams of agony which scared me a little. Then a part of my soul started to grow, and I felt that half of the mission was finally completed. I was right. The cave started to tremble like a giant was running down the tunnels, and I would be right about that assumption once the zombie lord appeared furiously without his blindfold. Who was it? Who broke my spawner? He looked around the room with his eyes of the void until he stopped at me. You, filthy hero of the system, how dare you break something so sacred? I'm going to kill you for this. Looks like my invisibility doesn't work when he's in his second phase, but at least I angered him enough. He jumped towards me, ignoring all the damage he was doing to his army, and all I did was raise my shield and brace for impact. Boom! His fist hit my shield, and two things happened at impact. A huge shockwave was formed, knocking all the zombies back, and his fist taking damage. How is that possible? That's what happens when you punch a shield with thorns. Unfortunately, this enchantment damages the shield as well, and with the strength the zombie lord has, I could only block him 10 more times before it breaks. This was a surprise for me, not because his punch was so strong, but because his punch was so weak. I felt his full strength last time we fought, and it was double what he was using now. Did this happen because I broke the spawner, or is he planning something? It didn't matter. I was going to kill him before he would pull anything off. He punched my shield once more, resulting in his other fist getting damaged. But this time I let myself get knocked back to gain some distance. Before he could jump at me, I threw a strength potion on the ground and took my sword out. Suddenly he stopped, and rationality came back to him as he looked at my sword. That weapon. I feel it's touched by the system. I can't take you lightly anymore. It was easier to fight him when he was a beast. Now he would use tactics which are no fun. The next attack didn't come from the zombie lord, but from its minions trying to drown me in numbers. Unfortunately for them, my sword was made specifically for fighting monsters like them. And when I swing my sword, I don't kill one zombie, instead 3 drop dead. Another wave of zombies started to attack me from behind, which made me take out a normal shield to defend, only to feel my back being hit with a powerful force sending me into the walls of the cave. That was dirty. And his next attack was pilling more zombies on me as I was trying to get up. The only reason I wasn't overwhelmed was because of my sword. But even then, the zombie lord managed to sneak up on me and punch me into the wall, then keep punching my head repeatedly. I wasn't taking a lot of damage because of the armor, but little by little he was taking control of the battle, and that wasn't good for me. Time to pull out my trap card. I took out a firework and let it explode between us. He got some damage while I was thrown away, letting me have some room to breathe. I quickly got up and took another scroll from my inventory, but this time I didn't put it on my armor or sword. Instead, I placed it on my arm. But something unexpected happened. The scroll disappeared like it enchanted something. This was the result of my true research I did at the Sandstone Kingdom. Enchanted tattoos. It was never thought possible before, and I managed to find the solution for it. Kind of. What I had on was temporary tattoos, not permanent ones. I had to use redstone ink for this to stick to my skin, and with the help of the biding enchantment, but it would only last for 3 minutes before disappearing. As for what kind of enchantment I had, Strength 3, and the best part about this, temporary enchanted tattoos are stackable with potions. So now I had Strength 5 on me, and with one single swing, I killed a wave of zombies, clearing a path to the zombie lord who was taken by surprise by the sudden power up. I swing my sword, and I slashed his undead flesh. But there was a difference this time. The wand wasn't regenerating anymore. The monster's eyes were wide with surprise before yelling out loud and punching the ceiling. The ceiling cracked and fell, but behind was blocks and blocks of gravel that fell on me, taking me by surprise. Once I managed to break the gravel off me, I saw that I was only surrounded by zombies with no lord in sight. With my soul compass, I also felt that he was getting further and further away. That monster ran off. Chapter 1, 169. Strangers at the house. A month had passed since I fought the Elder Guardian, and now we were almost back at the port. A few things happened in the past few weeks, and not all of them were fun. Once I was on the ship unseen with Violet, the moment was quickly interpreted by the ally who had been looking for me since I disappeared out of nowhere. Because of that, Violet hates the Alexa with her whole being. It doesn't help that the alley is more curios by nature than normal, and it flies all around the ship, taking stuff and analyzing them before dropping them in the middle of the ship. This resulted in the crew complaining that their stuff kept missing, and it was all my pet's fault. I tried to talk with Alexa to stop her behavior and found out that she hadn't been scanning items for a few days. That's how I found out that Violet was very petty, stealing people's items and leaving them in the middle of the hallways to bother as many people as possible so they would blame the alley. I could only give an exasperated sigh and had a long talk with her afterward. Of course, this wasn't everything that happened in the past month when they found that I was back on the ship. They treated me like a hero of the sea. How did I manage to fight with the guardians in the water? How did I move and jump out of the water like I was the god of the sea? Everyone became my fan overnight. We took a few guardians with us as trophies since they were not paid for this expedition, or at least not in emeralds. They now have a brand new ship and the best defense any crew could wish for. There's no deal better than this. The only casualty we had was that one man who decided to be the new captain of the ship, otherwise the armor did well in protecting everyone. And those were the big things that happened, but there were a few small things as well, such as an increasing amount of attacks at night from the phantoms, the captain getting sick, and the crew catching on how my armor works, and I couldn't take them by surprise as often as I liked. But today was a special day because we would arrive back to our sweet land. Alexa came beside me and spoke telepathically. Is that change good or bad? That could have taken forever. No wonder the system managed to get rid of all information related to you so fast. Everything was gathered in one place. What did you do in that time? Wait, you're the reason the sea is so dangerous. Somehow the system didn't destroy your scouts and just chose to limit their range. I don't know if that's a win or a loss for Alexa. We're going to arrive in an hour. Everyone be prepared. The crew let out a loud cheer when they heard that. Today is the day the mad crew would become a legend. All drinks are on me tonight. Captain Siren soon followed. Another cheer, but louder this time, came from everyone. I could only smile and shake my head at that. An hour later, we arrived at the port, with a lot of attention on us wondering who we were. Yes, it was one of my ideas to resist your guardian's lasers, and I'm glad I paid so much since it did a good job. You can do that? I'm glad I already got you as an ally, so I won't have to go through all of that again. Once we arrived and let down the anchor, everyone but one rushed down the ship to party at the bar. I didn't join them since I didn't like to drink, and our contract was officially over, so we moved in our separate ways. Instead of going to the bar, I went back home where I saw a few people waiting at the gate with enchanted iron armor. This wasn't a good start. Did the officials find out that I bought the house without them? I thought for a moment if I should speak with them or ignore them since they couldn't see me anyway. Hey, what's that blue thing floating around? The other two guards turned towards me. I completely forgot that my new companion doesn't have the same ability as me or Violet. I looked at the floating angel who waited for further instructions on what to do. Unfortunately, I think Alexa can fly faster than they can run, and I don't want them to take out their crossbows to shoot after it. So with a sigh, I let myself know. Who are you, and what business do you have with this house? All three of them jumped back in surprise and looked at me with shock. Was that an invisibility potion? Who are you, and why do you sneak up like this through this nice neighborhood? I could only get annoyed at his accusations. I asked you first. They all looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. We want to talk with the owner of this house. Are you the one by any chance? No, I'm just the one that takes care of it while he's gone. What do you want from him? They looked a little disappointed at my response. We work for the Sun Company, and we want to invite him to our headquarters. Do you know a way to contact him? From the Sun Company? Did they figure out that I was the one who killed their employee? No, that can't be possible. I didn't leave any evidence behind, and I didn't have a reason to kill him in the first place. Or at least, that's what they should know. I still don't know if you came with good or bad intentions here, so I can't tell you anything. They looked more frustrated about this, but they didn't know if they should tell me or beat me for the information. Luckily, one of them was smart enough to realize that not everyone can use invisible potions, so they chose the peaceful option. We came with good intentions. We only want his opinion about the culture of the Viligers. The Illigers? Why would they? Oh, I remembered that they were on their way here as well to get Alexa, and that was 2 months ago. I wonder how much damage they did here, and why would they even look for me? Maybe I should meet with them at a later date. He's going to come back in 2 days, but I can send him a message that you're looking for him. Where do you want me to send him once he's back? Their faces lit with happiness once they heard that. We're at the inn right beside the second gate. It's big with white wood. He'll see it without a doubt. Okay, I'll tell him to look out when he's back. They thanked me and left me on my own. Yes. I don't know their intentions yet. I don't want to fall into a trap. That was a lot higher than I expected. Maybe he knows other ways to trap me. How would you try to trap me if you were ordered? The alley stayed still for a few minutes before connecting back with a response. That was a scary strategy that I can't think of a solution right now. And there's such a thing as an item remover block. I've never heard about it, and I wonder if I can make one as well. This item removal block, how can I make one? That's a shame, but I would make one once I'm at that level. Anything in the city that caught your eye? Good, at least it remembers that. Do you have a way to make yourself invisible so you won't get kidnapped? That's a shame. I guess I'll give you an invisibility potion and walk with you around the city to gather more data. As long as Alexa scans something, it can give me a full blueprint on how I can recreate the item. Why shouldn't I let it go wild and scan everything on the market? It's my golden angle. Don't tell Violet that. First, we'll need some information about the invasion of the Illigers. I'm surprised they're not here yet. They're looking for you after all. Yeah, I got the information of you from them in the first place after all. The alley stayed still for a few moments, like it was analyzing something with this new information. You're the reason they have all of this? Do you know how much of a mess that caused? I could only give an exasperated sigh. Why would you attack people that are near you then? How could have they shown it when you attacked first? But you still granted me basic authority once I showed you the map and the schematics. Were those part of your plan as well? Wait, they can still get to you if they know what sign to put on a block. I don't want any pillager to get their hands on Alexa. Can you deactivate that order since you found me? I really don't like this. Looks like I need to stop those pillagers myself. Otherwise, this world would get into deep trouble. But for that, I need more information on what happened while I was on He-See. I looked at my house one again before turning back. Let's go to the bar. We need to gather some information for our next move. I don't know. She can do whatever she wants when we're on land. There's not a lot of people who can pose a danger to her. Unfortunately, I don't think so. She's pretty angry at you. Only time will tell. Then we walked back to the bar where the party was. Chapter 1, 170, a few days later. The music was loud in the bar, laughter and drinks were at every table I walked by. The crew were the stars of show, with stories and theatrics on what happened at the sea. Some jumped on the tables, while others poked the dead guardian with a stick like it was a sword. Everyone was laughing or were amazed at their stories. It was fun to see everything from behind, like a shadow that sees history unfold. I slowly walked towards the bar and sat on one of the tall stools. A glass of milk, please. The barman was spooked by my sudden appearance, but decided to give me the order. I thought the great hero was not interested in those lowly parties. The person sitting beside me was also one of the stars of this party, Captain Mad Siren herself. It's not like I'm some kind of noble in the first place. I don't have problems with parties. I just don't like the alcohol. The whole bar erupted with cheers as one of the drunken men took out their iron sword and put a scratch on the mechanical eye of the guardian. Should I feel bad about this? Then I guess you didn't come here just for a cup of milk. Or perhaps you truly did fall in love with me and plan another proposal. She said that while winking at me, or at least she tried, but looked like a blink because of her eye patch. It's going to take more than a wink for me to fall in love with you. Sorry, Captain, my riches aren't so easy to take. Tsk. I could only smile at her attempt to rob me more than she already had. It's not like I'm going to complain about it. What I got from this expedition is way more valuable than what she could ever imagine. Plus, we got closer in the past few months when we were on the ship. I can confidently say she is loyal and the best friend of my wallet, so I don't think she would betray me anytime soon. I came here to listen if anyone knows about the invasion of the Illigers. You heard about it as well? It's just a rumor here, but I heard they came from the borders of the Stone and Sandstone Kingdom on a flying platform. Then, when the army tried to block them, they scattered like foxes. Now they attack different towns and nobody knows what their goal is. I know what their final goal is, but why aren't they rushing here? Are they looking for something else first? Alexa, what do they need to show you to not get attacked? That's the sign to stop the attack of the Guardians. Wasn't my trident enough to stop them? Trader, is you monster friend here as well? What? No, this place is too packed for her liking. She must be at home right now building with redstone. Then who are you talking to? Another monster? Yes? Are you sure you're not a monster lord? Because I saw you having more monster friends than human ones. Hey, just because I have a witch, a tribesman from another dimension, an ender woman, the hero, and a supercomputer, that doesn't mean I don't have human friends. Wait, this list is weirder than I expected. Maybe I really am a monster lord. No, Bobby is a normal human, so that has to count for something. Why are you silent all of a sudden? I was just joking around. If you didn't speak with Miss Violet, who else did you speak to? I spoke with Alexa, my flying friend, the one who kept stealing items from the crew. Yes. She let out a sigh while messaging her forehead. Listen, trader, if you weren't so powerful and rich, I would have thought you were crazy. At least you're not saying that I'm crazy right now. Thanks, I guess. Do you think you can gather more information about the Illigers? She chugged the rest of the booze in one go and smacked the cup on the counter. Sure, but you'll buy the next drink. Barman, give me 1 cup of slime booze. The man nodded and quickly poured a cup of green booze to the captain. I rolled my eyes and paid the emeralds to the man. She smiled, blew me a kiss, and went to talk with the others. That took me by surprise and made me choke on my milk. Since when do machines know what flirting looks like? No, she's trying to get under my skin and steal all of my riches if possible. It's only a saying. Anyway, why do you think the Illigers are not coming here? The floating angel stayed in silence for a few moments before giving a response. Why would they search for that? Wait, for the past few months that I've been here, I've never seen a trident in public or even speak about them, even though they are useful at moving through water at great speeds. Could it be that they don't know what a trident looks like? Can't you craft a trident? So nobody in this dimension can do it. No wonder I didn't see it. Maybe I don't have to worry about it after all. If they don't have the drawings in the end, they would have to fight with the Guardians, and I don't think they stand a chance against them. Especially not against the Elder Guardians. With that reassurance in mind, I relaxed some more and listened to the gossip around me, while Alexa was scanning people or items from time to time. After an hour, Siren came back with rose cheeks on her face. I found out some information about the Illigers. They recently stole something from the Sun Company and everyone is looking for them. Bunch of hypocrites. They only care about the problem only when it affects them, not when 5 whole villages were blown up. My blood froze in my veins, realizing why the guards were looking for me. Maybe they found a trident in one of the Sun warehouses. Alexa is in danger of being used against humanity if I don't do anything about this. Thank you, Siren. That was very helpful. But I have to go now. Keep having fun and be careful not to stab someone. Hey, hi Kay. I didn't sit to listen to her and went back home with hurried steps. Yes, I'll accept the invitation of those guards and visit the Sun headquarters. But for now I should focus on leveling up my enchanting skill so I can put the magic resistance 1 star on my armor. I don't want to tell him that I'm stopping the pillager from getting to it, since clearly the supercomputer wants to have more hands under its control. And pillagers are dangerous now. I don't want to think how they would be with a supercomputer helping them. Don't worry, I have a plan. Maybe I won't be able to level all the way up to max level, but I should be able to get to level 9, hopefully. Don't worry, just watch me and you'll get the hang of it. I visited a few Fletcher workshops and ordered a few printing presses with all the instructions being similar. And since I gave an order to a workshop and not a person, the whole order should be finished in 1 day. Of course, I didn't plan on stopping just there, as I went through the city and did some shopping. When I arrived home, I built an enchanted room and crafted an enchanting table. I looked at the resources I had and saw that I had everything except enough lapis. It's very hard to buy those ores in bulk, and I didn't want to steal yet. Instead, I made a staircase downwards that led me into a cave system. For the rest of the 2 days, I managed to get more riches in ores, get the orders back in a box, and level up my enchanting skill twice. Even after hundreds of enchanted books, I couldn't get to level 9. But it was enough that I got Vein Mine 4 for my pickaxe, so it's not a wasted effort. I was planning on doing that anyway, it's just that I hate restrictions, and I want to get rid of them as soon as possible. I had multiple printing presses now to increase my level of efficiency, but I should have invested more into multiple enchanting tables since that's the place where most time is wasted waiting for the enchantments to be done. But a lot of progress was made nonetheless, and I'll probably continue to do this until max level when I get back. Let's go to the inn then, but first let's make you invisible with this. I took out a splash potion from my inventory and broke it on the alley heads, making it disappear. Then I took off my helmet and put on my trusty cloak. Half an hour later, I was in the White Inn the guards were talking about, and to my luck, they were downstairs eating lunch. With silent steps, I approached and waited for them to notice me. Can we help you with something? I don't know. You're the ones that called for me to meet you. All of them had their eyes on me, so I took off my hood to see my face. Just as they said, he has no nose. I wonder how that happened. One of them rudely whispered to his friend, "So what do you need from me?" My friend told me it was something related to Viligers. Yes, we want to invite you to our headquarters at the capital and talk with our boss. We don't have much details, but you'll be compensated for the time you'll spend there. I raised an eyebrow at what the leader said. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty expansive. The others laughed and reassured me that the Sun Company could afford it. I could only smile, trying to come up with the best method to milk them as much as possible. We got on our horses and left for the capital, and 2 weeks later we arrived. It was an amazing sight to see. The city was built on top of a huge floating island, with smaller ones on the side. Below was a huge hole covered by stairs and torches, with miners working tiercely like ants. There were stone bridges that were connected to the small islands, and the small islands connected the main one. I had to stay for a few minutes to admire this piece of human ingenuity, and even Alexa gave a compliment to the city. Welcome to the Golden City, where all dreams come true. The guard spoke with a proud tone, waving his hand at his home. It was pretty impressive, so I wasn't going to say anything negative about it. With the short break over, we climbed on the stone bridges. Chapter 1. 171. Why are they here? The small islands were all farmlands, with only a few houses to take care of the fields. I saw wheat, potato, carrot, and even beetroot fields. The road was visibly separated by a wooden fence and illuminated with iron lanterns. Alexa sat on my head, holding on to the dark helmet while analyzing the site we were passing by. At first, when they saw the alley, they asked if it was the same as the previous one. I affirmed it, telling them that it was my pet and that I let it stay with my friends when I was gone. When they asked about the armor, I responded with, "Don't worry, it's just similar." They didn't like my response, but they wouldn't complain too much, Ab put it, since it wasn't that important. We went on to the second bridge, which was wider and better decorated all the way to the gates. There, I saw a few guards with enchanted iron armor checking the people coming in. I was shocked when I saw this, since only rich nobles were able to afford it, not Mayor Gate guards. My guards showed an emblem to the gatekeepers, and they just nodded, letting us pass without checking us. Now we were in the floating city, and it was more different than I anticipated. I could say that the city was closer to my home than this world. The streets were packed with animals and carts. There were only buildings 5 stories or higher. People on the walkway were all differently clothed, but in the same tone of colors. Most of the first floors I saw were either shops or workshops. Why is everyone dressed so differently in here? That's because most of them are citizens. What? Then they proceeded to explain to me what all of this meant. Simply put, each color represents a job given by the system. If you don't work, you'll have a simple colored tunic related to your job. And when people see you on the streets, if they're interested, they can trade with you on the spot. If you work for a workshop, you'll still keep the colors, but you'll have a few designs imprinted on your clothing, or even given a uniform from the start. The higher you are on the chain, the more decorated your clothing style would be, but never stir away from the designated color. There were a few exceptions, such as the leader of the nation, the guards, and the miners or prisoners. It was interesting to hear about this, but when I asked why did they do that in the first place, they looked at me like I was stupid. Because this is the Golden City, we can't look like everyone else in the world. Well, that was a response that I didn't expect to hear. Just to be sure, I asked about each color for the job, and they were nice enough to respond to it. Farmer, yellow; butcher, light pink; fisherman, light blue; librarian, red; armorer, grey; toolsmith, dark grey; shepherd, white; leatherworker, brown; cleric, purple; cartographer, green; fletcher, light brown; weaponsmith, white-grey; mason, orange. Those are the classic jobs, but there are a few exceptions. Guards, armor, children, system-given tunic; miner/prisoner, black; wandering trader, blue jacket; ruler, gold and red. Wait, you have wandering traders here? Yes, unfortunately we have them. But you'll rarely see one here in the big cities, since they like to trade with small settlements. Wandering traders are only legends in the other kingdoms. I was curious how they got their job in the first place. The guards were shocked when I told them that we didn't have wandering traders in the other kingdoms. How is that possible? From what I know, you'll have to get no contact with the blocks chosen by the system for a whole year, at the age of adulthood. Statistically, there should be someone there that goes through this as well. What is so different? Is that how wandering traders get their job? I guess that would make sense, and explain the reason why I didn't see a jobless villager until now. It's the system's way of getting everyone something, no matter where you are or how you are. Now the question is if this is truly a gift or a shackle made by the system. As they talked more about this subject, I came to a theory on my own. People who end up as wandering traders tend to live alone or in small communities in the wild. Not only that, but they are dumb by the standards of this world, since they don't know how to craft anything at all, only focusing on hunting and gathering berries. Since they don't know how to use the crafting table, they can't make the blocks necessary for a system job, leading them to become wandering traders. But there's something different about the Coral Kingdom in comparison with the others. It's much safer. True, every night monsters would come and hunt the humans and their settlements, but they only get a quarter of the monsters the others get. So here you could afford to survive alone until you get to 14 years old. But in the other kingdoms, you couldn't do something like this, since there is strength in numbers. I talked with Alexa about my theory, and it was on the same side as me, since there weren't a lot of records of this process. It knew that you could choose a specific job if you wanted to, but that was kept for influential people and not the common folk. What it didn't know was the fact that you could change your trading tab constantly until you got the perfect trade. Our discussion was interrupted short once we arrived at the destination. It was a huge mansion that was surrounded by a wall of concrete combined with iron bars. The guard at the entrance had an enchanted diamond armor which surprised me once again. This is truly the most rich kingdom of them all. Holt, is this the guest we were expecting? Yes, sir. He looks exactly as described. It's just that he has a weird armor. That doesn't matter. You'll have to take it off. And if you have any dangerous weapons, please give them to me so we can proceed further. What is this guy talking about? I don't know why I was called here in the first place, and I don't trust you or your company enough to let my life in your hands. So no, I would not give you anything. The guard only grunted in annoyance. Then you three stay here, and I'll escort the guest to the president. Yes, sir. The man nodded and signaled me to follow him. I got off my horse and followed him while admiring the mansion. There were statues sculpted by hand with different rulers or knights of this nation. There were also small animals running or jumping here and there, such as Arctic foxes, pandas, and turtles. There were also a few pieces of art made with precious materials such as gold and emeralds, all on display in the open. When we entered the mansion, something caught my eye. The light source wasn't lanterns or torches. Instead, it was glass blocks, powdered with glowstone, making them into beautiful chandeliers. All the servants wore either enchanted iron armor or colored leather armor, giving the air of tight security. We went deeper into the mansion and stopped at a huge door guarded by two big and muscular guys who stopped us from getting any closer. "Tell Master the awaited guest is here." They looked at the alley with confusion and then saw me underneath, which made their eyes get wide. But they didn't say anything and opened a hidden trap door, sending a letter that was written by him. A few moments later, a latter came back, and the two guards opened the huge door with great effort. Beyond the door was a huge room illuminated by tall colored windows. Some of them were golden, while others were red. But the combination of those two gave a royal atmosphere. In front of me was a custom-made throne with gold and other precious ores. Besides the throne were two desks with two librarians who were ready to record every detail of this meeting, making me feel a lot more pressure than anticipated. On the throne stood a man with red and golden robes. He had a black beard with white strands, making him look more handsome. His eyes were green, filled with wisdom and greed, trying to determine my worth only with his looks. We stopped around 10 blocks away from the throne, and another two guards with enchanted diamond armor came from behind the throne ready to defend their leader. "Greeting, trader. I'm glad you finally decided to visit our humble capital. I heard a lot about you, how you trained the hero and defeated the monster lord, how you have forbidden knowledge from the ancient times, connections with the witches clan, and even infiltrated into the Viligers outpost to free its prisoners. I'm quite a fan of your work." So he knows some information about me, which was to be expected. What I didn't expect was the fact he knew about my infiltration mission, since I only told Bobby about it. "Did they speak with the prisoners?" "It's an honor for me to be invited here as well, King Gold Salamander. Why have I been called for?" "Oh, please, call me President from now on. We're trying to move away from such rigid structure. As for why I called you here, it's pretty simple. I'm trying to understand why are the pillager attacking us all of the sudden. And since you've infiltrated their camp, maybe you know the reason." Silence was sitting for a few moments in the room as I was thinking on how I should respond. There could be multiple reasons for why they would attack the villagers. Most of them result in changing them into Viligers like themselves, or even use them as slaves for crafting or brewing, since they don't have the ability to do that. Then I took a pause, acting like I was thinking about something. But from what I heard, they destroyed the villages, not taking any prisoners. I can't fathom why they would do that. Until Alexa told me the real reason why they were roaming around the land, I would be as confused as them about this. Plus, I didn't know how to help them in the first place. It's not like I have a compass that would point me in their direction. That's what the others told me as well. It's just that they keep hitting our storage facilities and stealing our items. We don't know if they're looking for something OTT, just preparing for a big attack. What do you think? It would be advantageous to take over the capital of this place, or at least a city with a port. But that would take too much time and manpower to manage, so I don't think they'll do that. I don't think they would take over any city, since it would require too much manpower to take it and mange it. The only place it would be worth taking over is the capital. But I think both of us believe it's not going to be an easy endeavor, so they're most likely looking for some items. Did anything out of the ordinary got stolen? This time it wasn't the president that answered the question, but one of the librarian that was sitting on the site. Now that you mention it, they're usually stealing food, potions, and weapons. But all of them are made by the system. They don't take the man-made ones, even if they're better. But there was an incident where an auction house was robbed, and their prized man-made weapon was taken as well. What was that weapon called? The librarian looked through a few papers until it stopped at a certain one. Yes, it's here, and it's called a trident, apparently. Well, that's no good. Looks like I'll have to help them now. Chapter 172. What, so you mean there's another monster lord? A trident, you say? That reminds me of something. When I was in their camp gathering information, I saw a board with a list of items, and on top I saw the word trident as well. That caught their attention and asked me what other items were on the list. Unfortunately, my memory wasn't that good. I only remembered the names of a few potions and blocks, but nothing else. They were disappointed by this, but thanked me nonetheless. What is the trident used for? From what we were told, it's a weapon and a tool to make you travel faster in the water, but nobody seems to make it work, so it was only placed as a display item in the auction house. That's a way I can guide them towards the right path. Maybe they know how to use the tool, but even then they would need a large body of water to use it properly. The eyes of the president suddenly lit. That means the next attack would most likely be at a city with a port. We have quite a few of those, but it's better than spreading our forces through all the kingdom. This is good progress. This should stop the pillager from overtaking a ship easily. Or if they build another flying platform, there would be enough people to build a wall to stop them. Thank you for your input. It greatly helped us if it's true. While you're here, I'd also like to ask you about the Monster Lord. That question made me confused. I knew the Zombie Lord wasn't dead, but Mary didn't make that statement public. Maybe Mary didn't catch him on time and a few Viligers saw him. While I did help with killing the Zombie Lord, the one who dealt the final blow was the hero. She should have more experience with this than me. We're not talking about the Zombie Lord this time. A new Monster Lord appeared in the Sandstone Kingdom a few weeks ago, and it's ravaging through the nearby towns. But he is a weird Monster Lord. He doesn't have an army. Instead, he's constantly defeated by the prince that was exiled a few months ago. What do you mean there's a new Monster Lord? I don't remember being a prophecy about another Monster Lord, and why does he seem so weak? When there's no army around him, he should be stronger than any human with armor. Even Mary didn't kill the Zombie Lord with a sword. I had to use a lot of explosions for that one, and the hero has a chance of killing him now because she received a powerful sword made for him. There's no way a normal human can constantly defeat such a monster with his small army. This monster has to be a fake. I told my opinion to the president, and he seems to be on my side as well. He only brought this up since there's a chance the Monster Lord would start attacking the Coral Kingdom, and the hero has been gone on an expedition for a few weeks already. Truly, this was the start of a bad year. If the Monster Lord is genuine, it makes me wonder if another one is going to appear later. Just when my life seems to form a clear path, things appear to distract me. I'll have to gather more information before making a decision, with the pillagers being a priority. The president thanked me for my input and paid me 4 blocks of diamond, which would be amazing for anyone to get. But for me and the company, it was just spare change. The only difference was that most of my wealth is in one place, and I can't have it all the time on me. I took the blocks, thanked the man, refused his offer to work for his company or for the president, and went on my way out when he asked me a question that made me stop. I have one more question, if you don't mind. Do you know where Simpson, the man who wanted to recruit you a few months ago, went? No, I haven't seen him since the last time he offered me the job. I see, you can leave now. And I did that with quick steps, so I wouldn't get any more surprise questions. Once I was outside, I took my horse and explored the city a little. Unfortunately, I couldn't enjoy the view since my mind was preoccupied with the new information I just learned. I've only been away for a few months, and 2 major crises have happened. What's going on with this world? I need to get more information so I won't jump into a war by accident, and I already knew where to start. This compass leads me to my home base. There's no need for you to worry about it. I have a few connections that can help me with that. It's been a week since I left the Gold City. Once my job was done, I quickly went back to Pufferfish City, paid a few brokers to get any information related to the locations of the Viligers, sent it to my house in a chest, and got the rest of the payment afterward. I also used Siren's name to put some fear in them for not ripping me off. And while she's gone on the sea to rob some poor ships, her new vehicle and crew gave her name more power. Then with Violet's help, I made the redstone contraption for collecting the information, built a secret portal underneath my house, and left a note in case Siren decided to come back and continue living there. Then I went into the Nether. The reason I built the portal was for 2 reasons: to travel fast and meet with the prisoner in my tribe. He didn't tell me how I could get to Alexa, but I doubt he didn't know about the Trident password, which would have helped me to not get attacked. That meant he was hiding some information from me, and I was determined to get everything out. Plus, I wanted to see how Bobby and Froggy were doing afterwards. Speaking of Bobby, his wedding is around the corner. I should prepare a gift for them. I wonder what he'll like. I also wonder if I'll be an uncle soon. We walked throughout the Nether at a fast pace, even though we had to pass valleys filled with lava, forests full of dangers, and the alley being a pain to deal with. Alexa, I told you to leave those patches of soul sand alone. Since soul sand is at the top of the list for his energy blocks, whenever we pass by a soul sand valley, Alexa gets distracted and starts collecting the soul energy or something similar from the blocks. Unfortunately, the body it now controls can't absorb the energy as efficiently as the main body, resulting in only 10% gain and losing the rest. Not only that, but the monsters seem to have an unnatural hate towards the ally. Skeletons, zombies, hoglings, brutes, and even piglings seem to attack it at first sight. And since it's not invisible or has a strong armor, it just ends up with having to give up on the gathering process and fly away to safety. It was a weird sight to see, since this wasn't a problem in the overworld, only in the nether. In the end, I couldn't be bothered with this anymore and promised to gather a few stacks of soul sand when it'll get back to its main body. This seemed to satisfy it and didn't get into trouble anymore, which made the journey much easier. A few days later, I started to recognize the landscape, which gave me a boost in my confidence and in my traveling speed. Not too long after I was in front of the tribe with the guards looking bored at the tunnel. "Hey there, boys, how's the work going?" "It's boring as always. I can't wait to finish my shift and try the strength potion that Blue Flame was talking about." Realizing that they didn't see me or recognize my voice, the two guards quickly turned and slashed at me with their iron swords. Expecting this response, I just took a step back, making them miss. "Who are you? How did you get behind us?" "Relax, guys, it's me, Trader." I said that as I took off my helmet. "Chief Trader. I didn't know you were there under the armor." "Don't worry, it was my fault from beginning. I'm looking to speak with Undying. Do you know if she's here?" "No, she left 2 days ago on a hunting mission, but Blue Flame is in charge." I guess he was better suited for my requests. I thanked the two guards and went on my way to the big tree. "Alexa, whatever you do, you're not allowed to leave my side unless given permission, understood?" The air spoke behind me. Since all creatures in this world seems to hate Alexa, I decided to make her invisible while I was here, and I'll see if I could reason with people to not kill my supercomputer. I arrived at the big tree and knocked on the blue door. Knock, knock. A few moments later, the door was open and Blue Flame looked at me with teared eyes. "I hope this is worth... Trader, is that you?" "Good to see you as well, Blue. I need your help with something. Or more exactly, I need Solomon's help." "Sure, you can come in. We just finished a batch of experiments. He has a twisted personality like you told me, but he's got the spirit of a true researcher. You have to see what we've created." That sounded interesting, so I followed him inside. Once in there, I was greeted by a young adult hogling that was sitting lazily on the couch. He looked at me for a second, let out a sigh, and went back to sleep. Was it possible for an animal like him to be this lazy? "I see Hogchop got bigger. And lazier, if you can believe that. It's hard to believe that he's a murdered machine capable of squishing anyone to death if he wanted to." Indeed. Next we went to a new place that I didn't see before. The basement. There I saw a huge room filled with barrels, chests, brewing stands, wart farm, enchanting table and other kinds of block, all spread throughout the room. In the middle was a huge table with man-made equipment that I couldn't tell what it was used for. And those tools were used by the man that I was looking for. Solomon the Illiger and my prisoner. "What? Yeah, sure, just don't break anything." "Who are you, and what's with the dress?" I kind of forgot he was a jerk as well. "It's me, Solomon. I came here to ask how are the Illigers going to find the fake system?" He looked back to his tools and stated to clean them. "I told you they plan on stealing a ship, and with the help of the map, they would get there." Well, he's not lying, but not telling the full truth. "Then I guess you don't know anything about the puzzles sent by the fake system." The mad scientist stopped and looked at me with nervous expression. Where have you heard that?" Funny enough, the source itself told me." He went silent and looked at me with wide eyes, not believing what he just heard, and Blue looked confused at us. Is it with you as well?" Yes, it recognized me as its master. The mad scientist looked frantically around the room before getting to his knees and started to yell, "Almighty system, free me from those people, and I'll give my soul to you." Chapter 1. 173. I can take over the nether. "Almighty system, free me from those people, and I'll give my soul to you." Silence. What do you mean I don't have the authority to make such a request? Who has it? How can I? Alexa, stop talking with him. That's an order. Sure, just don't touch him and come back to me once you're finished. Solomon had a devastated look in his eyes while Blue was trying to see the invisible mob. What just happened? Who are you two talking to? I guess you don't know what the Viligers are looking for. I'll explain it to you, but it's better if you sit down for this. Then I proceeded to tell him about the Viligers, what they are, how they invaded a few nations, looking for a specific item, and then go on a boat to find the legendary fake system. While this is a secret not a lot of people know about, Blue and Undying showed that they were trustworthy, and I needed their help if I wanted to make more progress. So I told him how I got the map, made an iron ship, sailed onto the sea, got to the water temple, fought with its guardians. Which I won, met with the fake system and made it follow me. Solomon and Blue were looking at me with wide eyes. So that means you have complete control of a god? Not really, but kind of. This god is very limited in what it can do and needs a lot of energy to grant any wishes I make in the first place. Like a signal, a message was sent into my mind. I thought you could only do that in your special dome. What changed? Including the ones of the skill tab. What about the level cap? Maybe it can do that since it scanned a lot of items and has more energy. You're talking to it again. What did it tell you? Solomon asked in a rush which made me smirk. It told me it can remove your curse. Both of them were surprised by this, and Solomon was ready to get on his knees again. Don't bother, Alexa only listens to me, and you already pissed me off with hiding information and trying to escape. You'll have to earn back my trust to lift your curse. His head went down in disappointment, but I didn't plan on changing my mind anytime soon. Wait, if your system can lift Solomon's curse, can't it also make us able to live in the overworld? I haven't thought about that, but if possible, that would be an amazing thing to do. What do you think, Alexa? Do you think you can do it? Yeah, sure. Alexa is going to scan you for a few moments, so try not to move too much. Blue stood still like a statue, trying not to interrupt the scanning process. But after a few moments, his expression changed like he was uncomfortable. And then he suddenly got angry and punched the air. Somehow he managed to find Alexa and punch it away, interrupting the scanning process. Sorry, I just felt something very uncomfortable looking at me, and I was suddenly overwhelmed with anger towards this place. What did I just hit? So this dimension truly has something against Alexa. Why? That's Alexa's avatar that I made invisible. For some reason, everyone in this dimension seems to hate it. That was the system. I'm sorry I didn't know, please don't curse me. I didn't expect Blue to be so scared of the system, but I guess living with a victim of the system for 2 months made him realize how powerful it truly was. Don't worry, it's not angry at you. From what I understand, Alexa is not human enough to hold a grudge. It's just trying to imitate human emotions. But it was still a problem that it couldn't scan people because they got defensive. Then a black window appeared in front of me with a quest saying to find 4 more living beings to scan. That's going to be hard, but I guess we could do something about it. Okay, Blue, Alexa is going to scan you once again, but this time please hold your urges to punch it if possible. I don't know if I could do that. Could you two hold me in place just in case? That would work for me. So with the mad scientist, we held Blue in one place so he wouldn't hurt Alexa anymore. Luckily, we were strong enough to hold him down, and that was a good decision since he was very uncomfortable the whole time. Alexa told me it needs 3 more scans, probably from other species as well. Do you think we could scan Hogchop? That could be feasible, but if he's going to react similarly to me, maybe it's better if I'll put him to sleep. I'll be back soon. He took a few alchemy ingredients from a chest and left the basement. A few minutes later, he came back and we managed to scan Hogchop, who seemed to be only annoyed that his sleep was being disturbed. We talked some more about who else should we scan next and came up with 2 candidates, a strider and a brute that was held captive by the tribe. The strider was easy enough to scan. They were docile creatures, but just to be safe, we brought one out of the lava pool so it would feel more bothered by the cold than by the scanning process. The brute was harder to deal with since it didn't want to cooperate with us, even if we paid him in gold nuggets. So we had to be a little more forceful by pinning him down with chains and holding him just in case. The whole time he was scanned, he was screaming and cursing at us. It wasn't a fun time, to say the least, but we had all the data necessary for Alexa to come to a conclusion. What does that mean exactly? Wait, so it wasn't that the overworld was killing the inhabitants of this world, but the Nether was killing them when they went under the jurisdiction of a new system? That was unbelievable. Does that mean we have to be careful about the system in this dimension as well? That was a relief to hear. I'm already having problems with the system in the overworld taking my stuff, and I don't want to have a problem in this dimension as well. Does that mean you can remove the link that kills the people of this world who pass through the portal? That was good to hear. I was already planning on making a road to its base so I could transport souls and easier. Maybe I could ask a few piglings to help me, and I'll pay them with a cure. Sure, what do you need? You can what? Trader, what are you talking with your system to react that bad? Is it not possible for us to live in the overworld? No, Alexa just told me it wants to take over the Nether. Their eyes went wide, and I tried to get more details out of Alexa about what it was talking about. Apparently, since this dimension was so rich in energy resources, this move would be the most optimal way to grow fast. But now that it found the seed of another natural system, it could take over and optimize it. That means that Alexa wouldn't even need those soul blocks, since it could use the same source as the seed system. It doesn't know the source yet, but if we build a base in this dimension, it could find out eventually. I asked what it meant if it managed to take over the Nether, and the response was as expected, but still shocking. This was amazing to hear and scary to think. But theoretically, I would have a god as my friend. And if Alexa takes over the Nether, it would have more than enough power to calculate the location of my home dimension, and who knows, maybe a way to get there. But there was a catch with this, of course. First, it would take around 5 years to finish the dome, and an unknown amount of years to finish the research to ascend over the dimension. Second, Alexa still doesn't want to attack any Ilgers coming towards it, even when I keep telling it that it's most likely going to end the world. Third, it would take a lot of resources and manpower to start this project, not to mention how dangerous it would be to do something like this. And lastly, I don't know if Alexa will be the same when it becomes a god. Of course, I'm still going to help it with this, since the rewards are way too good to pass on. I talked with the others about it, and they were on the same page as me with this decision. But where would we find someone trustful at Redstone Engineering? One of the expertise Alexa needed was someone that knew how Redstone worked. And while I did know a little about it, it was nowhere near enough to design something as complicated as a computer. Now, I know someone that should be qualified for that position, but it would take a lot to convince her to cooperate with Alexa. Don't worry, I'll figure it out later. Let's talk more details about the rest of the project. So for the next few hours we talked more details about the project. We decided to ask for help from the Stone Kingdom, or at least Bobby, and from the Witches clan. We'll also start paying other brutes to collect soul sand for us. We figured out that we didn't need to collect all the necessary blocks since we could give soul sand to Alexa to convert it to whatever we wanted. And the rest of the blocks that it can't create, we will get it on our own. This decision alone cut the construction time in half. We talked and talked until it was time for me to leave, but not before getting a present. Chapter 174. Trader is doing something crazy again. POV. Bobby. I wake up, I eat breakfast, I do some exercise around the palace, and then stop at my office. There, a chest filled with books and papers was already waiting for me. And from the looks of it, it's going to be a busy day since I have a few books on my desk on top of that. I let out a big sigh and sat down to work. I looked at a book that was proposing a budget to create a potion against skeletons. It was an interesting idea with the rise of the new monster lord, so it wouldn't be a waste of resources, but I would only accept this deal if they would work with a witch. Their intuition should lower the time and resources for these tests. I hope the one who proposes it doesn't have a problem with witches like some people seem to have. The other books and papers were about building a new farm, opening a new trade route to the Coral Kingdom, emergency help for a few villages at the edge of the kingdom, and a challenge letter for the hand of the princess. The last one I threw it in the fire without looking at it. When they first appeared, I was taken aback and even scared. But at this point, I didn't care about hurting their egos. For the next few hours, I kept signing and writing new papers until I was finally done. That was the last one. I hope they have something good for lunch today. Lunch, it looks more like dinner with how the sun is setting. You are truly busy for someone who is not even a prince. My skin started crawl as I took out my diamond sword with trained movements towards the voice. Why does everyone keep pointing their swords at me when I'm greeting them? I could hear the amused voice beneath the dark armor, and I quickly recognized it. I let out a big sigh, but couldn't hide the smile under my nose. Trader, where have you been? You are harder to find than an emerald ore. Oh, you know me, Bobby, here and there fighting giant monsters and taming a god. He started to laugh, and I soon followed him, but mine was more nervous than his. He could be kidding, but at the same time, I could see him doing something stupid like this. Mary was asking about you since she went to kill the zombie lord for good. But I didn't know how to contact you since you were in the Coral Kingdom. I don't think she wanted his help, only to show him how much she's grown in the past few months. I heard there's another monster lord in the Sandstone Kingdom. Do you know anything about it? As always, he seems to know a lot of information that is supposed to be hidden, but we're talking about Trader here. I shouldn't be surprised. Yes, the world is getting more chaotic in the past few years. Then I proceeded to tell him about the Skeleton Lord. We don't know too much about him, but what we do know is enough for us to understand that something rotten is at the bottom. The monster doesn't have an army like the Zombie Lord, nor does it try to make one. It can teleport for short distances, but doesn't let particles bowind like an Enderman. He has special arrows with different effects, and nobody seems to be able to hit him no matter what trap was used. Or at least that's the case when the prince is not there. We got our information from the royal family itself, since they asked us how to deal with the problem since we dealt with a similar one. We were willing to help since we knew how dangerous this could get if left unattended, but the monster acted too weirdly. He was clearly stronger than any man with armor. Whenever it attacked a town, it tried to be as loud as possible, but when the prince came, it went silent and weak as an oversized skeleton. The prince always manages to defeat the monster, but never kills it since it runs away. Once that happens, the prince is praised as a hero by the town, and he gains fame. Weirdly enough, the Skeleton Lord seems to attack only towns that are on the princess's side, which quickly makes it obvious that the prince had some kind of deal with the Monster Lord, or, system forbid, controls it. For now, there's a special squad looking for the whereabouts of the prince's team to find out the truth. While the Monster Lord is still a dangerous opponent, the damage he has done is minimal. That's crazy to hear. I don't even want to think how we would have to defeat it since it can teleport out of any trap. At least the Zombie Lord will be dealt with for good. I hope so as well, since we didn't get any news from the hero, and it made me worried a little. With that out of the way, I asked Trader if he found what he was looking for in the Coral Kingdom, and from his expression, it looks like it's more complicated than anticipated. What he asked me afterward was even more shocking. My friend tells me this place is not secured for this talk. Do you think we can talk in the Nether instead? What does he want to talk about that requires the security of another dimension? And who is this new friend of his? I can't take this statement casually, since all the people he has as friends are not normal. With a nervous laugh, I said that it should be okay since I finished work for today. I just asked to stop by the kitchen on the way there so I could eat something, which he agreed. Luckily, on the way there, we had a normal talk, such as my upcoming wedding, which was rescheduled to be in a month, the state of the Nether tribe, and the witch project that would help Froggy's friends to integrate into society. We had light talks until I arrived at the kitchen, took some steak, and walked towards the portal. Once we passed it with no problem, Trader looked at the empty air. Is it safe here? Okay, maybe we should stay in a different room and talk about this. I was getting concerned that Trader either lost his mind or is now able to talk with ghosts. Neither option was very pleasant to discover. We went into an empty room and he blocked the door with blocks. Okay, so what do you think about building a god? Yep, that clears it. He has finally lost it. It took longer than expected, but it was inevitable, and as his friend, I had to help him. Trader, I know you come from a different dimension, but I'm sure even there you couldn't build gods. So let's think about this for a moment. What did you do in the last 2 months? What? Of course, I couldn't build a god in my world, but in this world, it looks like we can do something close to it. Before I could get the chance to talk, he proceeded to tell me how he invented the iron ship, traveled in the deepest part of the sea, fought with monsters that no nation should be able to, found a fake system, brought it into the Nether, where it realized that it could become a system for that dimension, and now he's here to ask me for help. Wait, trader, I need to sit down for this. I quickly sat down beside the wall while messaging my forehead. He's done it again. I thought he wouldn't be able to surprise me with anything anymore since I've already seen a few crazy stuff, but I was so wrong. I mean, he's talking about creating another system altogether. The very system that destroyed the greatest civilization a few hundred years ago. How am I not supposed to be shocked by this? Take a deep breath and slowly let it out. This is a good thing. Just shove the shock in the back of your mind, and let's make a decision now. How sure are you about this? Less than 100% sure, a neutral voice spoke into my mind, but I was too tired to be shocked by this. I'm guessing you're the fake system. I didn't know what to expect, but telepathy makes sense for an almighty system. So what kind of help do you need from me, trader? There's an underground tunnel system here in the Nether, and I want you to send a team to see how far it goes in that direction. He pointed toward a point that I couldn't quite tell where it was yet. I didn't know there's such a thing in the Nether. And what do you expect to find? Nothing really. I just want to use the tunnels to get as close as possible to the main body of Alexa so I can send a few stacks of soul sand. But be careful since there's someone powerful roaming through those tunnels, strong enough to destroy a bastion. That wasn't good, and I don't know if I have a team that is strong and trust enough for such a mission. Why didn't you ask the tribe for help? They're more experienced in this dimension. I tried, but they're all busy with your constant orders. Oh yeah, that's our fault. Since we don't trade as often as before with the Coral Kingdom, we placed a lot more orders for the small tribe in the Nether. It won't be small for very long, since they plan on merging with other tribes in the area soon, but the problem still stands. That should speed up the production and help us with the construction of the new system. Only this? I think I can help with more manpower if you want to. I would appreciate that, but the less people know about the location of the system, the better. I only want to make a tunnel towards there, gather as much soul sand as possible, and defeat the Illagers before they would get to the fake system as well. Wait, what was that last part? It sounded very important. After Trader told me the short version of what happened, I could only massage my growing headache. They continue to be a pain no matter where they go. At least Trader seems to know what the final city would be, so he could lay a trap there. We talked some more about the details, and if it was really necessary to involve Froggy in this, since it wasn't a lot he could do, plus the other witches are still recovering. We continued like this for a few hours, trying to come with as much details as possible. In the end, we had to stop since it was getting late in the overworld, and people would start looking for me, especially Elizabeth, who would be angry that I missed dinner with her. But most of the planning was already over. I would send a team with a few people I trust in, that together with a few piglings from the tribe, and after my wedding, we can start the construction of the system base. In the meantime, we could gather the obsidian blocks with the farm trader would build, and rare blocks. Trader is kind enough to even give us enchanted diamond pickaxes to mine those hard blocks. Unfortunately, when I asked what Alexa would be able to do once it takes over the Nether, it wasn't a lot for the overworld, but apparently it could make this dimension more suitable to live in, which would boost immensely the livelihood of the guards at the fortress. Overall, this project was an amazing blessing for the kingdom. Now the question is, how much should I tell my wife, since I can't do this all alone? Chapter 175. Hi, Mary. It's a good thing that I spoke with Bobby today. His insight was very good since he is a man who manages projects at large scales, while Blue and Solomon are used to small teams. Blue and Solomon had good ideas as well, but they didn't have the same experience as Bobby, who got himself into a lot of responsibilities. It's a good thing that I didn't want to be a king, otherwise I don't think I'll ever be able to leave the office. Bobby told me I could use the same room I used last time since it was designated for my personal use, which I greatly appreciated. I decided I'll be staying here for a week to get some rest, since for the past few months I was either fighting for my life, grinding non-stop, or getting bored on a ship. Of course, I wouldn't drop all my plans for sightseeing. I would do some preparation for afterwards, where I'll be working from my home base. Since I was the only human in this dimension who could do the enchantments necessary for the new nether base, I had to do some preparations before starting. The enchantments that I had to do were costume enchants. And not only that, they were more difficult to work with than normal ones, since I couldn't use books or pages for this. I had to enchant the block itself for this to work, and I had to make a few hundreds blocks like this. I didn't have the manpower the ancient civilization did, nor was I crazy enough to think I could do it all on my own perfectly, so I had to be more clever. Unlike them, I could still use the printing press method to quickly enchant the blocks. I'll have to adjust the size of the device to cover one face of the cube instead of a page. Unfortunately, once it is done, the blocks won't be stackable anymore. So that means that I'll have to do the work at the location of the nether base, which would be very dangerous. But that didn't mean I wasn't going to work at my base. There were still other enchantments that I could put on books that would help with the construction. My final goal is to reach the max level in enchanting and see if I can meet with the system to get a reward. I knew it's a huge risk for me to get in contact with the system, but Alexa assured me that once a law was created, it couldn't be changed, only limited. So I shouldn't worry about being harmed while I was with the system, only that I'll be ripped off with my reward. I had in mind an enchantment that would help me get back home, and surprisingly, no engineer in the past seemed to request it. But there was still time until I got it, and I should make a few safe files in case something went wrong. I just hope that my extra lives will still be available in the system's domain. With everything planned and the sun already down, I was prepared to get back to my room and get some sleep. But just as I was walking silently on the hallways, I saw an unexpected face, the hero herself, Mary Paper. "Hi, Mary. How was the hunt?" "That brings back memories of my old name. Who's there? Who are you? And how did you sneak up in here?" The stealth of the armor wore off, making me visible and more menacing, which promptly made the hero take her sword out ready for a fight. "Is that how you greet your teacher?" "Teacher? Don't tell me. Trader, is that you? Where did you get that creepy armor? Are you a demon lord now?" With how powerful the armor was, I wouldn't say it's too far off. Ah, my master plan was discovered. Indeed, I wanted to befriend the hero so I could defeat her when she least expected. "And today is the day you shall pay the price of your foolishness." I quickly put the black robe on me to make my speech more menacing, and suddenly Mary turned serious. "I knew you were too good to be true. Today I shall save the world by defeating you once and for all." She suddenly took a fighting stance, and I started to panic a little. She knew I was joking, right? There's no need to take it this far, right? The hero leapt toward me, and I quickly jumped away before taking out my shield and blocking the upcoming attack. She clearly has more battle experience than me at this point, and I wasn't going to play on an even field. I took out a black potion and threw it at Mary, who quickly dodged, but was still in the range of the splash potion. Then she placed 2 blocks in front of her as a shield and checked her status page. "Seriously, where did you even get a sleep potion? Do you know how illegal those are?" There are quirks with having alchemist friends, and I was going to use them whenever necessary. Before she could do anything else, I took out my crossbow and shot it right beside her feet. The firework blew off, and she used the momentum of the explosion to move at great speeds. She took out her crossbow, but I blocked her attack with my own tower, feeling the rest of the blast being absorbed by the armor. I give up. The sleepiness is getting to me, and I'll soon unconscious. Can you please give me some milk since I don't have any on me right now? That ended quicker than anticipated, but I wasn't going to complain. I took the last bucket from my inventory and gave it to her to wash off the potion effects. A few glups later, she looked at me with a smile on her face. "Where did you get that armor, trader? And can I also have one?" "Does this armor look heroic to you?" "That's true. There's a higher chance the zombie lord would think I'm on his side then than systems." "Didn't you kill the zombie lord?" "Well, about that." Mary then proceeded to tell me what happened in the past few weeks when she felt the zombie lord respawn, how she destroyed it while Ha was distracted, and how he ran away when he realized he was going to lose. I was shocked at first how much the hero grew to be able to scare the monster lord. She was very smug about that as well, which made me a little suspicious, but results don't lie. What followed after was a running and hiding game, where the zombie lord was hiding, getting found out by the hero, and went back to running. The Holy Army was left behind to kill the normal zombies, and Mary was on the run for a few days. No matter what she tried, she couldn't catch the zombie lord off guard, always running away out of her reach. That continued for a few days until Mary realized that he was heading towards the Sandstone Kingdom. Then she decided to stop, since the army would most likely be able to hold the monster lord for a few days, until she got some rest. While she was still in the Stone Kingdom, she decided to visit Bobby and request a few potions since she ran out and normal people couldn't do the special potions that she wanted. That's why she was here, taken by surprise that I was back as well. "Do you want to help me trap the zombie lord?" Mary asked with hopeful eyes. "I don't think you'll be staying here for too long, unfortunately." "What do you mean?" Then I told her about the new monster lord that was terrorizing the towns in the desert, and soon her face turned pale. "Sis, so you're saying that the zombie lord was running towards the new monster lord?" "There's a high chance that would happen." "I have to leave as soon as possible then. I can't just stay here while the world is getting destroyed by those two monsters. Where's Bobby?" The hero started to panic, making me feel bad that I wasn't as worried as her about the problem. Maybe I should help her after all. If not to kill the monsters, at least to trap them. "Calm down, Mary. He's having dinner with the princess. We can visit him tomorrow after we got some rest." "How can I get some rest when there's a catastrophe about to happen?" She was losing it. I had to calm her down. "Mary, stop. Take deep breaths and let's think about this. You came here for a few potions. Even if you get them this instance, it would take you weeks to get back to the capital. But there's a solution. We can travel through the Nether to get 8 times faster than in the overworld. We just need to know the rough direction of where we should go. And luckily, I have a place in mind that would bring us pretty close. The Skeleton Fortress." The hero took a few deep breaths, and soon she was back to normal. "You're right, trader. We can get some rest tonight, and tomorrow we would go back to the Sandstone Kingdom." Well, this means that my vacation is over before it even started. But it wasn't such a bad thing in the end. While I'll prefer to not visit that desert if possible, that doesn't mean there's nothing I could do in there. There's actually a very important person that I should meet. Someone that Solomon told me after some serious interrogation with Blue. The nobleman who had an infected wife which I cured had a servant named Jeremiah. Apparently that was a Viligers with heavy makeup sent as a spy. There's a high chance that he's the one to infect the wife in the first place, which is pretty messed up. But I wasn't someone that would seek revenge for someone else. No, that man was also one of the lead Viligers in the Sandstone Kingdom who leaked secrets of the country to the outpost. Worst of all, since they had the help of the prince, they managed to get power and wealth that they're sending it back home to make the invasion easier. They were very smart about this and planned this invasion way before I came to this world, so I have to be careful how I'll approach them, since Jeremiah is one of the few people who has a compass that would lead to the current location of the general. That's right, I was planning on robbing that man and attack the forces in the Coral Kingdom before they would reach the port. There's no need to lay a trap if you could surprise your enemy while they're sleeping. That's why I had to visit the place I hate the most. Not because I wanted to defeat the monster lords, but because I wanted to stop the Viligers from getting to my supercomputer. In the end, Mary went to get a room while I had to do some final preparations. Just like the Fletcher in the Sand Palace, there was one man with the same job here. Unfortunately, the man was already asleep when I found his workshop, so I had no choice but to leave a note with all the instruction needed for the printing press. At the end, I wrote to send it to Bobby after he was done and left it on his workshop desk. Next, I cleaned my inventory a little and took a few other items from the ender chest. I planned on finishing this mission as fast as possible, since I didn't want to miss Bobby's wedding. He was my first friend, my best friend in this world, and I wouldn't miss it for anything. I looked at the moon outside the window, said goodnight to Violet, and went to sleep. Chapter 176, Back to the Desert. Bang, bang, bang. What? Who's banging the door this early in the morning? I got up from my bed with tired eyes and put on my dark armor. Then, with slow steps, I walked towards the door that was almost broken. As I was sitting in front of the wooden door, a few thoughts ran through my mind. Should I attack the person beyond the door? Should I ignore it until it leaves? Or maybe I should leave a lot of blood on the ground with a sign saying, "It's your fault." No, no, I'm just annoyed that my sleep was interrupted and I was thinking stupid stuff. I opened the door and Mary was on the other side with a complicated expression on her face. Trader, why does this thing feel like the system speaks like a robot and it claims to be called Alexa? The hero was holding the blue alley under her arm, and the poor thing was desperately trying to escape with no success. Why are you looking at it like that? Is it speaking to you as well? But I can't hear anything. It's telepathy, isn't it? Oh, Alexa, of all the people you managed to get caught by, why did it have to be the avatar of the system? The only worst choice would be to get caught by the Pope himself. But you wouldn't be alive to tell me that, and another crusade would get started. Good morning to you as well, Mary. Why did you bring that alley to me? Aha, so you do know what this thing is. It has to be an angel, since it looks so wholesome and has a connection with the system. I have to stop her casualty saying the connection with the system before her boss comes down to check out the commotion. Mary, since you are here instead of the nether portal, I'm guessing you got the potions you wanted in the first place. No, they're getting prepared right now, but we'll talk about this when we're in the nether since I'm not fully awake now. Oh, and please let go to Alexa now, I don't think it appreciate it that much. Realizing that she was holding onto the poor thing too forcefully, she let it go and it quickly flew away, hiding behind my back. Well, of course she does, she's the hero. I let out a sigh and told Mary that I'd be meeting her at the portal and we'll leave. She seemed more curious about the alley, but I reassured her that we'll talk about it later. With that, I closed the door and looked at Alexa with a disappointed face. You are very right to assume that Alexa. Do you even know who that woman is? Then I proceeded to tell him about the hero of the system, the monster lords, and the church worshipping the system. What with the sudden turn to murder? It's asking me to kill my friend and student. There's no need to do that. She's someone you can reason with and it's not dependent on the system's ideals. Does it mean that Mary can be brainwashed if the system wishes to? Wait, if she is in danger for that to happen, then… Alexa, what about me? Can the being that brought me here control me as well? The floating angle looked directly into my eyes, and every passing second felt like an eternity. The world suddenly cracked, and I felt myself falling into a spiral of existential crisis. Was I even real? Were my memories being manipulated by the void? If not, wouldn't be suicide for me to go to the end? More dark thoughts clouded my judgment to the point where I almost couldn't hear Alexa speak with me. I took a few deep breaths and let it out. Slowly, I was calming myself down. Alexa sounded surprisingly human for a moment, until the last sentence, where I don't know if it tried to comfort or scare me. But at least I was reassured that my memory wasn't tampered with. The question is, how can I get rid of that connection so I wouldn't just become a puppet? Alexa, can you get rid of the connection? But then you'll be the one who can control the body, right? Can you do a body without that? I just learned something that's not pleasant, and to get rid of that ticking bomb, I'll have to learn how to make a body for myself. How do I even start? Does the mad scientist know something about this? He does like to experiment with souls after all. I lightly slapped my face to wake up. There's nothing I could do for now, so there's no point in worrying about it. Now I have to think what I should tell Mary since I don't know if the secret is in danger. I asked Alexa more details about the connection and what it can do, and to my relief it was pretty simple. It controls only the flesh. It can't read minds unless she's brought to the system's domain, and even then it can be blocked with a netherite helmet. That was good to hear. It means I can prepare Mary for what's about to come. With that done, I ate my breakfast, which were my favorite golden carrots, and went to the portal. There I saw a few guards looking anxiously at the hero who was waiting bored at the portal. So did you get the potions? What, how? Yes, I got the potions I asked. I was waiting for you. Good, we'll go towards the tribe and get the map. It should be quick. Sure thing, Teach. We walked out of the fortress, and I told her about Alexa as we traversed the dangerous terrain. When we arrived at the tribe, I told Mary everything I knew, what she should do and what not. Trader, do you not like to live? I know you have dangerous information, but this is literally picking a fight with God. And while I like good stories like every reader, I don't think we have the means to fight against a god. I didn't say I will fight it myself. I'm just building another god to fight for me. Isn't that a foolproof plan? She let out a loud sigh but stopped talking since we arrived at the big tree. After a few knocks, I got in, talked with Blue what I needed, asked Solomon if he knew how to build a body from scratch, and went back on he road. Blue was a bit nervous once I mentioned the infamous fortress, but still gave me the map and showed me how to read it. Salmon knew how to build a body and give it temporary life, but Alexa was there to correct him that he wasn't building a new body, just creating a chimera. And since the building materials were already made by the system, I could only create something similar to the bodies of the villagers in this world. The system can't control them, but it can limit them, and that's a dangerous thing as well. I have to create a body out of energy itself, like Alexa was doing it. Unfortunately, I can't recreate what it's using, since I'm not a machine, so I'll have to find another way. It took us 3 days to get to Skeleton Fortress, and once we arrived, Mary was taken by surprise. Wow, this fortress is filled with skeletons. Is there a spawner in here as well? No, this is how a normal fortress is supposed to look like. It's just that this one is the only one that is not taken over. I don't know for how long, since their king is dead. But even without their king, they were dangerous in numbers. Not only that, but the debuff they had was annoying as well. It was a good thing that our armor was so good that their swords couldn't touch our skin. While we were clearing the fortress, we managed to see other rooms that I missed last time I was here. Even Alexa was interested at some of the items. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to plunder this place, so we took all we could and hid the rest in another chest. I now understand why everyone keeps dreaming of finding a ruin form the ancient civilization. If this is what you can find in the Nether, I wonder what you can find in the overworld. I could only laugh at what Mary said. Why do you think I travel so much around the world? That makes more sense now. We made some small talk until we arrived at the room where I last fought. I broke the blocks and was greeted by skeletons with diamond armor. But this time I wasn't as helpless as before. My armor was stronger than theirs, and I wasn't alone this time. After a short battle, we were in front of the broken portal, and in the middle was half a skeleton laying down. So this is the talking monster that almost killed you. Was he a monster lord as well? I don't know, but he was different for sure. I kicked the remains to the side and opened the portal. Space straighted to full, and soon I saw a familiar iron room. Unfortunately, I didn't know much of this ruin since I was unconscious when Froggy found me, but we quickly found the exit since most of the base was ruined. We were now in the desert. The helmet you gave me, it's working wonders with the heat. It's such a shame that I'm not able to take it off now. It's for your own safety, so don't complain. Plus, it has better defense than the diamond one, just don't tell the others or who knows how they'll react. Of course you don't have to lecture me anymore, I already got enough on the way here. On the way here, she told me her intentions of staying in this world, which took me by surprise. But she made her choice, so I decided to tell her more about the game and what I found about the world. I didn't intend on staying here, but this world started to grow on me. I made friends and had fun adventures. Unfortunately, I will have to leave them all behind once I'll be gone. But I didn't want to leave this world in a mess if I could help it. And since she made the decision to be a true hero of this world, I decided to help her with achieving that. What she needs is to become is something more than a hero, someone who can unite all people under her. Hey, I think I see someone in the distance. I turned my head towards the way she way pointing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Is that person wearing a coat? Chapter 1, 177. True Wandering Trader. I think my eyes are not working since I'm seeing someone wearing a coat in the middle of the desert. But as the person got closer, I saw that it wasn't alone, instead it was followed by 2 animals. What I saw in front of me was a wandering trader, one of the most hated villagers in the game besides the ones without a job. The villager saw us and started to pick up its pace until it got closer. Soon it was right in front of us and I could see more features about her. She was tall, with a blue jacket beautifully decorated. Her face was covered by a red scarf, letting us see only her blue eyes. Behind her were 2 llamas, one white and one brown, each decorated in their own way. It was an unexpected sight to see. "Hello there, fellow travelers. Are you perhaps looking for a trade? I have some good wares if you don't like my trading tab. Suddenly, a trading tab appeared in front of us, and something was different about it. All the trades were unlocked. Are all the trades unlocked for you as well, Mary? Yes, I never experienced this, but the trades are trash. The wondering trader flinched ready to speak, but stopped herself. I could only sigh. Like in the game, there wasn't anything valuable to trade for: flowers, seeds, sea cucumbers, and packed ice. Those could be a novelty for Nobels, but I don't know if she got the chance to meet one until now. The fact that she sells so few doesn't help. Sorry if I seem rude, but why do you wear your fur coat? Isn't it too hot for you? Mary politely asked. No, how could you say that? Aren't you cold yourself? I'm that blue armor. She crossed her arms, trying to protect her coat. Something was suspicious, but I didn't know if I should bother with it or leave it alone. Sorry, we don't want to trade. Wait, if you don't like what you see, you could buy something from my personal collection. I have some rare items such as jungle wood and slime balls. You won't get a better deal anywhere else. Jungle wood is truly rare around these parts. I haven't seen one since I came to this world. As for slime, it's truly valuable, but I don't have any use for it. Sorry, we're not interested. With that, me and Mary passed the trader to continue our journey, when suddenly our hands were grabbed. Wait. I'm going to give you a special discount. 10 jungle wood blocks for 2 emeralds. There's no better deal. She was surprisingly strong, and when I turned towards her, I could see tears forming in her eyes. Trader, I'm not comfortable with seeing a woman cry. Maybe we should buy something from her. I didn't want to make her cry either, so I decided to buy some jungle wood from her and paid 4 emeralds. Once I did that, a smile appeared on her face as she profusely thanked us. Don't worry, but I'm curious, why are you in the desert in the first place? Isn't better to trade in the Coral Kingdom? Maybe on the run. Her voice was getting more quieter as she spoke. Why are you on the run? What did you do? Mary was next to question. The trader was speaking something to herself, but I could only hear something related to emeralds and surviving the night. Suddenly she lifted her head and looked at both of us. If you want to know more about me, it would cost you an emerald. Silence. Then Mary started to laugh out loud while holding her belly. I was amused by this situation as well, and while I was curious about her job since it's my alias, I don't think we have enough time to listen to stories. The wandering trader was now sulking, almost crying once again, which made Mary stop laughing. I'm sorry, I haven't laughed so good in a long time. Unfortunately, we're pressed for time, and we can't stay to hear your story. Mary waved her hand before stopping and smiled at the trader. Unless you want to travel with us. Good, she's not getting distracted with side quests. I think she's better in that regard than me. We said goodbye and continued on our journey. This time, Mary was the guide, since only she had the soul compass. Wait, I'll come with you. That took me by surprise. Was she not scared of us? I'm surprised she still wants to talk with us with my armor on. Was she like Siren? Sure then, you can follow us, but no funny business or you'll be dead. Didn't expect Mary to be so assertive, but I guess it makes sense since she's on the run for a reason. We walked at a slow pace as Miss Green told us about her predicament, and I could only feel pity for her. She's someone who grew up and survived alone in the forest. She thought she was the only human in the world, not knowing how to speak or even how to craft. When she turned 14, a light surrounded her and the blue coat suddenly appeared. It was the first time she felt so good in her clothes, and on top of that, she wasn't cold anymore. Not too far from her, 2 llamas appeared, and she felt an instant connection with them. Green continued her life like this until suddenly the coat disappeared, and instinctively she knew that if she wanted it back, she needed to trade. She couldn't give up on the coat, since it was an amazing item to have in the forest. Not only did it keep her warm in the night, but it also had the ability to keep you cool when it was hot outside. But the best feature of the coat was that it made her almost invisible to monsters at night, making her sleep much more comfortable. That's why she left her little hut and wandered around until she found a small village. There she learned how to be a proper human, how to use the crafting table, how to farm, and even how to speak. The people there were kind and accepted her, even though she was from the forest. But it all ended in one day when a businessman came to the village. He heard from travelers that she was there and was curious about her job. At first he was excited, but after realizing that it takes 2 days to reset the trade and even lose it in the process, he gave up. He was interested in the llamas since they were very obedient and beautiful, but Green was not willing to part with them. The man got angry that he wasted his time and money and threatened to destroy this village unless they gave him the llamas. The villagers got scared, but didn't want to turn in Green to him, so they gave her some provisions and sent her on the road. For the next 2 years, she traveled from village to village, trying to earn emeralds with no luck. On top of that, the businessman found her location and sent people to get her, making it impossible for her to stay in one place for too long. That's why she decided to leave the kingdom, where the man's influence was not that powerful. But there was a problem. She wasn't used to the lifestyle in the desert, making it harder for her to gain the trust of the other villagers because of her weird attire. Slowly, she was losing emeralds, and her coat was going to be taken away. That's why, when she first saw us with weird armor, she thought she had a better chance at trading some of her items. And she assumed right as she got 12 emeralds by the end of her story. So that means you'll keep the coat for 6 more months? No, I should have it for 8, since you bought some jungle wood. Thank you once again for your help. We overpaid her a little for her stories, but I wasn't sorry for this, especially after we got such a big haul from the fortress. Alexa was still invisible since we traveled through the nether, but I don't know if I should waste so many potions in the overworld since we don't have the same problem here. Sure, the alley would catch some curious eyes, but it can always fly away in case of danger. Whispering, I told Alexa that we would use invisibility potions only in case of emergency. It acknowledged the command, and soon it appeared right before our eyes. What's that blue thing? That's my pet, you could say. Have you ever met another wandering trader before? That's a cute pet you have, and no, I haven't, unfortunately. In all the villages I visited, only the old people seem to know people like me. We're not that common after all. Good, let's spread some misinformation then. I'm also a wandering teeter, and that's the animal I got as well. Her name is Alexa, and she's very curious by nature, so I hope you don't mind if she gets too close. It's such a shame she can't speak. I hope Alexa got the message from my tone. Ah, how could I get angry at such a cute little thing? And you're also a wandering trader. But you have armor and so much emeralds. How did you get them? Good, she is not concentrated on Alexa anymore, but now Mary was looking at me with an expression that screamed, "What are you doing?" I've been a wandering trader for a while and managed to blend with the people in the big cities. There I straighted to sell my coat to people, wait until it would expire and sell it to someone else. Both of them looked at me with shock, and I think Mary believed me there for a second. That's so evil and genius. Can I use the same method as you? Of course you can. Once you have enough emeralds that way, I had to expand so I didn't have to trick people anymore. Wow, what else did you do? Then I told her a few more honest methods of making emeralds, such as renting her llamas for children to play with, selling slime balls to the Coral Kingdom, or even cave exploration, since monsters don't attack her at first sigh. The more I spoke, the bigger the light was in her eyes. Thank you for sharing such wise methods with me, fellow traveler. Mary then got closer to me. What are you doing, trader? I thought you didn't have a trading tab. What gives? I don't. I only want to spread the name of the wandering traders some more, so I can use that. What? How would this help? It seems that the coat of the wandering trader is an overpowered item, but it seems to lose its effect if it's dissected. But if I manage to gather a few dozen of them, I can just borrow them and give them to Alexa to analyze them. Then, if I'm lucky, I can either recreate the coat, or even better, create an enchantment that would work as the coat. If I make this, it would be a revolutionary item since monster would no longer be a problem for this world. If they would work in the overworld, there's a high chance it would work in the nether. And if they work there, I could give them to my workers, and they would no be in danger anymore when building the base. At this rate, the base would be finished in no time. Chapter 178. Give me your compass. Your pet seems to like my coat. Don't you have one as well? The three of us stood in front of the campfire enjoying the light given by it. Besides us were the 2 llamas who were happily eating the wheat Green gave it to them, already used to this kind of temperature at night. Surrounding us was a wooden fence made with jungle wood that I just bought, and some zombies already started to gather around it. We only got up when a skeleton was getting too close for comfort, since they were the only one dangerous enough to kill us in our sleep. Alexa was already trying to scan the coat, but it seemed to be more complicated than initially thought. The material itself was simple to replicate, but the functions were skillfully hidden. It told me it could figure out the secret behind it if I brought 10 more coats, or bring him just 2 to the main base. Unfortunately, I don't think I can keep Green that long without getting suspicious, so I'll probably have to look for her in the future. I don't have the coat anymore. Green stopped petting Alexa and looked at me confused. Did somebody steal it from you? No, I just don't have a reason to wear it anymore since this armor is way better. Are you sure that colored leather armor is enough? What do you mean by colored leather? This is the strongest metal in the world. You can't compare it to cow's leather. This is not leather. It's made of metal, but not a lot of people have it. Oh, I see. It must be as strong as the iron armor then. Oh boy. I don't think she has too much knowledge about the metals in this world. Let's leave it like that. I don't have the energy to teach her. So what do you plan on doing from now on? Green looked back at Alexa and played with its little hands, while Mary was getting closer to the fire to warm herself. I don't know. I'll just look for other towns to trade with. Maybe I'll use some of your strategies as well. Mary looked at me with narrowed eyes, clearly not pleased with some of them. How about you come with us? I can find you a job at the church if you want to. That's a solution I haven't thought of. If we give her a job, I'll know at all times where she is, and I can borrow her coat when needed to. A job? Like a permanent one? Yeah, maybe you can do some trading for the church. Worst case scenario, a cleaning lady. There's a lot of sand that needs to be swept. Her eyes were wide, looking at Mary like she couldn't believe what she just heard. That would be amazing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I promise I'll work extra hard. We both smiled at her happiness and looked one last time around us. It was already late and all of us were getting tired. But since monsters were only interested at attacking Mary, we decided to box her and sleep the rest of the night outside. The next day, we woke up early in the morning and got back to travel. We traveled through the dunes of sand for a whole day until I saw a familiar city on the horizon. Soon we arrived at the gates, and the guards were nice enough not to bother us while we passed them. Maybe they were intimidated by Mary's armor, or even mine if they could see me. Unfortunately, while they didn't check on us, one guard with leather armor did stop us to ask what was the purpose of our visit. Of course, he was very polite about it, afraid not to accidentally insult some big shot. We only came here to stay for the night, and we would leave tomorrow. You don't have to worry about us. The man nodded his head and made us an offer. And if you want to spend the night here, why don't I show you a good place? How kind of him. Maybe I should go back to wearing my diamond armor as well. Soon we were at a nice inn where I bought a room for everyone and was ready to get some sleep. But I didn't manage to get too comfortable before I heard a knock on the door. I'm sorry, sir, but Sir Alexander wants to talk with you downstairs. Looks like the man of the house came to greet us. How nice of him. What are the chances of him recognizing me? I arrived down and saw the man who first taught me how to enchant looking seriously unbuttered at the room we were in. Besides him, we're 2 guards in enchanted iron armor and the butler that I was looking for. They didn't seem to see me yet, so I waited until the others got down. Soon the 2 ladies were down, and Mary sat beside me. I'm sorry for the sudden call, but may I know who I have the honor to be in the presence of? I'm the hero sent by the system, now on a mission to fight against the monster lords. Murmurs were going throughout the room as she spoke out loud. Alexander's eyes were wide in surprise, but his posture seemed to relax once he found the identity of the stranger. I see, then I shall not stop you on your quest. If you need something from this humble town, don't hesitate to ask. This was my chance. Snap! It would be very helpful if you could send someone to show us around. I want to buy a few things for our journey, and it would be better if we get them before everything closes. Everyone was surprised by my sudden appearance, except for Mary. Who are you, and how long have you been sneaking for? One of the guards took out their swords ready to fight. He's with me, so don't worry about him. But if you could fulfill our request, that would be wonderful. The guards looked nervously at their master, who was thinking what to do. Very well. Jeremiah would be the one to guide you through the town. Jackpot! The fish took the bait. The butler bowed towards his master and respectfully waited for me to follow him. The sun was slowly going down, and at this rate it would take an hour before everything would shut down. We walked at a few shops where I bought everyday items that we could use in the journey. The man knew what he was doing, so we finished pretty quickly, and we were about to split when I stopped the butler. Agent Jeremiah, I was sent by the mad scientist to deliver a special package to the general. Please give me your compass so I can find him. The butler turned towards me and smiled. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know anyone by the name of General or the mad scientist, so I can't help you. So he was playing hard to get. You either give me the compass, or I'll yell that a pillager is here and wipe your makeup. His smile was more strained now and signaled to follow him on an isolated street. Soon we were the only two in the alley. He suddenly turned and threw a black potion at me while preparing to drink another potion. I quickly dodged the potion and took out my shield until I realized that the potion he was drinking was an invisibility one. Violet, hold him down. The man was suddenly pressed to the ground by an invisible hand. He was getting transparent, but since he didn't drink the whole potion, I could still see his shape. As I expected, Violet was with us on this trip as well. Enemy? A rusted voice asked. Yeah, he's the reason I was stuck at the Sandstone Palace for so long. Suddenly the leg of the man was ripped off, splashing blood everywhere and making him scream in pain. What's with the sudden outburst? Violet, don't kill him yet. I want to ask him something. She hissed in displeasure, but stopped from tearing another limb. Who are you? How did you do that? What do you want from me? I want your compass and the location of the rest of the spies. Ha, I'd rather die than betray my people. I let out a big sigh and took off my helmet to put the monocle of truth on my eye. You're supposed to be dead. Funny thing, but I'm a friend with death, and she let me go last time. What? Ugh. His face was slammed into the ground by the invisible hand. Thanking my monster friend for the help, I looked closer at his inventory. There I saw a few journals, emeralds, golden bars, lapis, and food. But what was I looking for was the enchanted compass in the right corner of his inventory. Good, he had it on him. I don't need to go on a treasure hunt, get it? Give me the compass and the location of the other pillager, and I'll let you live. I'd rather die. I let out a sigh and decapitated him with my sword. Because he yelled so much, some people may heard him from the main street. I needed to finish this as quickly as possible and leave. I opened the inventory of the corpse and took the compass and the journals. I quickly looked through a few of the journals, but no mention of the other pillagers was written. Only information about the surrounding nobles and criminals. Those journals are incrementing enough to sentence him to life in prison, and if they found out that he was an Viligers, it would be an execution on the spot. Now how should I deal with the corpse? Since I'll be the first suspect if he doesn't get home soon, and I can't walk in the middle of the town with him on my shoulders. Should I even bother hiding my involvement? I shook my head. I need something to cover him. There was nothing in his inventory that I could use, and I didn't have a blanket in mine either. What should I do? Hey, Violet, and she's gone. That seems fair. She seemed to sense what I was about to ask and teleported away. I let out a sigh and took out my favorite coat to cover the body. Once covered, I went on the busy streets towards the mansion. Because of my armor, nobody seemed to be interested in me. And with that, I passed the guards, entered the mansion, and stopped at a random empty room. I checked to see if it was empty, dumped the body, and made sure that a little of his makeup was smudged to get more attention. Next to him, I put the journals, since you can't put items in a corpse, and left a note on top saying, I don't appreciate it when people try to assassinate me. Next time, it won't be only one person. This should be enough to scare them until we're gone, and who knows? Maybe they won't find him until we're way gone. With this job done, I took my cloak back and went to the inn we were sleeping in. I washed the blood off my precious cloak and went to sleep. Next day, early in the morning, I woke up the two girls and continued our journey towards the zombie lord. I wasn't worried about him, since he was weaker than before, and now I'm more prepared than ever. But I don't know what would happen if the two monsters would meet. We left the city without a problem, not realizing the mess that this will lead into the future. Chapter 1. 179. How humiliating. POV, Shadow Lord. The moon was high in the sky, and the rotten light from the lamps was spread all over the streets. But there was no problem for me since I wasn't using the streets to travel through the town. Instead, I was jumping from roof to roof and using the shadows. The guards were lazily prowling the city, never bothered to look up, which made my infiltration job easier. At first, it was a new experience to sneak into the enemy base and not blaze through to destroy it. My brother used that method, and it was pretty efficient. Unfortunately, I can't use the same method as him since the prince is holding my spawner as hostage, and I'm only used to scare people or kill certain important figures. I've been doing the same thing for a few months to my great shame. But it wasn't all that bad. And while my brother was doing more damage when he was attacking, that doesn't mean he was more dangerous. Since he was so direct and loud, everyone knew when he was coming and could try to oppose him. At first, it didn't work, as they were losing more people trying to kill him than running away. But those were mere soldiers, easy to replace once you give another human some armor. Generals and leaders are the real treasures of humanity, and one could be as valuable as 10 soldiers as 100 if it's good. That is why the method I'm currently using could be said to be more efficient than what my brother did. Since my method of fighting is through stealth, nobody is expecting my attacks in the middle of the night, making it an easy kill. If I kill enough important people in the night, the next day the town would be in chaos, which would be the perfect opportunity to attack it with an army. Unfortunately, this wasn't the price goal, but as long as humanity was getting weaker, I was satisfied. I stepped out from the shadows in front of a huge mansion. The lights on the side were more annoying, and the guards seemed to be more alert. Not that it mattered, since they couldn't stop me even if they tried. I made a huge jump and landed on the roof looking around the property. My target this time was an old man with white beard, thick eyebrows, and usually wears a blue robe. He wasn't in the garden, so I went into the shadows to get inside the mansion. I was in the hallway of the 3rd floor, which only seemed to have 4 rooms in total. While it wasn't a lot for such a big mansion, the size of the rooms was almost tall enough for me to not be in. I checked each room in search of my target, and after seeing the son of the house, the 2 women, one with a black helmet, and 1 single man in the first 3 rooms, I arrived at my target. His room was ancestry decorated like the other nobles, and the color was off-putting, to say the least. There was nothing that had a good color, like the black of the void. I was about to kill the man in his sleep and leave unnoticed when something caught my eye. A floating blue creature was in the room, looking at me with its big eyes while holding a flower in its hand. Was this a pet of the old man? But it's inside, and why does it feel like it's alive and dead at the same time? Is it a monster, perhaps? It doesn't seem to be intimidated by me like the other animals. Who cares? Let's just finish this mission and get back to scouting the guards around my spawner. I need to somehow move my spawner from their clutch. I took one of my normal arrows and was ready to decapitate the man when suddenly the door was opened and a firework was shot at me. I quickly dodged to the side and looked at the person who dared attack me and was taken by surprise. Why couldn't I feel anything about him? Why does he have an aura of fear, like he's a monster? Behind him came another one who wore enchanted diamond armor, which took me by surprise. Who are those people? They shouldn't be someone the old man can afford to buy. But something was different about the one in blue armor. I could sense something from her, and it was completely repulsive. She was someone heavily connected with the system. She must be the hero that my master was talking about. What a blessing! If I kill her now and absorb her power, I should be able to kill the prince with the new powers. I dodged another firework shot at me and went into the shadows, next appearing in the hallway, getting a red arrow ready. Suddenly something was thrown at me, which I dodged, but I realized too late what that item was, because out of nowhere the man in black armor appeared and slashed his sword at me. My pants were cut and the bones were damaged, which took me by surprise. I didn't expect a human weapon to be able to damage me to this extent. This was getting more dangerous than anticipated. Don't you dare ignore me. Behind me, the hero yelled as her sword was about to reach me, but was blocked by my bow without a problem. But the strike was too weak for some reason, and I found out why when she got closer to me with a spin and managed to slash me with her second attack, leaving almost the same amount of damage as the man. This is the first time someone has managed to damage me since I came to this world, and 2 people seem to possess this power. This is not good. My specialty is fighting from afar, and here I can't do this in a building. I have to finish this mission now or bring the fight outside. I dodged the next two slashes and went into my shadows, appearing back into the old man's room. Unfortunately, because of the commotion, he was wide awake and not willing to die quietly by my hands. I took an arrow as the man was screaming in fear, but my back was hit by a firework, making me switch my targets, only to see another ender pearl thrown at me. But this time I wasn't going to let it slide. I caught the incoming ball, and it broke as soon as it touched me, making the man in black armor appear in front of me. Before he could do anything else, I grabbed him by the head and tried to shove the arrow in his eye. His armor may be strong, but there are still parts I can exploit. Suddenly I felt pain in my left leg and was losing balance, making me miss the eye and hit the helmet, leaving no damage. What happened? I looked at my leg and saw that it was ripped apart and the culprit made itself invisible. That was clearly a monster. Why did it attack me? And what was with its strength? It is almost on the same level as us, the monster lords. This mission is getting too dangerous. I have to leave before I take more damage. I went back into the shadows and appeared outside. The guards started to gather because of the sudden commotion, and I couldn't do my usual jumps since I was missing a leg. Curse my slow regeneration. What's the point of being tough when there are monsters that can crush through? I went back into the shadows and appeared in a dark alleys or roofs until I was out of town. With a final check around me, I went back into the shadows, getting back to the main base. This was the second time I tasted defeat, and I didn't like it. I was going further and further away until I stopped on top of a sand dune surrounded by monsters. Suddenly, an explosion appeared a few blocks away from me. A huge crater with a green creature in the middle of it was left behind. This was my brother, the zombie lord, who I felt was getting closer in the past week. But now that he was in front of me, I could feel that he was weaker than expected. Did something happen to him as well? Ah, brother of the void, it's such a good thing to see you. The green monster got up as his recently destroyed legs were getting regenerated at a visible speed. Hello, brother, I replied to him. Not the talkative type, I see. What happened to your leg, brother? I had an unpleasant encounter with the hero and her friends. Suddenly his calm expression turned to one of anger and punched the creeper nearby, killing it on the spot. That wrecked being, filled with the system energy. We need to take care of her before she stops us any more than this. The hero is much more dangerous than before, but what concerns me is the fact that a monster similar to our level was helping the humans. I didn't feel a connection with it, so it wasn't created by the void. But if so, who created it? Brother, why do I feel like you lost more power? That hero found me and destroyed my spawner. I didn't die, but now I'm much weaker than before. That's not good. I was almost in the same position, maybe a little worse. I have to get rid of the prince and hide the spawner in a better location. But now my brother was here, and the enemy didn't know about this. I could use this to my advantage. We stayed on the sand dunes for a few hours until a new leg grew back. While we were waiting, I told the zombie lord what happened since I appeared in this world, and he seems to lose respect for me the more I spoke. Brother, there's no other master for us besides the void. How dare you follow the command of a human? You should have just killed him, even at the risk of your spawner being broken. I was ashamed to admit it, but he was right. While I learned a few important tunings from him, every day I'm feeling like I'm betraying my master for a rock. I'm ashamed of my weakness. Please help me, brother, since I'm hopeless. The zombie lord looked at me with disgust, but still deciding to help me. We both jumped towards the secret location, arriving there in no time. The zombie lord stayed in the back, waiting for my signal, while I went ahead to report the success of my mission. Good, I'll report this to the prince later since he has a guest now. You can leave until further instructions. The guard at the entrance dismissed me like I was nothing, forgetting that I was capable of killing him with one arrow. How humiliating. But the prince was distracted now with a guest, so it would be best time to gather more information. I walked away from the guard and went back to the shadows, but appearing inside the cave that was guarded. From shadow to shadow, I arrived at a larger room, with the prince and two guards sitting beside his throne. In front of the throne stood a man with pale skin kneeling. Are you sure about that filthy Viligers? You're hurting me, young prince. I thought we were closer than that. Of course I'm telling the truth. And why would you share that information with me? The Coral Kingdom is putting more of a fight than we expected, and we need some help. The prince narrowed his eyes while looking at the man. You're better not be lying about the weapon that could kill the system, otherwise I'll send the whole church against you, with Monster Lord or not. What did that man say? A weapon that could kill the system. Chapter 180. This world is fun. POV, Daniel Kaut. I woke up feeling amazing and well-rested. In a world where everything is made of cubes, it's surprising how comfortable furniture like this can be. I went downstairs in my cozy living room, ate my breakfast, drank some water to stay hydrated, then opened the door to let the rays of the sun warm me up. An amazing day as always. Let's get to work then. I went down the street where a few stalls were built tightly one after another, and in each one of them stood a villager with a smile on their faces. Good morning, Bat. How do you feel? I'm doing very well, sir. The usual? I smiled in response as he opened his trading tab. He was a farmer, and I usually traded crops for emeralds so I can have a bigger budget to shop around. I made some calculations and realized that the trading skill is the easiest skill that I can level up right now, and I wanted to get to the highest level as soon as possible to get some OP trades. I'm still debating if I should ask for an undying totem or elytra. Either choice is going to make me a rich man, and that was the fastest way to get powerful from what I could tell. I tried to gather more intel about the monster lord that I'll have to defeat, but to my surprise there was nothing. But that is also probably because I'm in a small village and not a lot of people visit us. Once I was done trading with the man, I gave him 2 emeralds which he took and left his stall as I was walking towards the next one. This is the method I came up with to spend my time as efficiently as possible. I made stalls for everyone, and if I find them in the morning there, so I won't go through the whole village to search for them, I'll give them 2 extra emeralds as a treat. The villagers understood that quickly, and every morning they waited patiently for my arrival. I felt like I was training pets. I went from villager to villager until I arrived at the last stall, which seemed to be empty. Usually the Fluthcher stood here, and I was quite excited to get a crossbow. Did anyone see the village chief? I think he went into the forest in search of his wife. Once he said that my eyes went wide, I made sure that everyone was comfortable in the village so they wouldn't leave. I hope he didn't find my secret by accident. I thanked everyone for their hard work and went with quick steps towards my farm. I passed the walls that protected the village and went deep into the forest until I arrived at something that looked like a mine shaft entrance with wooden doors. And to my horror, they were open. That's not good. I quickly went inside and was greeted by a large room filled with chests and various items that I collected over the past few months, but no village chief was in sight. Did he rob me and run away? If it was only that, I would be hurt, but not that annoyed. But when I saw the trapdoor on the floor opened, I knew I was in trouble. I quickly went down the ladder until it arrived at the bottom. There was a small room with a lot of chests and one of my biggest secrets. My mob farm. I made the usual room with darkness and the pitfall that would kill any monster instantly. But since I wanted it to be a secret from the villagers, I didn't build it on the surface. Instead, I just dug it into the ground. This option was way faster and safer for me overall, so I was satisfied with the result. Unfortunately, there was a design flaw to this. Since I didn't have a high level in the crafting skill, I couldn't use hoppers, so monsters kept piling on top of each other, making some monsters survive the fall. Even though this monster spamware produces only skeletons and zombies, they were pretty annoying to deal with. That's why every time I came here, I would break the blocks above the pitfall, letting the sunlight burn the remaining monsters and their annoying parts. After that, I'll get down here, collect all the leftover bones and arrows, and put them in a chest. With those items, I grow my crops or trade with the villagers for some emeralds. But there was a problem with my method. It was very illegal to purposefully produce more monsters, no matter the reason. If you were caught, you were sentenced to death. This wouldn't be a problem for me, but if anyone else would find out, I would be in big trouble. And here, in my secret room, was a person I did not expect. The village head. He looked with horror at the pile of monsters from the pit, even though you could barely see anything in that half-a-block space. Daniel, what's the meaning of this? I don't know, village head. This is the first time I've seen this place as well. I only came here because the others were worried you. Liar! I know this forest like my own inventory, and there was never something like this before. And you're the only one capable of building something like this so fast. Looks like I can't trick him that easily. What are the chances you'll keep quiet about this? Why would I keep quiet about this? I have to report you to the nearest town. You can't create an army of monsters. Such a shame I have to do this. I liked you a lot as well. Saying that, I took out my enchanted iron sword, looking disappointed at the villager. You're not going to get away with the... Before he could finish his sentence, I decapitated him in one swing. I got lucky with a trade of the villager who had an enchanted iron sword, and I used that as a cover-up from my real sword since it was too eye-catchy. What a shame, I had to kill the village head just like his wife. Was it fate that both of them found my base by accident? I think I should leave this village. I've already outgrown it for a while, so it's time to go to a town. It's such a shame that I'll have to hide the secret base that I worked so hard to build. I looked at the corpse for anything valuable, burned it, and left my base to get back to the village. There I told the others that I didn't find him but saw his clothes, which made the whole village sad. I waited for a few hours before announcing that I'd be leaving for a town since my mission was done. Everyone thanked me for everything I did for them and even gave me gifts. I thanked everyone for their hospitality and gifts and left the village. Once I was back at my secret base, I took everything valuable and destroyed the entrance, leaving behind only a patch of dirt. Soon the grass would grow and all the evidence against me would be gone for good. With that done, I started my journey to a new place, to a new beginning. The journey was 2 days long, and it was pretty uneventful. At night, I just built a small box where I put my bed and waited until the next day, so when I arrived at the walls of the town, I was well rested. The checkup was pretty quick, since they couldn't know what items I had in my inventory, or because I was wearing iron armor. But once I passed them, I was surprised by the beauty of this town. Villagers were all over the main street, and the shops in here actually sold something besides their trading tab. Some of them I didn't even see in the game, and when I asked about their recipes, they told me it was handmade. You could do that. But from one look, I could tell it wasn't as durable as the items made by the system, nor easy to make, which explains their high price. I went into a bar and ordered a drink as I listened to the villagers talk about their day and worries. A town was truly different than a small village. They had a different mentality. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything valuable that I could get from them. So I paid for one more drink and went to the Nobel's district. Since I couldn't get the information I wanted in the common district, I had to take things up a notch. From what I understood, the hero is pretty popular with the villagers in this world. So if I prove to them that I'm also a hero, I should get some support to get stronger. The noble district was more elegant and better guarded than the lower district, which showed the importance of those villagers similar to my old world. I went to the biggest house that I could find and stopped at their gate. There a guard looked at me nervously. "Hubka, how can I help you, sir?" "Tell your master that I want to talk with him." I said that while pointing my enchanted sword at the ground. The guard looked at my iron armor, then at the sword, and told me he'd soon be back with an answer. And a few minutes later he came back telling me to follow him. As I passed the gates, I saw the huge mansion with a beautiful garden. When I entered the house, the hallways were tall and decanted with birch wood, giving an atmosphere of a clean place. The servants were looking at me from a distance and whispering between themselves. Soon I arrived at a huge room, which I could only assume to be a ballroom from its design. And in the middle stood a noble with purple robes surrounded by 10 guards, all equipped with leather armor. Were they too poor to afford iron ones? "Good sir, who may you be and why do you seek my presence?" He's respectful from the start. Looks like my armor is more valuable than anticipated. "Fear not, good man, for I, the man chosen by the system, was sent to guide this world to a better age. I seek your help in defeating the evil lords." Silence was left in the room as I finished my speech. Was I too direct? "Sir, the hero is already known to the world. She now fights in the Sandstone Kingdom against the second monster lord." "So the monster is not in this kingdom. Good to know. Because a new enemy has appeared, the system has summoned me for help. I was even given this precious sword to fight against them." I said that while swinging my sword, which made everyone nervous. Do you have something else that can prove you are the new hero? Of course, it seems that my looks are different than yours, so I'll show you my face. When they saw my lack of nose, they seemed to believe me more, and after I showed them how fast I can place and break blocks, I was deemed a true hero sent by the system. The noble made a party in my name, calling some of his friends to see the new guest. He may use me for political power, but it was good for me as well, since I was getting financial support and information about this world. Not only that, at the party I heard that the hero was here a few weeks ago and even visited the palace before disappearing. The royal family assures the others that she was safe and on her way to the Sandstone Kingdom. But there were also some rumors that the zombie lord has revived somehow, and people should be careful of another attack. I just stayed in the back, slowly growing my strength and smiling as the others worked hard for me. Chapter 181. Church Headquarters. I survived another day, and it was all thanks to Violet. Because of my new armor, I forgot that I wasn't invincible and could still be killed with one mistake. I fought more recklessly than usual. I trusted my tools too much instead of my mind. I wasn't a veteran soldier who trained their sword their whole life. I was someone who won fights by preparing beforehand and laying traps. I'm very thankful that Violet intervened, otherwise things would have been difficult. After the monster lord left, the guards stormed the floor with panicked expressions, ready for a big fight. The noble was still confused about what just happened, but was thankful that we saved him. As for how we knew about the attack, Alexa woke me up telling me that a mass of energy from the void was in the other room. I told it to wake up Mary as well and quickly went to attack it. Is that the Shadow Lord? I think so, and his ability to teleport, it's going to be a nightmare to counter. After we found that nobody died in this battle, the noble sent his guards to search the perimeter of the mansion, but no monster was found. Soon the whole town knew that something happened, which made it more agitated. He wasn't as strong as I expected. You even cut one of his legs. It wasn't me who did that, but she doesn't know about Violet, so I'll take the credit this time. I don't think we saw his abilities in the first place. His weapon was a bow, but he didn't manage to fire a single arrow. That's true, maybe the bow has some powerful enchantments. Trader, Mary, where are you? A loud voice called after us, which made our heads turn. Green was panicky looking for us between some intimating guards. We called her name, and soon she was beside us. What happened? I heard a loud bang, then something that sounded like a fight. And now all the guards are here and they look angry. Mary told her the short version of the story, which scared her even further. We have to leave. This place is no longer safe. I don't think this place would be attacked twice unless the Shadow Lord wants to take revenge, so it should be a safe space. But I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep with all the noise around me now. Plus, there's a high chance that the noble would force us to stay and protect him. What do you think, Mary? I feel the zombie lord is getting closer. I'm afraid the two of them may meet at this rate. That's not good. I'm confident that we can defeat the zombie lord ourselves, but with the help of someone who can shoot from afar. I don't like the odds. I think we should go to the church and regroup. We can't do this by ourselves anymore. While they are not able to kill a monster lord, they should be good enough to work as a shield or slow them down. I showed my approval to this plan, so Mary went to talk with the noble about our leave, while me and Green went after her llamas. Mr. Trader, why are the monsters attacking us? Did we do something bad for them, or are they like animals just trying to survive? Now that was a tough question to answer. The monsters appeared when the Great War started, but from what Alexa told me, it was a battle between the Void and the system, not the humans. The humans are only collateral damage in that battle, and they continue to be to this day. The system is connected to this world, so monsters are attacking the world since they can't attack the system directly. But the question changes to why only humans. Animals and trees are part of this world, but I don't see them getting destroyed by monsters. You could argue that the Enderman and the Creeper do that, but one of them explodes when a human is nearby, while the other, I don't think they're the same type of monster as the others. That means that humans have a special connection with the system that the Void is trying to destroy. But this is all speculation on my part. I could be all wrong about it. And the only reason the Void hates the humans It's because the system decided to take the same form as them. The point I'm trying to make is that I don't know, and I don't know if we want to search for that answer with how the system tends to react to void-related research. I don't know honestly, but we know they aren't willing to make pace with us, only to destroy us. Until Mary came to us, we stayed in silence as the town was getting more rowdy. Let's leave before the old man changes his mind. He wanted me to stay with him, can you believe that? I told him that I intended to meet with the church, which seems to be enough to silence him. Mary said as soon as she arrived. I got on a llama and the girls on the other one and galloped out of the city. The moon was high in the sky, and its light was powerful enough to illuminate the desert. Monsters were all over the place, but they were too slow to catch up with our mighty llamas. I feel that the zombie lord is getting further. I think the two lords met. Looks like we were too late to prevent that. Such a shame, but it looks like we'll have to do this the hard way in the end. The moon was going down and the sun was going up. As the sun was getting up, so were the monsters getting burned all over the desert. It was a scary sight to see, even though I knew we were safe. But there was something that I hadn't managed to see in the desert yet, and that was the zombie husk. First time I was too preoccupied by the fact that I was a prisoner to ask this question, but now that I was seeing the zombie burn under the sky, it made me wonder if those species of zombies existed in the first place. I knew that drowned zombies existed since I'd seen them, but no husks. To my surprise, Mary seems to know the answer to this question. Yeah, I've seen a monster similar to the way you describe it in a monster encyclopedia. From what I remember, for a zombie to become a husk, it needs to survive in the desert for a whole day, and when night comes again, it would dry and become a husk. That kind of monster is much more dangerous than normal, since it would give you the hunger debuff besides the damage. But while the husk can survive under the sun, it enters a deep sleep state, which is why they don't tend to survive for long. Interesting. That would explain the lack of husk and how easy it is to hunt them when it's daytime. There's a probability a special team that hunts those kinds of monsters to not get out of control. We traveled for 2 more days until we finally arrived at our destination. The church headquarters. A huge temple was built in the desert with 5 towards that had a dome-shaped roof and the image of a golden angel on top of each. The entrance was huge and always open. But even if it was opened, it wasn't unguarded as 2 people with enchanted diamond armor looked at us with suspicion. Am I in danger of being found out? That's good to know. Who would have thought that a building dedicated to the system would have a deeper connection to it? The guards stopped us and asked who we were, but once they found out that the one in diamond armor was Mary the hero, they let us in without a problem. Inside the church, the walls were all beautifully decorated, not by crafting, but by hand. Almost everything was made in gold, and I could see certain images here and there. Some of them stood alone, while others were long and told a story. At the longer one, I stayed to study them more carefully. I saw a cube-shaped planet, and then a light came to it. The light seems to merge with the people of the planet, forming the system. Is this the origin of the system? Did it come from a comet and take over the planet? Many believe that since the system is not the one who created the humans, it shouldn't rule over them. But those people tend to forget that we got to this level only with the help of the system. Otherwise, we would have been as mindless as the common animals. The 3 of us turned towards the voice to see a hunched old man with a big white beard and golden robes that were 3 blocks long. He looked fancier than the last time I saw him, but there's no mistake, he was the Pope. Ah, Pope, good to see you as well. I came with bad news. I managed to destroy the spawner, but he ran away and I'm afraid he already met with the Shadow Lord. The Pope was running his hand over his beard, murmuring how things weren't so good. But where is the army then? We split up as soon as the zombie lord ran. They dealt with the zombie army while I kept their boss busy. They haven't arrived. No, you're the first one to do that. Do you think something happened to them? They're one of the most equipped groups in the whole world. I don't think they'll lose in a fight. So that only means we managed to outrun them. What a twist. Oh no. What should we do now? We need well-trained people to help us in the upcoming fight. It's too much for the 2 of us. The Pope was thinking about something before coming up with a surprising solution. It's already well known within the noble community that the prince has some kind of deal with the Shadow Lord ravaging through the desert. But if the 2 lords met, Maybe you can deduce the location of the spawner by following the zombie lord. That's true, but I still need an army to distract them. Yes, that's why I'll be sending a message to the royal family telling them that we know the location of the prince and that they need to send an army to help us defeat him. That was a pretty good plan, and the army would not be inferior to the one from the church, and if our timing would be right, maybe the church army would join us after. We should do that then. I'll use the emergency contact, so they should be here in about 2 days. 5 if they have to gather everyone. That fast? I wonder what kind of message system they have to work so fast. But the Pope didn't seem to be willing to explain it to us. Instead, he wrote a letter and gave it to one of the sisters besides him. The woman bowed and left the room. Now, I see you came back with some guests. Can you introduce them to the old man? Oh, sorry, I completely forgot about them. This is Green. She's a wandering trader, and I was wondering if you have a job available here at the church. As for the scary-looking man, he's the teacher that I told you about. Trader. Trader, you say? The old man was looking at me with an interested gaze. Chapter 1. 182. More history. You must be a proud teacher with how much Mary achieved. I'm more proud as a friend than as a teacher. It's not like she was under my wing for that long. Yes, of course, and it's only the beginning. Ho 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 ho. Both of us laughed at the same time, while the girls looked confused. As for you, young lady, we can find a job where no problem. I'll just ask one of the sisters, and tomorrow you can start. Green's face lit up with happiness, making the old man smile as well. Then he looked back at me. Are you by any chance a believer in the system? I do believe that it exists and it has an agenda, but I don't choose it as my god or master. I see. Are you perhaps disappointed by it, since it didn't help you in a tough time of your life? Not really. It's just it robbed me a few months ago and I'm still salty about it. Something similar. The system is a god that likes to see us prosper, but doesn't want to grow and do evil things. That's why it would help us from the shadows. It would give you a job most suited for you. When you're crafting, a new recipe comes to mind. When you are brewing, you suddenly remember something that would help you break the bottleneck. The system is not someone that likes to show its strength in flashy miracles. Instead, it would help you from the shadows without you realizing. I didn't know about this. I thought after the Great Purge it didn't want to deal with humanity anymore. But I guess you can't be angry for hundreds of years when you see people in need. Thank you. I'll think about it some more. There's no need to thank this old man. Thank the system for its generosity. I don't think I want to have that kind of relationship with it. But I'm curious, as a man who follows the system, what's his opinion of the Great War? I'm sorry if I seem rude, but do you have some information from the system about the Great War? The eyes of the Pope narrowed as I said this, making Mary confused on what was happening. The Great War? What are you talking about, trader? Oh, hero, looks like you didn't pay attention to your history lessons. As for you, young man, do you perhaps know something more than common knowledge? Everyone looked at me now. Probably, I just want to compare notes. I see. The Pope was running his hand over his beard, thinking about something before telling me and Mary to follow him. We went through a few hallways and past multiple people who were all looking respectfully at us, until we arrived at a huge room with a dome-shaped ceiling. The ground was made with quartz and sandstone, the walls were all placated with golden images, and the ceiling had a huge drawing of a golden angel preparing to fight a black spot while protecting the people behind it. The Pope stopped in the middle of the room, where the rays of the sun were giving him the aura of a holy person. Nobody knows when the beginning began, but we know the humans at that time were no different than animals today. They lived in small villages with houses of simple design. We didn't speak much, only trying to survive another day by not starving. It was harder then to grow crops, as it would take whole months for a patch of carrots to grow. While saying that, he looked over a drawing, and we looked as well. There we say 3 villagers with a tunic tending to a small farm. We could say it was a peaceful life, eating badly cooked food and a few vegetables. It was simple but safe. But everything changed when the system came to this planet. Instinctively, we looked at the next picture, which showed a comet hitting the planet. The system was something beyond our understanding. It was a god amongst animals. But it took pity on us, the humans, and decided to share a portion of its power with us. The next image showed a few villages engulfed by light. Once that happened, everything changed. From small things, such as the inventory, to big things, such as the crafting table. We were taken aback by how blessed we were, and soon took over the world like it belonged to us. After we occupied a continent, we crafted some boats and went to others' lands until humans were all over the globe. The next panel showed the planet with small images of villagers all over the place. After humans conquered everything, they get bored. There was nothing new under the sun, and everything was too peaceful for their adventurous heart. That's why they started to fight with each other. The next image was bigger than the others, showing people with diamond armor and swords fighting. The war got so bad that it destroyed 2 whole continents before the system intervened. It saw that the power shared with the humans was too dangerous, so it put a limit on it. That is how skills were first introduced and the first warning of the system. Luxury humanity was smart enough to stop its meaningless wars. An image with a sun rising from the horizon with people covered in bandages looking at it was next. That happened 1,000 years ago, and it's considered lost knowledge. Looks like humanity has a tendency to play with fire, even in ancient times. What happened next? For the next 600 years, the world was at peace once again. New recipes were discovered, the church was growing, and people started to appreciate life more. Until one day, the void attacked. Nobody saw it coming. Chunks of the planet were being ripped apart and absorbed into the void, never to be seen again. That was also the first time humanity saw the system taking an active stance of fighting. We don't know how the fight went. We only know that in those 5 years that the system was gone and monsters appeared all over the world. On the other side of the wall, images show how monsters came from a black portal. While this was the time humanity was at its most dangerous point, we could also say that it was the start of its golden years. Soon people started to level up their skills at unbelievable speeds, creating new recipes, sharing with everyone, and helping to improve technology for the people. You could say that this tragedy brought humans together and made them stronger. Then the system came back from the war. It has won, but at a great price. The next image showed how the portal was closed and monsters started to burn under the sun. The system couldn't talk with the people like before. Only a selected few were lucky enough to hear its voice, but only one was someone that we could say was loved by the system. That man was a king and a researcher who would always get his question answered by the system. Someone had such a close connection to the system. How is that possible? Was he perhaps another hero? We don't know what he did to gain the system's favor, but we know that under its rule, humanity progressed like never before. Is that how they managed to get so much information to create Alexa? But who is this person, and why haven't I heard of him yet? What happened to him? Unfortunately, that man betrayed the system somehow. We don't have any information about how or why, even when we asked the system. But what we know is that the system decided not to communicate with humans anymore. On that day, the kingdom was gone together with a few continents. New species of monsters started to appear. It was so much chaos that we thought the void came back. The Pope took a pause to catch his breath. Maybe it was. We still don't know. But we knew that the system was angry at humanity and it decided to punish it. The last image of the wall showed how the light around humans was taken away, leaving humanity confused and scared. Those are the times we live in now, or so we thought so until I had the blessing of hearing the system's voice. His face changed to one of reverence. It told me a prophecy of how the void would be back, but we shall not be scared since we're not forgotten. It would send us a hero to fight back, and we had the mission to train it. This is the time we live today. This is the start of a new era, one where the system may forgive us. The Pope made a spin while raising his arms, making me think that he practiced this a few times in front of the mirror. But what he's saying is interesting. I know some information that he doesn't know. While he knows something I didn't know, AMD together, we were completing a puzzle, but I felt like I was still missing an important piece. How do you know about this? Or more exactly, how do you still have this kind of information after the Great Purge? The Pope let out a despondent sigh at our lack of reaction and tried to comfort himself by petting his beard. When the king rose to power, the church was against him since he used some unconventional methods to communicate with the system. At least that's what the records say. And when the Great Purge happened, it didn't affect us since we tried to be as separated from the king as possible. So they hated the man, loved by the system, and managed to survive because of that. What luck. Of course, after everything calmed down, we sent a crusade against the witches and the pillagers so they wouldn't get any funny ideas of getting back to power. That was written in the records, but it's most likely because of jealousy. That took me by surprise. I didn't expect the Pope to be so harsh with his religious history. And I think he deduced what I was thinking since he answered my question. You must be surprised by my response, but you have to understand that at my age I only have time to think. And after I heard the system's voice in hundreds of years, I had more reason to come to this conclusion. I do respect the system as a wise ruler over us, but I know it's not as powerful as I want it to be. It seems to be hurt from the Great War, using humans to help defend the world. Don't get me wrong, there's no greater honor than fighting for the system. But I understand that we lost what we had the moment it sent us help from another world, instead of trusting the people in this world. I got answers for questions that I didn't even know to ask. Now we were in beautiful room, with a sad old man in the middle. I think this answers all your questions, trader. You can leave this room. I wish to be alone for a few moments. I looked at Mary and she looked back at me. Then we both nodded our heads and left the old man alone with his thoughts. He does this kind of tour often, so I wouldn't comment anything on it. I never seen the old man act this way. I wonder what did he see in you to tell that story. But looks like the hero wasn't willing to let it go like that, but I could understand her curiosity since I also was curious about the reason as well. There's no chance he would recognize me from my voice, and I don't think he saw my monster friends. Maybe he was just a lonely old man, and we caught him unprepared. I don't know, but we have a mission to fulfill, so let's get ready. Chapter 1. 183. Where are they? I ducked as a sword passed by my head, but before I could attack on my own, the attacker changed her stance and tried to kick me. My eyes went wide as I tried to jump to the side, but unfortunately I was too slow, so my shoulder was hit. Unfortunately for her, my armor was doing more than protecting me. It absorbed the momentum of the attack, making me move my shoulder backwards, taking the attacker by surprise. Taking advantage of that, I tackled my enemy and pointed my swords at her face, making it my win. You are very bad at this, trader, yet you still won. How are you doing this? I helped Mary to get up while she was questioning the legitimacy of my win. I won only because of my armor, otherwise it would have been my loss. That's why I said we should train with wooden swords. Not in this dimension. Plus, she can't take her helmet off because of the curse, and I didn't plan on letting my defenses down in enemy territory. It was the next day after the Pope told us his stories, and since the army wouldn't arrive here for another day, we decided to do some training. It was too short-timed for me to get a skill level up, and too long to do nothing all day. That's why we decided to do some sparing to get more used for the upcoming fight. Should I also ask Violet for some help? No, she's too much of an opponent to us, and I'm afraid she may accidentally kill Mary. Maybe an iron golem. That could work since one can take a lot of hits and listens to every command. I'll ask Mary what she thinks about this later. Okay, let's fight once more, and this time I won't be taken by surprise. Same rules, no potions or any other buffs, otherwise everything is fair. Okay, tell me when you're ready. And for the next 10 fights, I only won 2, and for some reason, her smugness was rubbing me the wrong way. I should get some new weapons to increase my winning chances. I wonder if Alexa knows how to make a trident and the loyalty enchantment. This was an interesting match to watch, but it seems that Tida keeps tanking hits or running away from them. I'm glad you didn't pick that up from him. I don't think you'll be able to survive for long like that. Well, excuse me for using that method. I only died once, so I'll say it works pretty well for me. Plus, what's the point of having an OP armor if you're not going to use it? Good morning, Mr. Pope. Feeling better? Ho-ho, you don't have to worry that much about this old man. Just focus on saving the world for the system. The Pope was smiling while running his hand over his long beard. So did something happen, or were you just curious about our duel? Well, it seems that we are in luck, as our army managed to get here just an hour ago. The church army? Well, that's a pleasant surprise. If we wait some more, we'll have the royal army as well, and for sure we'll be able to defeat the lords like this. That's awesome. Do they have the energy to start marching once again? Mary, I think we should let them take a break until the other army arrives. I'm sure they're tired from traveling under the scorching sun for days. I tried to reason with Mary. That's true. Tell them to get some rest, since we will be leaving tomorrow. She's much more confident now, which was good for a hero. Okay, now let's get back to sparring. It's starting to get fun. While I couldn't see her face because of the helmet, I'm sure she had a mischievous grin under it. The next day came quickly, and now we were in front of the church headquarters with two armies standing beside each other. I kept saying that those are armies, but there were 100 in total, and from a world where an army would have thousands or hundreds of thousands of members, it feels weird to call them an army. But this wasn't my world, so I can't say they have the same rules. Warriors of humanity, today we would march towards our biggest battle yet. As you may have heard, the prince has fallen and made a deal with the monster lords, and we don't accept such methods. We won't stand down as injustice continues to happen in our lands. We shall fight them, we shall kill them and be heroes that would write history. Mary stood on a pedestal and started to give a speech, and I could feel the soldiers getting fired up the more she spoke. But we don't fight for fame. We fight for our families. We fight for our nation. We fight for humanity. She finished her speech by raising her arm. Soon the whole army started to cheer in unison, ready to go to war. We turned and started our journey with the hero in the front. Green was left behind, leaving me, Mary, probably Violet, Alexa, and two whole armies. Not that much. After marching for an hour, everyone forgot about me, which made me less tense from the unwanted attention. Just to be sure that I was not going to get attention, I sat beside the army at a respectful distance. Alexa, what did you get in the past few days? And did something catch your eye? Those blocks were that special. I didn't feel like it was that different from the everyday blocks. Maybe I should use my monocle more often from now on. Do you think the system found out about me or you? How lucky of us. That's true, especially for Mary, since she would be fighting the monster lords. But as Alexa said, I would be invisible for it unless it would use Mary's eyes. Maybe it's better if I prepare a trap, instead of fighting head-on like Mary. A few ideas floated into my mind, but they wouldn't work most of the time because of the Shadow Lord. If only there was a way to know where he would pop out, or even seal his ability to teleport. Hey Alexa, did you get the chance to scan the Monster Lord by any chance? Do you think you can point out where his location is, like Mary knows the location of the Zombie Lord? I don't think I want to get its attention now, since it would be a pain to deal with later. But I also don't want to follow only the Zombie Lord, since they could have split up by now to do more damage. Do you know a way to hide the hero while she is being scanned? I should have enough obsidian to box her for a few minutes, but I think we should do this at night when the soldiers won't pay as much attention. I spoke with Alexa about this, and that's what we did. When night arrived, we stopped to camp and get some well-deserved rest. Then I took this chance and spoke with Mary about the plan. She was on board as soon as I finished my explanation, so we went a little further from the camp, dug a big hole in the sand, and built a small room with 3 layers of obsidian. So once I'm inside the box, Alexa will start scanning me. As soon as the scanning is completed, I'll cover it in obsidian and try to get outside of the box with my diamond pickaxe. Yeah, that's the gist of it. We hope that in the time you get out, the system will try to scan the surrounding area, and seeing nothing, it would think you're just a weirdo. Of course, in case the system scans the area, I would be hidden from any eyes as well. Hey, if you want revenge for all that ass-kicking I gave you yesterday, you could have come up with a better plan. She complained while getting inside the box and blocking the hole. A few minutes later, I suddenly felt pressure in the air. I felt like the eyes of God were watching over every gram of sand in this chunk. The pressure lasted for 5 to 10 and finally 30 minutes before it was gone. As the pressure left, the obsidian box was broken, letting Mary out, who was messaging her head. Are you okay? Are you still in control? Yes, I am. It's just that I've never talked with the system this way. It's similar to how Alexa talks, just more heavy and demanding. The system spoke with her. What did it ask you? I think it wanted to ask me about what I was doing, but was suddenly got distracted by my new helmet. It insisted that I should get it off since it was a cursed equipment and would make me mad. So the helmet managed to distract the system enough to not concentrate on Alexa or what was happening around the hero. Is netherite that dangerous for the system? And how did you respond? I told it that it was a gift from you, and I can't take it off even if I wanted to. Well, the system was right in regards to the curse. After all, I put curse of binding on it specifically, so the system couldn't take it off. Then what happened? I felt the system sitting here for quite a while. Ugh, don't remind me. It tried to remove my helmet with some kind of telekinesis power, but it only gave me a headache. After 10 minutes doing that constantly, I threatened that I'll get a full armor, it doesn't leave me alone. And surprisingly, that worked. Did you just threaten the system? You have some guts. Mary, I have to give you credit for that. Alexa, did you get what you wanted? Later then, I expected, but better than nothing. I cleaned up the place and put all the sand back in the hole. After everything was done, we all went to get some rest. 3 days have passed, and we arrived at our destination, or more exactly, at the place the zombie lord was residing. It was a cave system in a small mountain. I decided to go in first because of my armor and scout the area for any traps. As I entered the tunnels, I started to notice human activity, and soon saw some guards with iron armor patrolling the place. Jackpot! With silent steps, I went and checked every room that I could find, but there were only guards and nobles. No monster lords or any prince. Where are they? Chapter 1, 184. Why do they know this? I checked every room multiple times and even used my bell to see if there were any hidden rooms, but no luck. Were they out on a mission? Maybe we can lay a trap for them here for when they get back. That would be the perfect outcome. I left the underground base without a problem and got back to the camp. There I saw everyone waiting anxiously, looking towards the tunnels. I just ignored them and went towards the captain's temporary house. There I saw Mary with Alexa and the 2 generals of each army. I finished my scouting. While there is something that's bothering me, we're safe to attack them. Everyone in the room was startled except for Alexa. Realizing that they weren't in danger, the generals made a fake cough and looked at me. What did you see? How many enemies were there? Then I proceeded to tell them everything I saw, from the number of rooms to what equipment each person wore. Once I was done, Mary had a determined look in her eyes while the generals looked troubled. There are a lot more nobles than we expected in this operation. Some of them we didn't even suspect. I don't know if we should arrest them or kill them here. While it's true that the nation would be in trouble for a while, it's still better if we get rid of the weed now before it would spread. What I'm more worried is the fact the prince and the monster lords are not here. Where could they be? We all looked at Mary, who had her eyes closed, trying to sense something. I still feel the zombie lord in that mountain. Unfortunately, I can't tell how far apart he is, or if he's invisible, we'll have to expect an ambush just in case. I'm not too worried about that lord since he's much weaker. I'm worried about the Shadow Lord. While they were talking about their strategy to attack, I got closer to Alexa and whispered, "Can you use the compass to see where the Shadow Lord is?" Why would he go to the Coral Kingdom? Is there a town there that caught his eye? But maybe that's good since it means we are not going to fight 2 monster lords at the same time. I could capture a noble, bring him here, and we could question him on what they are planning. Everyone stopped and looked at me with surprise. If you could do that, it would be for the best. I nodded my head and went back outside, not forgetting to tell Mary that the Shadow Lord wasn't here. I passed the security of both camps and looked for the most important-looking person in the tunnels. Luckily, it wasn't that hard to find him, since he likes to show his status through expensive accessories, such as a purple robe, golden bracelets, and paintings on his face. He was alone in the biggest room, looking over some paperwork with a tiered expression. Since he was alone in the room, it was easy for me to take out my sword and gently tap his shoulder. "What? Who are you? How did you get here?" "There's no reason for me to answer your question. Now follow me and don't make any noise. My sword is pretty sharp and I could cut your neck in one swing." The noble face suddenly paled and tried to back away. Unfortunately, there was a wall to stop him. "Oh, okay, I'll follow you." Just to be sure, I took out an invisibility potion and splashed it onto the noble, making only a few floating accessories visible. I asked the man to take those off, and with a hand on his shoulder, I guided him towards the exit. He was surprisingly obedient on the way out. Maybe a sword to the neck was truly a great motivator. Once I arrived at the general house, I asked for a bucket of milk and wondered how the generals were surprised by the identity of the noble. "Secretary Trojan, what are you doing here? Were you taken as a hostage?" This guy was the secretary of this nation? He sure doesn't like to have a humble look. Maybe that's why he was appointed by the previous sultan. I don't think so. I saw that he was living in the best room of the base, and people were respectful towards him. The faces of the two generals became complicated. Clearly, this would become more troubling than initially thought. It doesn't matter who he is, we still need information from him. Mary came as the reasonable voice. At first, the secretary was cagey about the information, but after we showed him that he was going to lose either way, he decided to share with us what actually happened a few months back. When we heard the whole story, we were all taken by surprise. The prince didn't make a deal with the Shadow Lord. Instead, he had complete control over him by holding the spawner hostage. This was very dangerous, since he could assassinate the new ruler of the Sandstone Nation in one night. They planned on doing that after they eliminated a majority of the nobles who supported her to get to power. He doesn't want a civil war to start once he'll get to power after all. This is what shocked the generals. What shocked Mary was the fact that he didn't know that the zombie lord was in the mountain as well. It was very hard to keep in check the Shadow Lord, and they had his literal life in their hands. They wouldn't trust the zombie lord no matter what he said. But what shocked me the most was what he said at the end, where the prince was going right now. So an Viligers came to us a few days ago, and apparently they have a weapon that could hurt the system, and they need the help of the Shadow Lord to get to it or something similar. The prince didn't tell me a lot of details, and I don't think that Viligers told him the whole story either. So yesterday he took the spawner with him and left Towers the Coral Kingdom to meet with the Viligers. I could feel the blood freezing in my veins. Why did the pillagers get in contact with the prince? I thought they wanted only a select few people to know about the fake system. And what are they planning on using the Shadow Lord for? They shouldn't have information about the Guardians, and even if they did, I don't think they'll want to bring a ticking bomb with them so close to Alexa's main body. Everyone had their worries about the newly acquired information, but we soon decided to attack. Since they didn't expect us to find them today, it was the best time to get rid of the camp. But the zombie lord was still a wild card, so me and Mary decided to wait as a backup in case anything happened. With everything done, we set the two armies close to the cave system, but far enough not to be seen. We selected a few people and made 3 groups of 5 people each and used an invisibility potion on them. They would be the first ones to attack and cause chaos. Once the chaos would ensue, the rest of the army buffed by speed and strength would attack as well. The groups were selected and splashed with the invisibility potions. 5 minutes later, we could hear the enemy yell, which was the signal for the rest of the attack. The enemy was attacked on all sides. It was clear that we would win this battle with minimal casualties. Suddenly, Mary put her arm on my shoulder. I feel the zombie lord getting closer. I think he was sitting on the other side of the mountain. He's on top now. Both of us looked at the top, but the moonlight wasn't powerful enough for us to see clearly what was there. Looks like Alexa managed to see the zombie lord with no problem. I wonder if it plans on attacking us, or only watching from the side. Do you see anything, trader? No, but Alexa saw him on top of the mountain looking at us. I will try to get closer with Alexa so it can scan it. If it manages to get only a small sample, we should be able to make another soul compass that would point toward the zombie lord. Mary nodded her head, and with Alexa we went up the mountain. A few minutes later, Alexa spoke once again. That's not good. We didn't manage to get close enough yet. Can you use an ender pearl? Doesn't matter, we can still work with this. Hold it and drop it in my cloak. Alexa seemed confused, but still followed my instructions. With the pearl in my cloak, I used it as a slingshot and threw it towards the top of the mountain. I didn't throw it far enough, but it was close enough for Alexa to start scanning. As the pearl hit a block, Alexa disappeared from beside me just as the zombie lord jumped off the mountain. Did we miss him? Alexa, did you manage to get something? I waited anxiously in silence, looking towards the top of the mountain until the usual monotone voice appeared in my head. Phew, glad to hear that. Let's get down and see how the battle went. With the mission finished, we went down the mountain and saw how the soldiers were moving the bodies out of the tunnels. It wasn't a pleasant sight to see, but those were the results of humans fighting. It was not supposed to be a pretty sight, and even Mary seemed uncomfortable with the situation. Trader, I'm glad you're doing well. I felt that the zombie lord jumping away and I thought something happened to you. I'm okay, I didn't manage to get close to it, but Alexa managed to get what we wanted. That's good. How do you feel after such a busy night? She said that while getting closer to me. Something was not right. She was way too interested into this conversation. Then I realized she was trying to get distracted from the battle that happened besides her. While she was trained to fight against humans and monsters, that doesn't mean she was ready to take a human's life. Even if humans in this world look very different from our original world. This made me think at my first kill. I was in the Nether, fighting against the guards that attacked my tribe. I remembered how I shot a firework at him, making him fall, ending in him falling to his death. I felt nothing at that time, and even now. Let's not think too much about that. I already have a lot on my mind recently. There's no need to have a mental breakdown as well. In the meantime, let's attack Mary. Where do you think the zombie lord would go next? I don't know, but I feel that he's jumping towards the center of the desert. He doesn't want to regroup with the Shadow Lord. What's happening here? Something doesn't add up. Alexa, you have the location of both of them. Are they going to meet in a secret location? It's clear what they want to do. They either want to split us up, or lead us away from the Shadow Lord, since they know we can only track one of them. Mary got serious and started to think. I think we'll have to split up. Chapter 185, The Beginning of a Mess. I think we'll have to split up. Mary was right. While Alexa knows the whereabouts of both monster lords, that doesn't mean we could get both of them at the same time. I think the Shadow Lord made a deal with the Zombie Lord. It seemed to know that we could follow one of them, so they split up as a distraction to not get in the way of the real goal, reaching the fake system. I don't think it's a debate that I'll go after the Shadow Lord and the Viligers while you'll go after the Zombie Lord. Yeah, I don't think the Coral Kingdom would have let us pass with so many armed soldiers anyway. The Stone Nation was an exception since we knew each other and it was just the Holy Army. I looked over the battlefield one more time, seeing how the bodies were looted and then thrown into a fire pit. Gruesome sights. I don't know if I'll sleep well tonight. I think I'll leave Mary. I don't see a reason for me to stay here anymore. You leaving already? But you didn't say bye to the Pope or even Green. I'm sure there are a few places and people you want to visit before you'll go. Mary tried to make me stay longer, probably because she wasn't used to the corpses yet. But the Sandstone Kingdom is the last place I'd like to visit in my spare time. Too many bad memories in one place, and the chances of people figuring out my true identity kept increasing. Mary, you are a hero, and someone who would see more of those kinds of battlefields. I don't think you should run away from it. Instead, you have to face it. She froze at my words for a few moments before taking a deep breath and looked at the battlefield. You're right. Sorry for holding you down. Have a safe trip. That hurt. She understood the message, but it still hurt. Thank you. Good luck in your battle as well. With the final goodbye said, we split up and I walked under the moonlight over the desert. After we traveled far enough, Violet appeared beside me and put her hand on my shoulder, trying to comfort me. This made me smile and appreciate the friends I have beside me. Thank you, Violet. I'm already feeling better. Also, thank you for saving me that night. I would have been a goner without you. Suddenly, her face turned purple, which made me smile. You're welcome, she responded in her raspy voice. I think I'm starting to get used to this. Suddenly, she punched Alexa out of nowhere, making the blue angle hit the sand a few blocks away. I was confused by this, but quickly realized what happened. Alexa, please stop trying to scan Violet. She doesn't like it and you know it. I let out a sigh and went to pick the angel up, with Violet showing her displeasure on her face. No, you'll have to regenerate on your own, as a punishment for annoying Violet. Now my monster friend was happy, and the demigod was annoyed at the extra work. We walked for hours where I talked with Violet about her invisible life and what she was doing while we were in towns. She used a small number of words, and it was fun for me to interpret what she was saying. Sometimes she would get frustrated from lack of understanding, while other times she would laugh at what I was saying. Alexa was preoccupied with its regeneration, so it didn't join the conversation, and that's probably for the best. The sun was getting up in the sky, and I was starting to get tired. Alexa, how far is the Shadow Lord? Less than 800 blocks far and growing, sir. Greater than. I think I traveled more than 200 blocks, which only means that the other party is still moving at a fast pace. If I skipped a few nights or even drank a few potions, I think I can catch up with them. But then what? It could order the Shadow Lord to kill or distract me, and it's not like I wanted them in the first place. The Viligers are the true danger. So I shouldn't concentrate on catching up with them. Instead, I should think of a way to get rid of the Viligers in the Coral Kingdom, or at least the ones who know the way to Alexa's main body. But with my speed, I would get to them either after the prince or exactly as the prince arrives, which would not help my upcoming battle. That means that I should take on a riskier approach by going through the Nether. Unfortunately, I don't have a lodestone set at the Pupafish City to help me travel, and the compass that I have to get to the general doesn't work in the Nether. That means I'll have to build a portal every couple hundred blocks and check the compass to see if I'm on the right track. The annoying part would be that I'll leave behind portal frames, which surely would attract unwanted attention. I guess I'll have to break them and build them underground. Of course, I'll break the connection as well, so nobody will accidentally end up in another dimension while mining. I looked around one final time and dug a small hole. Then out of the hole, I made a room illuminated by a lantern hanging from the ceiling. With the preparations done, I built a portal frame, splashed Alexa with an invisibility potion, then lit the obsidian frame. The space began to bend, then it broke, making a connection between the two dimensions. As the connection was made, I could see what was beyond the frame, and the only thing I could do was curse my luck. POV, the Mad Prince. Boredom. That's the feeling I had all my life ever since I was born. I have all the richness a brute would dream of, and all the knowledge a pigling would trade for. For I am the prince of the Nether, and everything is or will be under my rule. I was blessed with a golden body and a sharp mind, but I would call it a curse more than a blessing. There's no more challenge for me to overcome. Everything is too easy or short-lived. That's why when I get bored, I take my army and conquer the rest of the Nether, stimulating my bored mind for a few more days. Today was like any day on a march towards a fortress that is supposed to be ruled by a powerful black skeleton that is written to be from the creation times. A challenge, to say the least. Just as I was preparing to eat my meal, space started to fold in the middle of the camp, and an obsidian frame appeared out of thin air. Everyone in the camp froze and looked at what just happened, taking their weapons ready for a fight. In the middle of the frame stood a man with black armor that made me shiver. Blood was getting pumped into my veins, my mind suddenly became sharp, and my soul was screaming not to lose this opportunity. What I was seeing in front of me was what I was searching for, the life that I always wanted. The man took out his crossbow with a weird-looking arrow, and it pointed at the frame of the portal. He was trying to destroy the portal. I can't let him do that. I took out my crossbow and shot my arrow at his crossbow, making it explode and taking all parties involved by surprise. But even in the middle of the explosion, the man didn't seem to take any damage. Before he could take another action, I ran and tackled him to the ground, using the confusion to my advantage. As soon as I passed the obsidian frame, I felt that something wrong was happening within my body. I couldn't explain it, but I knew if I stayed for too long in here, I would die in extrusion pain. And since I couldn't stay for too long in here, I picked the heavy man up and threw him in the camp, where he was quickly surrounded by veteran soldiers. "Stop, don't kill him. I want to talk first." The man quickly got up, looked around, and saw that he was surrounded. Then he took out a pearl and was ready to teleport back into the portal. But the brutes surrounding him weren't ordinary, but the best warriors who had ample experience to react to any situation. So at the first sign of the pearl, somebody shot an arrow, breaking it in his hand. The portal still gave him hope, so that meant I had to destroy it. From my inventory, I took out a glowing red potion and threw it at the obsidian frame. When the bottle was broken, a huge explosion appeared, spreading fire everywhere and blowing everyone back with the shockwave, except for the black man. "Seriously, why did you even do that? What do you want from me?" The man seems to accept his situation, at least partially. He had his sword out and ready to place blocks for some reason. Give up and answer my questions, otherwise I'll have to kill you. How do I always end up in those kinds of situations? The man in black armor spoke with frustration. I tried to read his expression, but the shadows of the helmet made it impossible, most likely with the help of an enchantment. Follow me. With that, I made the man follow me to my house. Once inside, I told the soldiers to wait outside, and they did without any question. Now, I was alone with a man from another world who was looking all over the place for a plan to escape. While I was confident about defeating him, I had a feeling that I would suffer heavy losses if a fight broke out. This made my brute's blood boil, but the pigling head was keeping it in check. Who are you, stranger from another world? And what's your intention? The man finally looked at me, studying me with from head to toe. My name is H. No, it's trader in this world, and I came to explore the land in this place. Unfortunately, I accidentally opened a portal in your camp. So he was giving me a false name and a plain excuse. You can call me the Mad Prince. My father is the ruler of the Nether, a brute, while my mother is one of his many concubines, a pigling. Now tell me, trader, why shouldn't I kill you for attempting to assassinate noble blood? Well, never mind. This is a clear attempt of getting under my skin. What do you want from me? Otherwise you wouldn't left me alive. I could only smile at the man. I liked smart people the most, since they tend to think they're superior from others and would talk endless if you pulled the right strings. And this man seemed like the smart kind. I wonder how long it would take before he'll talk. You don't seem afraid even in this situation, like you have an escape plan. Even I, the Mad Prince, don't think I can escape this place alive. So what gives you this confidence? Let's just say that I find myself in those kinds of situations more often than not. Looks like he has some amusing stories to tell, but I'll double the guards around the house just in case he actually has the strength to get out. Then I'll get straight to the point. How do I open portals to the overworld? The man froze. Chapter 1, 186, Owners of the Tunnels. How to open a portal to the overworld. He surely asks the tough questions from the start. Why do you even want to know that information? So I can go and explore it, and who knows, maybe conquer it. Should I tell him? If I tell him, he's most likely going to end up dead and zombified in the overworld. No, what if the information spreads and then the people from the Stone Kingdom will find out the secret? I'll advise you against it, since creatures of the Nether are not meant to live outside of it. He thought about it, which I didn't expect. I felt like I was getting sick when I passed the portal frame. Are you saying that if I stayed there, I would have died? You and everything else in this world, you're not meant to be in the overworld. Is there no way to pass on the other side without taking damage? Not that I know of. Unless you want to use the same method as Undying, by chugging regeneration potions constantly, or wait until Alexa takes over the Nether and rewrites whatever is inside that kills you. But I'm not going to tell him that. I want to get out of here as soon as possible after all. I see. Then tell me about the life on the other side of the portal. I read historical books about how the two worlds were one long ago, which makes us brothers. It's such a shame we can't visit you like you're doing with us. Was he fishing for my reaction? Not a lot of people know about the Nether in the first place, much less about its history. So I decided to show a shocked expression, only to realize too late that he couldn't see it because of my armor. You don't seem too surprised by this information. The guards we took as prisoners from your precious fort were enraged that we would speak such nonsense. So tell me, what other things do you know? His lips moved into a smile that gave me chills. How much should I tell? Maybe I should try my luck with escaping this place. I'm pretty confident with destroying the roof of this house and tower up to the ceiling. With my netherite pickaxe, I should be able to break blocks faster than they can run. Let me ask you a question first. Is your nation the oldest one in the Nether? The man smiled with pride. The only thriving one from ancient times. And does that mean you were the ones to mine those tunnels underground? The Mad Prince looked at me with surprise, clearly not expecting the conversation to lead that way. You know a lot more about our dimensions than expected, but to answer your question, no, we didn't mine them. The people from your world did. But we are the ones controlling them after they left, so either way, it belongs to us now. What are the chances of you giving me a map of those tunnels? He smiled so hard that his eyes were narrow. None. At least I tried. Alexa, get behind me. Violet, get out and we'll meet up later. Then I placed an obsidian block between us and an end crystal on top of it. The Mad Prince was already equipped with his enchanted diamond armor and had an axe in his hand ready to fight. But getting closer was his biggest mistake, as I raised my shield and slashed the crystal. Boom! The crystal exploded, throwing him on his back, while I took a few hurts of damage. This was the most damage I've taken in this armor. I heard yelling outside the house, and the Mad Prince was already getting up, just a little dazed. They moved quicker than expected. Follow me, Alexa. Then, with the blocks I had, I towered up towards the ceiling, broke it, leaving me out in the open. He's towering up, shoot him. The brutes quickly saw me and started to shoot at me with their arrows. Most of the arrows were repelled by the armor, but some of them found their way to my arms where they were less protected. Ugh, I'll have to build some defense. I started to build walls when I started to hear the brutes yelling that someone was attacking them. Out of curiosity, I looked past my defense and saw how some brutes were thrown around from all over the camp, making the whole group shoot arrows at itself, trying to hit the invisible enemy. Looks like Violet decided to help me instead of running away to meet later. I have to get more powerful. I can't rely on her all the time when I'm in danger. But thanks to her help, I managed to tower up towards the ceiling of the Nether. It was a few hundred blocks tall, so it took a while to get there. But after a certain distance, the arrows couldn't reach me anymore. And with my quick mining, I should be able to run pretty far before they reach me. But just when I arrived at the roof and was safe, I realized something. Shoot, I wanted to build a portal here and run away, but Violet, it's still down. Not only that, she can't sense me because of the armor. Alexa was right. Let's get to a safe place first. Then take off my armor. Violet told me she could feel me after thousands of blocks, so I should be safe either way. With the plan finished, I started to make a long tunnel, but did not forget to cover it behind me so it couldn't be traced. Just to be sure the tail was loose, I left fake tunnels and changed my direction several times before I broke the roof to get back on the ground. The place that I landed on was a red forest. It had plenty of cover, light and food. It should be safe for me to make a portal here and wait for Violet to come. Alexa, I'll make a room underground. You can go and explore this place, just talk with me when you get close. With that, Alexa flew away, protected by the invisibility potion, while I dug a room underground big enough for Violet to teleport in. A few minutes later, everything was done and I took off my armor. Suddenly a wave of heat washed over me, making me lose focus for a few seconds. I sat down with my back on the wall, taking small breaths to get used to the heat. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then an hour, and I was starting to get worried that something happened to Violet. A few minutes later, Alexa came as well, but after 30 more minutes, I decided to look for Violet. But how can I backtrack my way after I made sure to cover everything? That's genius, Alexa. Show me the shortest way to the camp. I took the obsidian blocks back and followed Alexa throughout the Nether. Fortunately, nothing dangerous happened on the way there, with the most nerve-wracking part being the bridge over the lava lake. Once we arrived at the camp, I saw that it was more silent than expected, and with careful steps we got closer, relying on the stealth of the armor not to get noticed. But with the first step I made into the camp, I realized that it was empty. Where is everyone? I checked every house and chest, but not item was left behind. I quickly followed Alexa's directions, and I arrived at a sign close to the walls of the camp. The sign said, "If you want your Enderman friend back, follow the tunnel, then take a right." How did they manage to capture her? Was she hurt? Was she okay? Behind the sign was a hole, clearly leading to an underground tunnel or a trap. Unfortunately, I had to follow their instructions since I didn't plan on abandoning Violet. After taking a deep breath, I ordered Alexa to go down and report what it sees there. Luckily, Alexa was a machine that knew no fear besides the system itself, and fulfilled my command. A few minutes later, it came back and told me that it was leading to a long tunnel, but no trap in sight. Just to be sure, I took off my helmet and equipped the monocle of truth. This was the first time I equipped it in the Nether, so what I saw was different than expected. Instead of the usual grey, I saw an intense red all over the place, and when I looked at Alexa, I saw a being made of light with a golden string attached to it that was leading somewhere far in the nether, probably to the main body. This was pretty useful to know since I could use the string to dig a tunnel all the way to the main body. But that was a project for later. I went down the stairs and followed the long tunnel. After half an hour where I didn't see any traps or change in scenery, I arrived at one of the bigger tunnels that was under the Mad Prince's control. As instructed, I took a turn to the right and continued walking. The design of the highway was the same as the last time I saw it, so I quickly got bored and turned off my brain while my legs were moving. We walked like this for a while until I saw a sign in the middle of the road that got my attention, but 4 blocks away from the sign was a string that would activate a trap. If I wasn't wearing the monocle of truth, I would have just gotten closer to read the sign, only to activate the trap without realizing it. Good thing that the string is seen as grey in a sea of intense red. With a big step, I crossed over the string, allowing me to see what was on the sign. If you're reading this, please wait for us to pick you up. They even put a smiling face at the end. The audacity. So this trap is supposed to either capture me or alert them that I was here. I don't think they had the time or the materials to make a trap, so that means it's an alarm system, meaning they're closed. I looked around for an exit that I didn't see, but the tunnel didn't have one, probably being blocked to not attract suspicions. Looks like I'll have to follow the trap. I broke the blocks besides tripwire and saw a redstone line that was going upwards, but I couldn't see the exit. So I signaled Alexa to scout ahead, since there's a chance they would see me if they have guards. The ball of light went ahead and came back a few minutes later with some bad news. Good thing I sent Alexa first, otherwise I would have been caught. Now that I knew what to expect, I climbed the staircase halfway through before making my own staircase going directly upwards. Once I broke through the surface, I looked over the camp where Violet was held prisoner. It was similar in design with the previous one, which made me think that there's multiple camps like those all over the Nether connected to the underground highway. Unfortunately, while I had the high ground, I couldn't see Violet, which meant that she was in one of those houses. And since I don't think I'll be able to sneak in, I sent Alexa once again to search for Violet. I know both of us had multiple lives, but I wasn't willing to give up mine so easily. Chapter 187. A Duel for Freedom. I saw the ball of light slowly floating towards the camp, bypassing the guards with ease. Alexa is pretty good at infiltration missions. I should send it out more often. I was pretty far from the camp and could barely see anything from here, so I decided to get closer. Luckily, the soldiers from outside were pretty lax in comparison with the others. And now that I was looking closer at them, I saw that they had diamond armor but painted with red to better blend with the environment. With my monocle of truth, I could also see their inventory, and it was filled with some interesting items such as enchanted diamond axes and swords, or handmade items that had a similar function as a phone. I was too far away to see the enchantments, but I was very curious if I could replicate them. Who knows, maybe even Alexa doesn't have those. I'll have to ask it later. While I was waiting, I tried to explore the surrounding area, forming a plan in my mind about how to distract the brutes, sneak in, and break Violet free from whatever cage she was in. But even after I made a whole tour around the camp, I didn't see Alexa coming back. Did it get caught as well? But how? The Blue Angel should be invisible and release fewer particles due to its size. After waiting for half an hour, I could only conclude that it was either dead or captured like Violet. What's wrong with this camp? I was more prepared than when I invaded the Pillagers, and I still seemed to lose. While I was making a round around the camp, I was able to see what was inside most of the homes, all except the biggest one in the center. But I didn't see Alexa's aura or Violet's, which means they're most likely in that house. With a big sigh, I decided to use the same method that I usually use. Dig a tunnel towards my target. I do this so often that I'm already prepared with a few tools to make the job easier. So I positioned myself in such a way that I would have to dig straight to my target. Not only that, my tunnel was 2 blocks under the surface, so the chances of someone hearing me breaking blocks would be lowered. I put my helmet back on for maximum stealth, then I dug for 50 blocks, placed an ender chest down, and took out hay blocks and a bell. With the hay, I made a small room where I could fit and placed the bell down. From my tests, hay blocks seemed to do a better job at concealing noises than normal wool, so when I hit the bell, I could see the shapes of people above me, but they didn't hear anything. Unfortunately, I didn't see Violet in the range of the bell, so I took everything back and mined for another 50 blocks before making the room once again. This time I saw more soldiers patrolling the camp diligently, but no Violet in sign. Only after another 50 more blocks do I see Violet and Alexa. My robot friend seemed to float calmly, while Violet lay down like she was sleeping. Did she fall for the same trap again? She's not going to like this once she'll wake up. Unfortunately, beside those two was the Mad Prince, fully equipped with his armor and axe, ready for a fight. He's clearly waiting for me, but why is he alone? Wouldn't be better to fight me with numbers? And how did he find Alexa? Its invisibility is almost unnoticeable after all. I want to break those two out, but the prince seems to be able to capture them without a problem, so that means he may have a way to capture me as well. I need to see his inventory, but how could I do that without getting noticed? Alexa, is that you? What happened? Why? Are you there floating without a care in the world? Well, that sucks, but I'll be able to get some information on what happened. I took off my armor and I felt like I was in a sauna, but at the same time, a connection was made. Can you hear me? Good. What happened? Why are you in the same room as the enemy? Wow, that was brutal. Maybe he saw the particles of the potion and he jumped at the opportunity. What happened afterward? So that's why it was staying in one place instead of flying off. How annoying. I'm surprised how the prince didn't kill Alexa yet, with how the Nether seems to hate it. But that's not important right now. What about Violet? Is she okay? Is this how they got her? They used enchanted chains to stop her from running away before knocking her out? No, even without her teleportation ability, her claws can still do a lot of damage. Why is the Mad Prince waiting alone in the same room as you two? Wouldn't be better to be on the lookout with the others? How troublesome. The enemy is not underestimating me anymore, so I can't free those two yet. I have to think of a plan now. Sure, let's hear what you have to say. That could work. While I'm not confident about my fighting skills, that would only be against people who already know my fighting style. If I'm fighting an opponent for the first time, I'm confident that I'll win. But the Mad Prince seems to have a few tricks up his sleeves as well, so I can't just rely on a fair duel. That's a good idea, but let's not stop just there. Here's what you're going to do. I walked with confidence towards the camp, and the two guards at the gates looked like statues with a bored expression. I managed to get right in front of them without being noticed, and only after I waved my hands did they see me. What you? Stay down and you'll be executed quickly for attempting to assassinate the prince. The two guards took out their enchanted diamond weapons while also signaling to the other brutes to come. I looked at everyone with confidence as they all gathered around me. I challenged the Mad Prince to a duel for the freedom of my friends, and if I lose, I'll let him do whatever he wishes with my life. Every soldier who had weapons in their hands was taken aback by my announcement, before quickly starting to speak between themselves. Good, looks like Alexa was right about them respecting the duels. My plan relies heavily on this. Ye lad, who'dga think you are to challenge the prince? Not now, Coalhead. Every challenge must be taken with the most respect. Well, wait for His Majesty to decide what the next step shall be. We all waited for 10 minutes until the prince came, and he wasn't alone. On the leash, he had Alexa who was obediently following him, and behind him were two brutes that were carrying the sleeping beauty on their shoulders. But even with the amazing size of Violet, nobody seemed to be interested at her. Instead, they all looked at Alexa with hatred or suspicion. I don't know how I should feel about this, but as long as they were safe, everything was fine. Trader, I'm glad to see you again so soon, and you brought me such lovely gifts. I could barely keep the other brutes to not challenge your Enderman friend to a duel. I have to say, that explosion was truly dangerous. It was the first time I was so close to death. And while I know you have a plan in mind with this duel, my warrior blood is too excited about such a battle to refuse. Eevee Soldier cheered with bloodlust in their eyes, chanting for a fight. It was an intimidating sight, but I didn't dare show weaknesses in such critical moment. Since you're the one challenged me to a duel, I should choose the place well fight. Follow me. With that said, all of us followed the Mad Prince towards a large field in the camp. There he built a cage and placed Alexa inside, and gently put Violet besides. Then they formed a circle around me and the prince, I don't know why, but I have an unexplained hatred towards your blue animal. You'll have to explain to me what's the deal with him after I win. That only if you win. With that said, I took a fighting stance, which made the prince smile and the crowd cheer loudly. You may have another weapon like last time, so we'll have to change the rules a little. I have your two friends in here. If you want to get them back, defeat my second-in-command first, then me. One battle for each pet. Tisk. Looks like my plan of taking him by surprise won't be successful. We'll have to relay on the original plan won in the end. I don't feel that's fair, since I'll be too tiered to fight with you afterwards, and I'll lose unfairly. That would be a boring way to end the fight. Fine, I shall let you have a break after the duel, then you can face me at your fullest. Good, he was concentrating on me, but he was still too close to the cage for my liking. Looks like I'll have to get him down here in the ring for the plan to work. Is there anything you want before the duel starts? Yes, I want you to promise me you'll let us leave with no problem if I win. The soldiers straighted to get more impatient and started to chant fight to hurry the process of negotiations. The prince didn't seem bothered by them. Instead, he was thinking about what I said. Fine, you managed to entrain me more than expected. So if you win, I'll let your friends out and won't bother you as you'll leave. But if I win, you three would belong to me. You will follow every command I say and no more running away. Deal? So he wanted us to be his slaves. This made me hesitate a little, but unfortunately I didn't have a choice. Deal. Chapter 188. Fight. POV. Mad Prince. I sat beside the newly built cage and looked at the upcoming fight. All the surrounding brutes were chanting fight, constantly, like this wasn't a normal thing to them. Those people are the Diamond Squad, or apprentices, who are about to join the squad, so all of them are battle maniacs who enjoy fighting more than anything, doesn't matter their status or race. That is why the Diamond Squad is the most popular, since they tend to have the most battles of all the other squads, making a prime attraction for crazy powerful people who are easy to control. Of course, the leader has to be someone more powerful than them, or they wouldn't follow your every order, just respect the royal blood. Good thing that I was both. In the middle of the circle were the fighters, my second-in-command, who didn't want to tell me her name because she wasn't worthy of being remembered, and the new toy that recently arrived. I have to say, from the short meeting I had with him a few hours ago, I thought he would sneak up to save his friends, not approaching me like this. He must know how much the brutes love to fight, so he challenged me to a duel. A stupid choice if he was anyone else, since I'm the strongest warrior in the Nether. But from his last explosion, he isn't the type to fight fairly. So that means he has the plan to win or distract us in a way where the two monsters can escape on their own. There could be another person with him, but the chances of that are pretty low. So that means the floating creature is supposed to do something, since the potion I threw at the Enderman should keep him knocked out for a few days. The two fighters stood face to face with their weapons out and ready for my signal. I raised my hand and quickly waved it down. Begin! Trader shot his weird arrow at my second, and she decided to block it with her shield while getting closer to the enemy. This seemed to be a mistake, as the arrow exploded, killing the momentum of the charge. Everyone yelled in excitement at the new weapon, but instead of taking the opportunity to attack the stunned woman, he started to build a tower under himself, getting himself further from the battle. This was the second time I've seen him doing this, and I still can't believe he can place blocks so fast. If he wants, he could build a cage around a person instantly, but why is he getting so high? Does he plan on running away once again? No, we still have his friends, and it would be stupid to run away now. Once he was about 10 blocks high, he stopped and took out his crossbow to reload it. How silly of him. My second wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, especially at that distance. Before he could shoot his explosive arrow, second shot her arrow at his head. In response, Tida moved his head slightly, making the arrow bounce off like it was nothing. His armor was truly interesting, and I suspect it's even stronger than the diamond, which I never heard about. The overworld must be more dangerous than anticipated. Trader finished loading his crossbow and shot towards second, but as anticipated, she dogged to the side. What we didn't expect was a second crossbow already loaded shooting toward her next position. But the tower was too big, and in that distance, second had enough time to dodge once again with no damage taken from the explosion. Then she was hit, but not by an arrow or any other weapon, but by a fishing hook. Everyone was taken by surprise, and the next action he made shocked everyone. Trader pulled the fishing rod, but instead of the string snapping, Second was lifted off the ground and was rising at great speeds. Soon she was in front of Trader, but not for long as she kept going up before slowing down and coming back down. That was a dangerous fall. Even with her enchanted boots, I don't think she'll be able to continue fighting if she hits the floor. Unfortunately for Trader, it's not easy to be second in command, especially in a group of brutes that only respect strength. I could say that Second was the most powerful warrior in the Nether after me, and that was no easy task. Second was confused at first, so high in the air, but after some quick thinking, she took out an ender pearl and threw it at the ground. Trader saw that, but wasn't able to stop her pearl. Instead, he took out his sword, and right as she passed by him, he managed to land a hit before Second disappeared and landed in one piece of the ground. The whole squad started to cheer after such a show. This kind of fight was never seen before. It was so weak but so exciting. You never knew what to expect next, making this an entraining fight. Second was shocked. She managed to avoid the fall but still took some damage. Unfortunately, she couldn't afford to take her eyes off the enemy because he also threw a pearl at the ground. Once he parried, she quickly rose her shield ready for any incoming attack. It was more defensive than usual, but it was a safe choice. Or so it seems. Instead of attacking her with a weapon, he used his fishing rod once again. Second tried to get the hook off her, but the string seemed indestructible, no matter what she tried. Trader pulled the rod, and she was forced towards him once again. Then he took another pearl and threw it at her, which she quickly slashed by instinct. That was a mistake. As soon as the pearl was broken, he appeared right in front of her with his sword ready to swing. Second didn't have enough time to block or dodge, so she took the full attack head-on. It was heavy, and the next second she was on the ground with a big wound. But Trader didn't seem to fight gently with her because he used the rod once again to get her closer to him before stabbing her in the stomach. "Stop! Trader has won the fight." Silence was all in the crowd as the duel came to an abrupt stop. Then everyone cheered and ignored that the one who lost was supposed to be on their team, but that's the life of the brutes. The fight was very entertaining from beginning to the end, and Trader has a dangerous fighting style. It's a good thing that Second fought first. Others I would have been taken by surprise with his choice of weapons. Ignoring the cheering crowd on the side, I got closer to Second and lifted her in my arms to get her some healing. "I'm sorry, boss. I failed the task given. I deserve death for this." "Hush, Second. Your fight wasn't worthless. I got some entertaining out of it. Now eat the golden apple and get well. I think Trader is about to pull something off." I laid her on the bench and gave her the apple. Then I turned towards Trader, who was sitting down getting some rest. As promised, I'll let him have as much rest as he needed, since I wanted to have an interesting fight as well. But first, let's check the prisoners once again. The huge Enderman was still asleep, and unless someone is going to feed him milk without choking him to death, he would stay like that for a few days. Next was the floating creature. Every time I looked at its general direction, I felt an unexplainable hatred towards it, like it was the worst enemy I ever had. I had to consciously fight against this instinct so I don't accidentally kill it. Maybe I should use the other potion on it so it wouldn't be able to do anything as well. No, this potion is better used for Trader in case he is close to winning. I know the chances are low, but with an enemy like Trader, everything is possible. I looked at the floating monster, wondering how it would escape from the cage. In the end, I couldn't figure out, so I decided to put a leash on it once again and build sturdier walls instead of fences. I looked at Trader to see any reaction, but because of his annoying helmet, I couldn't see anything, so I decided to rest before my fight. After half an hour, Trader seemed to have enough rest and was ready for our fight. This made me smile with excitement as I took out my favorite axe. "Let's see how you'll win the fight this time, Trader." The other started to chant their favorite word, and Second was the person that gave the signal of the fight. "Begin." As soon as I heard that word, I sprinted towards him at full speed, but he chose to place an obsidian block down. I quickly realized what he'll well do next, and I rolled towards the block. As expected, he placed the weird item on top of the block and punched it while raising his shield. This was the same attack that nearly killed me last time. But while it was very dangerous, I discovered a fatal flaw to it. The explosion seems to spread only from the level of the item and above, so when I rolled towards the obsidian block, I took almost no damage. This took Trader by surprise since his next weapon wasn't his sword, instead it was the fishing rod. I didn't waste this opportunity and hit him with my axe. The attack was heavy, but his armor seemed to absorb most of my damage, making him only take a step back. This is not enough. I raised my shield and pushed myself against him, then I threw the shield at him before throwing a pearl towards my next location. Behind him. As soon as I teleported, I swung my axe at his head, only to hit air. It seems that the shield didn't work since he used a pearl as well to get out of the situation. What a tricky opponent. Unfortunately, that was the end of my constant attacks. Now he was far away, and he took advance of that by quickly building another tower. But this one not so tall as the last one. Next was the fishing rod, and he threw it at me and landed a hit. This took Trader by surprise, since he didn't expect Ill let him hit me so easily. But I wanted to try something first, and when the hook got me, I grabbed the string and tried to pull Trader down. It kind of worked, but not as much as I expected. I didn't manage to pull him down, but I did manage to make him lose his balance. I should be able to work with this. The hook was still on me, so suddenly I felt a force dragging me towards the tower, but it was weaker than what happened to second. Looks like my stunt has done more than make him lose his footing. But playtime is over. I don't think I'll learn anything new from him anymore. I took a pearl out and threw it towards him, but right as it was about to pass him and land on the ground, I shoot an arrow breaking the pearl right beside him. I was now on top of the tower with him. He was taken by surprise by my sudden appearance, so it was an easy task for me to swing my axe and bring him down to the ground. Just as I was about to jump after him to deal a finishing blow, I started to notice the brutes getting more ruthless than normal. I looked at the direction the commotion was about, and to my shock the Enderman was awake and destroyed the cage. Then he took the blue monster with him and teleported away. How was that possible? Who woke him up? How did he break the chains? No, that wasn't important. What I needed now was to capture Trader before he'll disappeared as well. As I looked down at the tower, I saw him laying on the ground, not doing anything. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel that he was grinning like a winner. But he celebrated too early for this, so he didn't move fast enough when I threw a potion at him. Just as the potion took effect, he suddenly disappeared. Looks like we are back on the hunt. Chapter 189. How long was I asleep? I felt that every part of my body was hard to move. I felt like my arms were made of iron, my legs were far longer than normal, and my eyelids were trembling. My conciseness started to slowly get more ground, but I was too lazy to do anything. The temperature was perfect, but my body seemed to be sore all over the place, like I'd been asleep for a whole day. I'll stay like this for 5 more minutes, then wake up to challenge the Mad Prince and save Violet and Alexa. Yeah, that sounds like a solid plan that needs plenty of rest. Wait, but I already did that. I quickly got up, looking around in panic. Suddenly, I felt a headache rushing over me as memories slowly came back. I was fighting the second in command, which took longer than expected but still won. When I started to fight the Mad Prince, everything went south. At least that's what I wanted him to think. Of course, I lost the battle anyway. I couldn't see myself winning in that situation, but the real plan was for Alexa to wake up Violet and take it to a designated place and break my pearl to teleport as well. The strategy was to bombard her head with loud messages and noises, but if that didn't work, I gave Alexa permission to scan her body. I knew she didn't like it, but desperate times calls for desperate measures, and it seemed to work. While I was distracting the Mad Prince and everyone else, Alexa did her job and woke up the Ender Woman. Once Violet realized what was happening, she listened to Alexa's instructions, ripped the chains off herself, and teleported away. After this, she must have broken the pearl since this doesn't look like a camp, but I don't remember anything after the battle. And where was I? I looked around at the blue trees, recognizing the biome I was in, but not the place itself. From beyond a tree, a floating angle was floating before laying its eyes on me and quickly came towards me. This was the first time I heard Alexa so panicked. What happened while I was asleep? Calm down, Alexa. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? We were being hunted, but how? And what do you mean she's been teleporting constantly for a week? Is that how long I was asleep? I had so many questions to ask, but this was an emergency, so I did everything Alexa instructed. I built a portal, lit it, and looked around the cave to see if it was safe, then took off my armor and got back to the nether. So what exactly happened while I was asleep? Okay, here's some torches. You can place them on the floor to stop monsters from spawning. Then it was gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts on what could have happened in the past week. After waiting for 15 minutes, Violet suddenly appeared in front of me, filled with glowing wounds all over the body, with a look of relief on her face. My human. She said that before falling face first on me, which made me quickly catch her so she wouldn't get hurt. Ugh, she's heavy. I have to get her a potion of healing soon. With a lot of hard work, I managed to drag the 4-block monster to the other side of the portal. After I safely placed her on the floor, I took out my pickaxe and broke the portal, finally having some time to rest. Oh boy, what happened to you, Violet? All over her body were wounds made with swords or axes. Not only that, but it seemed to give a similar effect to spectre arrows, making them glow. Looks like being invisible didn't work after she got those wounds. But how is that possible? She could have teleported anywhere she wanted to, and they couldn't do a thing. But it seems they still found her. I slapped my face to get my focus back. I needed to heal her wounds now, not solve the mystery. Unfortunately, she's already unconscious, so I couldn't give her a golden apple to regenerate. I took out one of my strength potions and quickly drank it, leaving me with an empty bottle. Then I took out the brewing stand from my ender's chest, together with some nether warts and a ghast tear. Next, I placed the water down from my bucket, careful not to touch Violet, and filled the bottle with water. Soon I had a regeneration potion in my hand, and unfortunately, no gunpowder to make it a splash potion. It was a little inefficient, but I poured the contents on the wounds directly and the last few drops in her mouth. With a relieved sigh, I sat down and looked as her wounds were visibly closing and her expression changed from one of pain to one of comfortable sleep. I was glad to see that. I took out the sword and shield by instinct, only to realize that it was Alexa who spoke to me. I'm doing fine. I guess you finished scouting the area. Can you tell me what happened now? So the plan worked in the end. That happened while I was asleep. How could I do that? Why couldn't I wake up and build a portal to get away? What kind of potion did the Mad Prince throw at me? That was very admirable from Violet, and I'm impressed that she managed to hold on for so long. She dereves to get some rest. This was a nightmare to deal with, but I'm glad everyone is alive at the end. I don't know how I would have felt if Violet died because of me. That put me on the spot, but she didn't want to be scanned, so maybe it's better if I don't know. It's okay, you don't need to tell me. That confused me a little. What do you mean, Alexa? I know who brought me here, and I knew Violet is the same since she is a monster. The Void used her power for both of us. What was Alexa talking about? Was there a difference between those two? What do you mean? This new information threw me off. The only entity that I know in the end to be this powerful is the Ender Dragon, and she's most likely the one who fought the system and created the monsters. But Alexa now is saying that there's another entity on the same level in the end. Who could it be? And why did it bring me into this world? Do you know anything else? Looks like I couldn't keep my curiosity in check. The Crystal Project. I think I heard about that before, but I don't know what it does. What's the Crystal Project? Seriously, that sounds impressive. And what's that item? Is that the true purpose of the crystal? I knew it could heal the Ender Dragon, but I thought it was just a feature in the game, not a device that it's forcefully modifying your body for a better state. This was messed up, but also kind of impressive. No wonder the system was mad that I used it last time. It's just too dangerous in the wrong hands. Do you know how to use this thing correctly then? I said that while placing the crystal down. Alexa flouted around the crystal and started to analyze it. A few moments later, a few blue tabs appeared in from of him. Then I felt like something was trying to scan me, but because of the armor, it couldn't go for too long before it stopped. That sounds very useful to have in so many situations. And to think that I only used this as explosives. No wonder the system didn't bother me anymore with this. It's like I had a gun with bullets, but I used it as a club. So how do I get access to it? I put my hands on the bedrock-looking base without touching the crystal and closed my eyes while imagining a link between us. Like a click, I felt that my mind was connected in a way similar to how Alexa talks with me. While the connection was similar, I felt that this was inferior to Alexa's, since it was sending feelings instead of words. To test how it worked, I decided to scan Alexa. I imagined the blue angel is my mind, and a few tabs appeared in front of me. And once I saw what was written there, I could only say, "Alexa, what are you?" Chapter 1, 190. How to Mold the Flesh. Alexa, what are you? Name: Project Takeover the System, Alexa. Species, Alay. Power, potential to be a god. Description: an artificial soul that hasn't passed into the afterlife, and it's being used as an avatar, but Alexa for human. As a guide, I knew Alexa was something else, but it was a new experience to read it so clearly. And allays are lost souls. Does that mean it used the soul of a scientist that was left behind? I looked at the other tabs that had different information, from the size of the allay to what changes I could make. It also had an option to connect to another crystal and do a lot more changes that require more power. Maybe that's why the Ender Drango needs multiple crystals to heal herself. She's too huge for one crystal to work. How did you make this allay? I'm very confused, but I guess it made an artificial soul or something similar. That's very godlike power for a machine that's stuck at the bottom of the sea. Okay, so what's the limit of what I can do? Can I make my own body with this? Is it because I have to make a body out of energy, not out of meat from this world? I believe that I need to make this happen so that I won't lose control over my body when I'll go to the end, especially now that we know there's another mastermind in there. I don't think I'll be able to get home so easily, even if I manage to get all the energy and coordinates. If that person managed to drag me here, it means it also has a way to get me back. But I can't confront it when it has the power to take over my body at any moment. I looked at Violet, who was sleeping peacefully on the ground, and let out a sigh. Looks like I won't be able to heal her quickly with the crystal. Well, wait in here until she'll wake up, and in the meantime, I'll try to get used to the crystal. I have to be careful with it since I don't have a lot of those, and I don't think I can craft them yet. With the plan made in my mind, I got up and got to work. I was in front of a sleeping pig, trying to make his tail longer by gently pulling it. In any other context, this would have looked stupid, but the more I did it, the longer it got until it reached 1 block long. Finally, I managed to change a part of his body without waking it up. It's been 3 days since we got back from the Nether, and Violet was still asleep. In the meantime, I explored the place and found out that I was in the Stone Kingdom, close to the borders of the Coral Kingdom. I don't know if I should call myself lucky or unlucky with how far we traveled. There was a small village not too far away from the cave, but after getting all the information I wanted, I decided to stay close to Violet and be ready for anything. But she was sleeping for too long, and I started to get worried that something was wrong with her, even after I scanned her myself. The fact that she didn't wake up after the scan should be enough of a statement how heavily asleep she is. What the scan showed me gave me a lot to think about. So for the past few days, I tried to track the movement of the general with the compass and study how to use the crystal. It was hard at first, but I'm starting to get the hang of it, and after a few more months of studying, I should be able to mold flesh at my will. Human? That raspy voice made my hand freeze, which resulted in me losing concentration and ripped the newly grown tails, making the pig wake up and scream in pain. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move since he was tied up by its legs. I've learned my lesson from the last few experiments, but that didn't matter anymore. I took out my sword and cut off his head in one swing, making his death painless. Then I got up and ran quickly towards the room I placed Violet. It had a haybed and a music box with suiting music. I got the disc as a thank you from the villagers since I built them a wall around the village. For the first time in 3 days, Violet was standing up and was looking confused on where she was. But once she saw me, a smile appeared on her face and teleported in front of me to give me a big hug. She didn't say anything, and I didn't intend on pushing her away since she worked pretty hard for this. Thank you, Violet. You saved me once again. Human saved me. Ha, I guess I did that as well. Then we're even now. I said that with a smile on my face, but she didn't let me go for another 10 minutes. After that, I told her the situation we were in, then she told me what happened while I was asleep from her perspective. At least I could guess what happened from the few words she spoke. It was a lot of interpretations with nodding and shaking the head. But the short version of it is that she was trying to kill the brutes shooting at me and couldn't do it because of their enchanted diamond armor. Or at least she couldn't stay for too long in one place to kill one without the others shooting at her. That is why she decided to cause chaos while being invisible, only to get herself tired and not notice the Mad Prince throwing a sleep potion at her. She was asleep for a while and only woke up because she felt the uncomfortable process of scanning, which made her angry at Alexa. But after she saw me fighting the brutes, she almost jumped in to help me, only to be stopped by Alexa and told the full plan. Then they teleported to the room I prepared and broke the pearl, only to see me sleeping like I was in a coma. They tried to wake me up in multiple ways, but to no luck, and after Alexa realized the block in her hand was a tracker, they were on the run constantly. Violet was strong enough at the beginning to fight them off. No one was a match for her except maybe the Mad Prince. He seemed to have a sixth sense for invisible beings, so sneaking up on him didn't work that well. Not only that, but he had a sword that once cut her flesh, made wounds glow. Days passed and she was getting more tired from the constant teleportation with me. It's a good thing that I woke up then, otherwise she would most likely get captured or killed since she wasn't willing to abandon me. Now we were in the present and we had to decide what to do. We still have to find the pillagers before they'll go to Alexa. I hope we're not too late. If we continued to search for the general in the overworld instead of the nether, I think we would have reached them by now. But now 10 days have passed, and we can't use the nether with the tracker in Violet's hand. I recently found out about the true purpose of the crystal. It can change the shape of the body for anyone I want, so we can take out the tracker that way. Unfortunately, I'm not that good yet, but we could ask Alexa to do it. She crossed her arms and turned her head in displeasure. Human, yes. Alexa, no. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. She's clearly mad that Alexa scanned her while she was unconscious, even though it did it under my order. Violet, I have to come clean. I scanned your body with the crystal as well. Violet turned her head towards me with a raised eyebrow, like asking, what's the problem? Human, okay. Fake, no. So this was favoritism. She wasn't angry at me, only at Alexa for some reason. Is she still mad that Alexa fought with me through the Guardians? Or maybe there's another reason. Then I guess we'll have to leave as soon as possible. I'll buy a horse from the nearby village and give it a speed potion to get there faster. In the end, the method we use to travel all the time, it's the best method. I started to take everything that I left in the cave and unfortunately destroyed the crystal since I couldn't take it back. Then I woke up Alexa from a corner of the room and went back to the village. The villagers were more than happy to see me and gave plenty of food, even with my weird-looking armor. After I stayed in there for an hour talking with the locals, I was finally able to buy a horse from them that was not afraid of me. Once we got out of the village, I gave the horse a speed potion, and our journey became way faster. After 2 days of galloping, I arrived at a settlement in the Coral Kingdom. It wasn't as small as a village, but neither as big as a town. It was somewhere in the middle. But once I passed the walls, I saw the streets mostly empty and a tense atmosphere in the air. What happened here? Because of my armor, nobody seemed to want to talk to me, no matter how much I tried. I had to visit a bar since all the other shops didn't let me inside or didn't talk to me. At least here, I wasn't kicked out as soon as the barman found my presence. Hey barman, I'm a traveler that just got here. Why is everyone so tense? I said that while putting an iron ingot on the counter. The barman was about to kick me out, but once he saw my bribe, he smiled and told me what happened. The nation's army was able to block a few pillager attacks and mess up their plan, which greatly encouraged us. But that changed when the Shadow Lord from the Sandstone Kingdom came and started to terrorize the small towns as well. He doesn't destroy them, he only attacks in the middle of the night, kills a few people, and steals a few precious items like some kind of thief. Nobody hears when he's in town, and you only find out about his existence once you wake up next to a corpse's. The barman tried to sound neutral while telling this story, but I could hear the hat dread at the end showing how displeased he was as well. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for the info. Then I got out and begun to think about what I just hear. There's a high chance the prince meet with the general, and they made a deal to ravage a few towns at the borders of the nation so the army would be more split up. This wasn't good to hear, since now the worst-case scenario just happened. I'm afraid he'll have to do something drastic to stop their advancement. Chapter 191. They want the iron ship. We traveled for days from village to town and from town to city. In my travels, I saw the fear rise and the people become more paranoid about every shadow in their path. The Shadow Lord didn't do a lot of damage whenever he attacked, but because nobody saw him, it led to people's imagination complete the unknown with their biggest fears. The only reason they knew it was the Shadow Lord, it's because he tended to leave his huge arrows at the places he attacked, like as a message to spread more fear. I've seen some of the arrows myself, and you couldn't fake those 3-block-tall arrows no matter how hard you tried. The more I followed the compass, the deeper into the woods we got, making it a clear choice for a hidden base where the pillagers stayed. Unfortunately, I didn't know how close I was to them since the compass was pointing it toward the target, not telling how far away it was. Then I suddenly remembered that someone could tell me how close we were. Alexa, how close are we to the Shadow Lord? That didn't help with what I wanted to know, but at least I knew the Shadow Lord was on a mission for a way. If I was lucky, maybe I could destroy his spawner as well, making him much easier to deal with. We continued to gallop the forest as the sun was setting over the trees. Soon the darkness of night would surround us, making the monsters spawn as well. In the end, I decided to stop for the night so the horse could catch some rest, and I wouldn't have to eat any more brunches at great speeds. Violet, can you scout ahead for a few hundred blocks to see if there's anything? I heard a low growl, then a few purple particles appeared. While she was gone, I got off my horse and chopped a few trees to make a small clearing. Then I crafted some fences out of those wood blocks and built a small room where I could put my bed in. After that, I gave the horse some water and apples before eating my dinner as well. Tonight I had my favorite meal, golden carrots. Suddenly, Violet appeared in front of me, fully visible, making me choke a bit. Camp, 500, away. So she found a camp 500 blocks away. Is that the camp of the pillagers as well, or just another isolated village? Are they the enemy? Yes. This made my mind froze. We finally got them. They were a few hundred blocks away, probably preparing to get to sleep as well. It's hard to believe that the journey of 2 weeks was about to end tonight. I quickly finished my dinner and prepared to infiltrate the camp. I didn't need to destroy the camp since it would take too long and there would be a few that ran away. Instead, I needed to concentrate on getting rid of all the people who knew how to get to Alexa, or at least the ones who have the map. With my belly full, I drank a few potions to see in the dark and to move at greater speeds, and then I went to infiltrate the camp. I let Alexa stay behind since it tends to get in trouble without the invisibility potion, and Violet was still looking weird at it. The darkness of the night came, and soon the monster appeared as well, but I was safe because of my armor, which I was always thankful for. Suddenly the darkness was cut by the light of the torches, letting me know that I was near the pillager camp. From tree to tree, I was getting closer to the heart of the camp, where I could see some villagers patrolling with a tired expression. This expression wasn't the result of one night shift, but multiple days of being vigilant, fighting, and overworking. In conclusion, they were very jumpy at every little noise or were too tired to pay attention to anything besides the block in front of them. Because of that, it was easy for me to walk past them even if I didn't have the armor. Once I was inside, I could see the others talking, sleeping, or playing some kind of games in front of their respective houses. All the houses had simple designs with no windows or second floors, probably so they wouldn't stand out beside the trees. Inside it was all filled with beds and nothing else, and what was infuriating was the fact that the beds were all of different colors, making look like a clown's wardrobe. In short, this was a box filled with beds similar to a prison. No wonder they looked so depressed all the time, everything was bland around them. But my compass wasn't pointing towards the poor-looking houses. Instead, it was pointing towards the house that was going downwards instead of up. Here the guards were more rested, but still bored, And inside there were multiple rooms, some of them decorated with monsters' heads, paintings, or skulls. I hoped those came from monsters as well. There were 6 large rooms and one common hall with a big table where 2 important-looking pillagers were sitting and discussing while eating some cooked chicken. If Jeremiah hadn't died because of that hero, we wouldn't have to humiliate ourselves and make a deal with the prince. Now all the servants from all households are getting inspected for spies. We can't do anything about that, plus we're not the only ones suffering from this purge of spies, but the other kingdoms as well, making it hard for the others to get along. Were they talking about the spy I killed and took his compass? I didn't know that triggered such a large reaction. Maybe that's not such a bad thing in the end. I looked at my compass and saw that it was pointing at one of the 2 men at the table. But I was confused since he didn't look anything like the general I saw last time. Was that a fake one, or is this one a fake? I had to hide in a corner where I couldn't be seen or found and switched my helmet with the monocle of truth. Soon the world turned grey, and I could see the status and the inventory of those people. And it was harder to decide if he was the general or not. They both had precious items they stole from the cities, and both of them had an undying totem which showed how important those 2 were. I guess my best choice would be to listen to them continue to speak or interrogate one of them to hear the truth. Either way, I have to wait for the 2 of them to split up. I stayed in there for a few hours, listening to them brag about the city they managed to loot, the number of people they killed, or how many got captured. It got dark very quickly to my displeasure, but because of them being so casual about their war crimes, I was able to find some information for my next decision. Those 2 would die for sure, that's not going to be a debate. The question is if I should do this myself, or tell the closest city where their camp is so they can get all of them in one swoop. They do deserve to die, but I don't have explosives on me, and they had prisoners since they couldn't craft items themselves. There was some good news as well. It seems they don't get along with the people from the Prince Party, and the only reason they're even willing to work with them is that the president of the Coral Kingdom knew their next destination was a port city, making the infiltration process much harder than necessary. But now with the Shadow Lord, they could divide their forces towards the borders, and the general took the most powerful soldiers with him to steal a ship and follow the map. They didn't know how they controlled the Shadow Lord, and their camp was far from each other, with the prince being present with the general in this expedition. Everyone knows they would betray each other, but they still need to use each other, so it comes to a truce between them until they get what they want. I have a feeling this would not turn out so well for either party. While this was good news and a potential way for the problem to solve itself, there was some bad news as well. The general heard of an iron ship that managed to fight the monsters of the deep seas and come back alive. Not only that, but the general suspects they accidentally found the location of the secret weapon against the system. Looks like the Siren's crew manages to brag so much that they now have a target on their back. Now, with a ship like that, they wouldn't have to worry about being taken since it was always guarded against thefts. Not only that, but they also have diamond armor and tools to help them fight against anyone coming their way, so their confidence should be through the roof. But there are a couple of ways you could work around that, such as using the Shadow Lord to kill or intimidate the crew to do their bidding. You could also bribe one of the crew members to betray his people since they're too new to build any meaningful loyalty. The last option, and the most probable one, is to kidnap the members of their family and threaten them while assassinating the captain in her sleep. And that's only possible because they don't know the danger coming after them. After all, they only need one person to show the way towards the Guardians, so they don't need to bother a lot. This puts me on a time limit once again, since I have to warn Siren about this and get a proper army to fight those guys, since I can't do it alone. Even if I had the whole crew fighting with me, it's still one pirate against 10 enemies, not including the Shadow Lord who would be there for sure. Why did they have to brag so much at the bars with the dead Guardian? Now they have a massive target in their back. While it was unpleasant, I had to make a quick decision and letting those guys live for another day. I'll have to get back at my camp, let the horse rest and get to the closest city to tell them this location. Just to be sure, I'll hand them the compass in case they would move while they prepare an army to attack them. I'll also have to warn them to search for the prince's camp, since only a selected few went with the general in the Pupafish city. As the two Illigers were done talking and went to get some rest, I explored the camp for any weaknesses that the future attack could exploit. Not only that, but I also found the house where they kept the prisoners they loved better than expected. And in the end, I counted all the Illigers that were in the camp. After I noted everything down, I went back to my camp where I saw the horse sleeping while Alexa was looking after the fire. "Hey Alexa, did you by any chance read a map of the Coral Kingdom?" Alexa quickly turned around and scanned me from head to toe. "That's good to hear. Could you lead me to the closest city?" I looked at the horse who was sleeping peacefully under a tree and decided to leave in a few hours. With that done, I went into my own room and went to sleep. Chapter 1. 192. Gathering Forces. The sun started to rise above the trees and I was woken up by my alarm, Alexa. After a healthy breakfast and some stretching, I got on my horse ready to leave. I had to go around the enemy camp since the gravel city was in that direction. Luckily, there wasn't a problem on the way there, and after 2 days I arrived in the city. Once there, I could see why it was called this, since it was surrounded by huge mountains made of gravel. The city was at the bottom of the valley, so I could see everything inside from my location. It was much smaller than I expected, making me wonder if this was a town instead of a city. There were walls surrounding it, but not as tall as I expected. Even the streets had fewer people on them than normal. Most of the space was open and had little facilities for entertainment. Could I even find enough people in those walls? I slowed down as I got closer to the gates, not knowing if I should enter this place officially or sneak in. In the end, I decided to enter normally since I didn't want to spend a lot of time looking for the person in charge. Once the guards saw me up close, they got really tense and ready for a fight. "Who are you?" One of them gathered the courage to ask. "Who I am does not matter. I'm here to warn you about the upcoming attack from the pillagers. Bring me to your leader." The guards looked at each other, not knowing what to do. In the end, one of them went inside to tell their boss about the situation. Please wait until we'll get a response." "I shall not wait outside like a criminal. Bring me to your office and get me some refreshments." Not knowing how to reject me, they followed my command without checking me any further. It was fun from time to time to act like a noble, but it was pretty tiring most of the time, so I did it only for special occasions. I was led into a room that must have been used as the break room and got some bread and milk as snacks. I had better food on me, but I wasn't going to turn down the hospitality. Half an hour later, the guard came back with another guard, but this one was equipped with a mix of iron and diamond armor. "Are you the one who wanted to see the mayor for an attack from the pillagers?" "Yes, my name is Trader, and I found their camp while I was on my journey. I came here to report for its location so it could be dealt with once and for all." Everyone's eyes went wide. "Follow me then, and don't get any funny ideas." I just nodded my head and followed the guard into the city. Once inside, I saw that the houses were much smaller and simpler than what I saw in the distance, making me wonder why would anyone want to live in such a place. But soon I got my answer as we passed the translation entrance. Once we were underground, everything changed. The people were all over the tunnels. Some had tall hats, while others long beards. Then the tunnel led to an opening where multiple buildings were built, like an underground city. The reason I saw so little activity on the surface was because everyone lived underground. I don't know why, but the city looked amazing, like it was built by dwarves. We continued to walk along the busy streets, and I had to stay close to the guard, otherwise I would have been lost. We walked unit, we reached the tallest building. It wasn't really a building, but more like a pillar from the ceiling to the ground, filled with tinted windows on all sides. We entered the place and saw a fancy lobby filled with people who laughed like they were born from emeralds. I looked from side to side, studying the people who were playing some games that I couldn't recognize while putting emeralds in a pile. Some of them even looked with interest at my Alexa, but didn't dare to approach. Then I realized I was in a casino. Why would the mayor be in this place? "Please don't lose focus and come after me." The guard reminded me of my original goal, so I followed him silently. After we claimed a few floors, I couldn't see any more rich people, only serious-looking guards, all the way to a huge open door. Beyond the door was a huge room with fancy blocks and a huge window to the city. On the red couch stood two people, one in a black suit and the other one in something similar to underwear. It was an unpleasant sight to see. Wow, you're a scary-looking guy. I'm guessing you don't look often in the mirror. The man in the underwear spoke mockingly. You're right. Sometimes even my reflection tends to forget my existence. Everyone was confused at what I said. So I heard you know that the Viligers will attack us next. Are you perhaps the mayor? I asked in confusion, causing the man in the underwear to laugh out loud while the man in the suit got embarrassed all of a sudden. That was a good joke, but no, the mayor is the man sitting beside me. We just like to work together if you get what I mean. The mayor caught and looked another way, embarrassed but not denying what he said. They don't even bother to hide the corruption. What a messed up place. Was it the right thing to leave this important mission in this guy's hands? I don't know when they will attack, but I know the location of their camp and possibly more. Both of them suddenly got serious. Are you sure about that? This could be a huge thing for us if it's true. Yes, I've seen it with my own eyes, and I even have a compass that would point you towards it. Just be careful since they have prisoners and a few powerful weapons. Theoretically, undying totems are not weapons, but they are still powerful. While I said that, I also placed the compass on top of the table. Both of them studied it before nodding their head. We'll have to send someone to verify. If what you said is true, you'll be rewarded handsomely. You can have some fun downstairs until then. I don't need any reward. I just want to have this taken care of so I can be free. Both of them looked at me with a confused face, already not expecting this. If you only wanted to drop this information, then we thank you. You can still wait and get a reward if you want. We won't be frugal when it comes to this. Unfortunately, I don't have time to stay in one place. Just deal with this problem, and it would be enough of a reward for me. Then I turned to leave the room before stopping right at the door. Oh, and I expect you to treat the prisoners like humans. Otherwise, I'll come after you and you'll regret it. I continued walking without turning back to see their reaction. I was already feeling bad leaving those poor guys one more day with the pillagers, but I had to move fast. This city looked wealthy enough to fight against the camp, so my mission was done here. On the way back, I was a little confused, but I managed to get back to the lower floors where I was met with a lot of people who almost bumped into me since they couldn't see me. I don't know if the men sent spies after me, but just walking through the first floor should be enough to make them lose me. I walked along the busy streets, looking from side to side occasionally to appreciate the city. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay here for long, so it wasn't a lot of what I could do. Once I got to the surface, there were fewer people, and the guards didn't see me as I passed them. But I couldn't find my horse, so I had to talk with one of them. I wondered why Alexa was so quiet all this time. Turns out it was distracted by all the new shiny toys. I wonder if anything caught Violet's attention. Maybe I can also buy a gift from here. If things don't spiral out of control, we can come back to check this place out. I have a feeling things will get very chaotic in this battle. Too much happened in such a short amount of time. And I still have to get to the wedding. I hope everything is well and good at the Stone Palace. We galloped like this for a few days, making me wonder if I would get there in time. I was also thinking of ways I could win in this predicament. Unfortunately, the only way I saw was to take the ship on the water and call the army to deal with the problem. But there's a chance they wouldn't wait and instead take a normal wooden ship if things don't go as they planned. After all, the general still has the map to the temple. This is not good. I still have a day unit I get there, and I don't think they'll wait for too long once the Shadow Lord gets there. It sucks that we can't use the Nether because of Violet Tracker. We didn't even have enough time to think of a solution for this. I know she is faster than me anyway, and I could go alone with Alexa, but I don't think she'll be too pleased about that option, especially since this isn't urgent for her. Then that only left me to overwork the poor horse. I'll give him plenty of treats later, I promised him. I should probably breed my own horse since I keep finding myself in those kinds of situations. I started to see the city getting closer, but it didn't look as I expected. Smoke started to rise beyond the walls, and screams of people were all over the place, with the gate being overwhelmed by the amount of people trying to get out. Oh no, they already started the attack. Alexa, what do you know about the monster lords? More people started to pour out, making it impossible for me to get through the gate. Should I ditch my horse and start climbing the walls? No, it's still faster with the horse. I should make a new gate instead of towering up. I went a little further from the gate, where there weren't people on either side, and I took my picksack to break the wall. A minute later, the wall was broken and nobody seemed to notice it. I quickly got on my horse and started to sprint towards the shore, and as I did, I saw more people getting out of their houses in a hurry to run away. Before I could wonder why this was happening, I saw a huge platform in the air with pistons and TNT dropping all over the place. Not only that, there were some evokers that were fighting the soldiers on the ground, keeping them at bay with their annoying ghosts. Everything was in chaos, and I didn't see anywhere the general or the Shadow Lord. Then it hit me. The Iron Ship. They wanted to distract everyone while the big guns were dealing with the crew. I'm sure half of them either ran or was fighting the Illigers in the city. What should I do now? Fight the Illigers to save as many people as possible, or go and save my friend with her ship? Time was ticking, and I was almost at the battlefield when all of the sudden I heard a boom from behind me. A TNT block flew towards the platform, exploding on impact. That's a hit. The hero is here, people. You will be saved. Chapter 193. The hero is here. Part 1. POV. Daniel. Sir, I have to insist on not spending so much on enchanting books. There's no need to get so many useless enchants on a diamond armor. The secretary was trying to convince me not to spend so much on expensive books. I would have liked to spend less emeralds as well if possible, but I don't have enough time or energy to learn enchaining myself. Why does it have to be so hard to do something that should be done in a few clicks? I've already got sick of studying engendering. I don't plan on wasting my life in this world, looked up in a dark room. Unfortunately, I can't compromise on my safety. And I'm using my own money, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. That's true. I always wonder how you can make such a large amount of money without a problem. Even as a nobleman, I'm getting jealous. The man in expensive robes spoke while looking at my enchanted diamond armor with greed. I am the hero of the system after all. I should get this much to defeat the monster lords, don't you think? In the past few days, I took advantage of my new status and met as many villagers as possible to level up my trading skills. This resulted in getting a lot of raised eyebrows as I was getting richer and richer by the day. But once I managed to buy my own enchanted diamond armor and tools, there was no reason for me to fear them anymore. They were too weak to leave a scratch on my body. A town is an amazing place to grow my skills and my wealth. Unfortunately, I can't make an iron farm here since nobody seems to know how to make an iron golem. They only heard about it recently since the other hero made a squad of them to attack the zombie lord. They don't know how they work or how they're made, but they know it's very expensive to make. I'll have to build one for myself as well. It seems like a good investment. It makes me wonder where the other hero is and if she can help her fellow earthling to grow stranger. She should have a lot of nice items such as enchanted golden apples and totems. What a shame that the Illigers didn't attack the Stone Kingdom. I could have triggered a raid and farmed them for good items. Not only that, but I'd also get the hero of the village buff to get even richer. Speaking of trading, my skill is almost maxed. I can't wait to see what I'll get from it. Skills: crafting level 5, enchanting level 1, brewing level 1, trading level 9. I was proud of my progress in those few months, especially here in the town. And in a few days, I should be the first one to reach level max in history. What an exciting moment. If you have so much emeralds to spare, why don't you donate to this town? I'm sure the people would sing songs of praise about you. Donate to him? I don't want to hear a greedy old men sing for me, only beautiful women. Such a shame that there's no one like that in this world. But I still needed his help. Whether I liked it or not, I couldn't get this many people to trade with on my own. I needed to borrow his name to for this endeavor. How about I donate a few enchanted diamond sets in your name? Ho 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 ho. I wouldn't dare to refuse such generosity from the hero. I'm sure you'll be written in stories from now on. As long as you keep providing me with villagers to trade, you can write as many songs as you want. Those diamond armor would be much cheaper for me to give than actual emeralds. I took the enchanted books that I had come for and went into my room. Once inside, I looked in all directions before covering the windows and breaking a block from the floor. Underneath the block were some stairs that led to an underground room. or more exactly, my secret room. I made this the day I was assigned my own room, and in case I would be moved, I also dug a few tunnels to the other rooms. Here I spend most of my time when I'm not trading. I don't trust the housemaster not to steal from me if he gets the chance. Sometimes he's more of a player than I am, which could be dangerous. My secret room was medium in size, mostly filled with chests where I store my stuff. But I also use this place to craft items and level up my skills. It takes much longer than trading, but it's still an essential skill to have. There was another activity in this secret room that I did, and that was the redstone engendering. More exactly, I tried to see what I could recreate from the game in this world, and I have to say that I was disappointed. I could say it was more realistic in a way. I couldn't stack a TNT minecart in one block, neither boats. Water wasn't infinite like I expected, and breaking obsidian takes too much time. Most villagers don't even know that you can break obsidian, much less recipes that use obsidian. It's such a shame that I don't have access to an ender chest. Maybe I should visit the royal family next. They should have a few important items. But redstone was not a dead end, and most contraptions worked perfectly fine like the cannon. Just one is able to destroy any wall standing in my way, much less a monster army. Just thinking how the monster army gets closer only to get blown up makes me smile. Let's get back to work. The clock is ticking after all. So I only have to sit here. I looked at the villager in front of me with a bored expression. His outfit wasn't in the best shape, showing that he's not wealthy enough to regenerate his clothes, but from what I can tell, he should be a mason. Is this your first time doing this? Yes, I came from the slums after I heard I could get some free emeralds here. I see. The deal is pretty simple. I'm going to buy something from your trading tab, and you can keep whatever the system gives you, plus the regeneration for your uniform. And today is your lucky day, since this is the last one I'll be doing this. In the past few days, I've been making a lot of progress on my trading skills, and with the discount, I was able to donate enough items to the nobles in here to leave me alone until I finish my task. Once I'm done with this, I would leave this place and deal with the monster lords myself and ask for the Gand reword from the system. I'm thinking of going into creative mode, or the ability to create my own creatures. I haven't decided yet, but I wanted something grand. I looked back at the villager in front of me, who was waiting nervously for me to do the trading. I let out a tired sigh and bought everything on the last row, not even bothering to check the other trades. At this point, I already had everything I wanted, and only the last row gave me enough XP to progress. The man was shocked at the emeralds he received from this trade and thanked me profusely, making me feel a little embarrassed that I only saw him as a walking bank. The next one came in line, irregular from his reaction, so the transaction went quickly. One after another, the line was moving until suddenly I felt like my head was getting heavy. My eyelids were moving more frequently, and suddenly I had my head on the table, losing conciseness. I opened my eyes and saw a familiar white plane with a huge floating angle. I'm the middle of it. This was my second time here, but it was as amazing as the first time I saw it. Hero, you're back much quicker than I expected. How so? What do you mean? I've maxed out the trading skill, that's why I'm here. The trading skill? Oh, I see it now. It wasn't something I originally made, but even then it's still impressive you got to this level in such a short amount of time. You should be rewarded for this. While I don't know the original purpose of this skill, I should be able to make a personal trade with you. So what do you wish for? The system wasn't the one who made this skill, then who was it? Who is so powerful that it could reproduce what only a god could do? Perhaps the Ender Dragon. But I don't remember her being this powerful in the game. I shook my head to get back to the question. This was the moment I was waiting for. I thought a lot about the options I could choose, but first I needed to know the limit of what I could wish for. Can I ask for items that can't be crafted or maybe don't exist? Depending on the item it could be done. How about an item that duplicates items, or a bracelet that makes me invincible once I wear it? Those require too much power from me, and it would bring more problems to you than solutions. Choose something else. That's a bummer, but at least I tried. How about a command block? As soon as I finished saying that sentence, I felt time froze and a huge pressure pushing onto me, making it harder to breathe. Choose something else. Looks like I hit a nerve with this one. I didn't expect to get such a strong reaction. How about the Totem of Undying? Totem of Undying? Ah, I see what you're talking about. It's a very nasty item created by the Illigers, but I could clean it up a little and gave it to you. Fine, I'll let you trade 10 blocks of diamond, gold and iron for one undying totem. That was insanely expensive. I don't think I can get a lot of totems this way, but I guess it's better than not having them. Thank you. Any news from the Monster Lords and the other hero? Let's see. The green one seems to run from the hero, while the gloomy one is making a mess in the Coral Kingdom. That's good to hear. One of the monsters it's being dealt with, while the other I can deal with him later. I see the humans plan on doing something again. Do you think you're ready to fight the gloomy one? I would prefer to get the netherite armor before I'll pick a fight with it. You won't use that cursed armor. The sudden raise of voice took me by surprise. Why was it angry about that? It's the strongest armor in the game. It should be a no-brainer that I would use it in my final fight. But I can't afford to anger the god of this world, not when I'm starting to get more powerful. I shall listen to your command then. I'm ready to fight if necessary. I have a few potions and golden apples in my secret room, so I should be enough for the fight. You are forbidden from using that material, and since you seem to be ready for the fight and did such a good job at leveling up your trading skill, I shall teleport you to the enemy. Wait, but I'm not Suddenly the world spined and I felt my guts being pulled. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was in an unfamiliar street with villagers looking at me worried and confused. This is not good. Chapter 194. The Hero is Here, Part 2. POV Daniel. I quickly got up and walked away from this awkward situation. I don't want to deal with the guards in this city. I wonder where the system teleported me. It said that the gloomy one was in the Coral Kingdom, but where exactly? Just as I was about to ask the next villager who crossed my path where I was, I saw the sea spreading over the horizon. The sea was calm with small waves hitting the port, which was filled with ships of different sizes. Villagers of different sizes came in and out of those wooden beasts carrying different boxes. This truly felt like I was in a different world. I guess I'm somewhere on the coast, so the furthest point possible from the Stone Kingdom. Now where is the enemy? I looked through a few shops and bought the items that I was missing because of my sudden teleportation. I don't want to shop here anytime soon. Everything was way too expensive. Now that I'm prepared for the fight, I should search for those Illigers. Just as I was about to do some scouting, a huge shadow covered the street I was on. Confused, I looked up to see a flying platform with the people that I was searching for. Well, that was easy, but what are doing so out in the open? Wait, what's that? As the platform was passing me, it dropped a glowing block on top of the house near me. Boom! The roof was blown to pieces and panic spread throughout the streets. Soon the houses were empty and everyone looked with fear as the flying platform was slowly moving while dropping explosives everywhere they could. That's so evil. That's why I hate people who grief other players. You can rob them blind, sure, but leave the hard-worked structures alone. I have to stop them before they mess up this place more. At least I should destroy the pistons of the platform so they won't go any further. Maybe I could run ahead and tower up? No, I'm sure they have bows to shoot me off, and it's not like I can fight the whole group on my own. Oh right, I could use the same weapons them. But I need some redstone and a lot of TNT for this. Feeling a little sorry for what I was about to do, I drank a speed potion and visited every shop that was evacuated by its owners. I was looking for TNT blocks and redstone-related items. It was much harder to find than I expected, the TNT especially. At least I got some fireworks and crossbows that I could use as ranged weapons. While I was looting the stores, the platform was flying further and further away, but at one point it seemed to stop to drop some people before continuing their reign of terror. I passed the place where they dropped their soldiers and saw 2 evokers surrounded by 5 normal Illigers. The Illigers were annoying to deal with, especially since their iron axes did a lot of damage, but at least those could be blocked. The evokers instead were the real problem, since they kept summoning vexes and their weird magical attacks. You couldn't even block those, much less fight them up close. But they didn't seem to be leaving their area for some reason, and the soldiers seemed to be able to hold on their own for a while. They're much more useful than the common villager, that's for sure. So I was going to leave them alone for a while and deal with the flying platform since it did more damage. I ran at full speed, predicting the path it would fly, and stopped once I was 100 blocks away. Okay, this should stay here, the dust here and the TNT here. I'll also fire the first explosive manually, don't have enough time to put them in dispensers. Now where is that platform? In only a minute, my TNT cannon was finished and ready to use. The platform was getting closer, but it was making slow progress, which was a good thing since I had plenty of tries to get this right. I pressed the button and the 3 explosive blocks were suddenly lit. The water pushed them together, but not in the way I wanted. Instead of merging into one, they stayed one after another like I placed them. Not knowing if my cannon was a failure, I quickly lit the last explosive and ran as far as I could. Boom. Boom. I heard 2 explosions delayed by a few seconds, and to my luck, it seemed to hit the target. My cannon wasn't destroyed as I expected, and the flying TNT managed to land in the middle of the platform, making a huge hole and messing up all the delicate redstone that kept it together. That's a hit. The hero is here, people. You will be saved. Ugh. I need to work more on those one-liners. That platform was still flying, or at least a few parts of it, but it was clear that the pillagers on top couldn't use it anymore. And soon they would fall off since they couldn't keep their balance. And as I expected, the Viligers were quickly falling one after another, taking damage as they hit the ground. Some of them were lucky enough to land on their feet, while others were unlucky and landed on their head. Those pillagers died instantly on impact, leaving a gruesome sight behind. But I couldn't relax, as the one who survived started to drink health potions, preparing for the next attack. I quickly ran towards them, preparing my crossbows to shoot from distance. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the firework did a wonderful job at killing a few more. Unfortunately, now everyone left was up and ready to fight, and those people were quite equipped. Well, I knew it would come to this. I drank a strength potion and begun my attack. Some of them blocked me, others dodged my sword, but the ones that decided to tank it made the biggest mistake in their life, and the price for this mistake was to lose it. But now I was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and nobody seemed to be willing to fight with me at close range. They all took their crossbows and shot at me. But they didn't shoot arrows as I expected. Instead, it was fireworks that quickly exploded as they touched my shield. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, chill out, guys. Since when did you use those? They hurt, you know. That's the point, you dumbass. At least one of them had a sense of humor. Now how should I deal with this predicament? Should I purl away and snipe them from afar, or should I concentrate on one side and break their formation? They wouldn't shoot me if I'm between their allies, right? Boom. Another firework exploded, but not at me. Instead, it was towards the Viligers, taking everyone by surprise. Then on a horse came a man in black armor that gave a menacing aura, making everyone, including me, tense up. He took his crossbow and shot once more, waking the Viligers from their shock. They tried to shoot him back, but the horse was too fast for them. Once he was close, he took out his black sword and slashed everyone, blocking the iron axes thrown at him or his horse. Seriously, another one? I expected another monster lord, but not another hero. The man spoke out of the blue. Did he knew who I was without any introduction? I must be pretty famous if so. And hey man, do you think you can take care of those guys? I have to hunt one last group. The man sat beside me while shooting at the Viligers. I scanned the area and realized that there were only a couple of Viligers left. Some of them even begun to run away from the battle. Yeah, sure, it should be a piece of cake. Good, be careful of the Shadow Lord. He can shoot arrows from a distance and teleport. Before I could ask more questions, he turned his horse and ran towards the coast at full speed. Confused, I concentrated on my soul compass and saw that the Monster Lord was moving at great speeds. If it can teleport, that would explain why he's so fast. But why is it going towards the same place as the horse guy? I'll have to join him soon. I don't think his sword is capable of damaging the Shadow Lord like mine is. But first I needed to finish those small fries. With the help of the stranger, I was able to kill the rest of the pillagers that didn't run fast enough. Unfortunately, they didn't have totems on them, only some emeralds and a couple of items not worth taking. The guy was talking about going somewhere else, and those goys don't look like the final boss. That means I should follow him to get the good loot. And it just so happens that the Shadow Lord was teleporting towards the same direction as the scary stranger, so I had a guide that was telling me where to go. So with my speed potion, I ran towards the shore. People were running all over the streets, some towards the wall, while others towards the ships that were preparing to leave the docks. But the Shadow Lord wasn't attacking anyone, and I still couldn't see him, even though he was supposed to be a tall 5 blocks monster. I arrived at a distracted with poor-looking houses, but I couldn't see or hear any battles. Where was everyone? I looked up in the sky, but it was all clear, meaning no floating platform. That only left the underground. Is there a secret entrance somewhere in those houses? But it would take me an eternity to find it if I have to search every house. So I decided to get as close as possible to the signal the Shadow Lord gave and dug straight down. By doing that, I broke one of the most essential rules of the game: never dig straight down, and I soon had to pay the price when I suddenly found myself falling down from the ceiling of a huge cave. Bam! I landed on top of a building, feeling immense pain from my lower part of my body. They were broken. I need to eat a golden apple quickly. With trembling hands and quick breaths, I managed to eat a golden apple, and the regeneration kicked in. Phew, I never want to experience that ever again. Even if my pain repeaters are weaker in this world, it's still very painful. I sat there as my legs were getting back to normal, taking deep breaths to calm myself. I couldn't hear voices, but I could hear loud explosions and clashing of swords which shocked the whole cave. This was the first time I experienced this kind of battle, and I didn't even see it. Once I could walk again, I quickly went towards the noise and arrived at Port, who had the most amazing ship I ever seen. It was made with iron unlike the others, and its size was amazing, but I couldn't concreted it for too long since the battlefield took my attention. There I saw several people with enchanted diamond armor, which took me by surprise since I knew how rare were those to find, let alone so many in one place. No, only that, there were two monsters as well opposite of each other, both wondered. One of them was 4 blocks tall with black skin and huge claws, while the other one was 5 blocks tall with a coat covering his face and body, but he was missing an arm and holding a huge arrow in the other one. But everyone there stood and watched the man in black armor with high tension, and I could understand why. The man did something I did not expect. He was ready to create one of the most annoying monsters of the game. 4 blocks of Soulsand stood in a T-shape with 2 black skulls already placed on each side. The man was about to summon a wither. Chapter 195. One final warning. Once I saw the man who made that cannon jump into attack, I could only slap my face. You had a great weapon in your hands. Why did you have to abandon it and attack with your sword? And what kind of teenager is he, announcing his arrival like a hero? But the kid did a lot of damage, and I didn't want him to die in vain. So I decided to give him a helping hand. I shot a few fireworks as I got closer to him, only for Alexa to drop some shocking news. Seriously, another one? I expected another monster lord, but not another hero. How come I didn't think of that? Maybe I'm too used to the hero getting more trouble instead of help. This is quite embarrassing. But if he's the hero, that means he's a player like me, and from his fighting style I can tell he knows how to play the game very well. I think I can leave him to deal with this group while I'll go to help Siren. After making sure that he was up for the task, I turned my horse and ran towards the bar that had the secret entrance. The streets were chaotic, but it was spacious enough for my horse to travel on them. Once I arrived at the bar, I got off my horse and opened the secret entrance. Nobody was inside, so the process was pretty easy. I went down the stairs and arrived at a storage room. I ignored everything and got out of the building into the underworld cave. Here the streets were empty. Only those who wanted to use this chaos as an opportunity to loot decided to stay. It was a risky decision, but their life was filled with them, and today was just another day. I ignored them and ran towards the place where there was the most noise. The underground docks. Once I arrived there, I saw the Prince Party and the General Party attacking the pirate crew that tried to flee to the iron ship. It seems that the battle started a while ago, since I saw the corpses of the crew member here and there. They were indeed equipped with the best armor money could buy, but they were outnumbered in quantity and quality, resulting in casualties. The only reason they didn't lose yet was because of Captain Siren, who kept everyone under control and the enemy at bay. I couldn't wait anymore, so I took out my crossbow and loaded it with fireworks. I really need to get the multi-shoot enchant. Battles are getting more ridiculous lately. I pressed the trigger and the firework flew at great speeds towards the general group. Boom! The man was blown away but not killed. Everyone in here wore a mix of enchanted diamond and iron armor, or full diamond, so the fight isn't going to be easy. My fireworks did some damage, but not as much as I'd like to. But I wasn't going to stop because of this. Instead, I kept reloading new fireworks and shot towards the ones who dared to get close. At one point, they fired back, but my armor blocked all the arrows, and the fireworks were dodged or blocked by blocks. Unfortunately, this method didn't work for long since they sent a big group after me. But this wasn't over. I quickly towered up and built a small barrier to stop the fireworks, and when they got to the base of my tower, I took out my fishing rod. If Mary was here, she would have smirked at what I was about to do. The hook was thrown and quickly caught someone who was very confused about what I was doing. With all my force, I pulled the rod, dragging the Illiger as well. Wah-wah! The man soon passed me, and I waited for him to come back. Once his momentum stopped, he began to fall, and right as he passed me, I slashed at him, taking enough damage for the fall to kill him. Before the others could figure out what just happened, I threw my bait once again, catching one of the princeman this time. Be careful, he's going to drag you as well. Cut the string. Heh, you could try that, but there's nothing able to cut that string. This is the first glitch I've found in this world, and I'm glad it's on my side. The man tried to cut the string, but had no luck, and soon he was up in the air like the last Illiger. I tried to use this method to catch other people, but they seemed to learn their lesson and stayed far from the base of my tower. That only resulted in a shootout with fireworks and arrows. Ugh, this is going to take a while. I think it's time to pearl. Boom. A huge arrow hit the defenses of the tower and exploded with force. I took little damage, but the knockback managed to throw me off the tower. The Shadow Lord is here. We can finally kill him. The enemy morale shot through the roof, and now I had to deal with a monster lord as well. Another arrow was shot towards me, but I quickly dodged, exploding on impact. Seriously, aren't those arrows too OP? I'm quite in a predicament. What is Captain Siren doing anyway? Why hasn't she left yet? I tried to look towards the crew, but couldn't see them from all the obstacles in the way. Probably the general and the prince keeps them in one place. And where did the Shadow Lord hide? Ah! A loud yell shook the whole cave, and the Shadow Lord appeared behind the prince soldiers without an arm. A second later, Violet appeared beside me, fully visible, with a few wounds. This is the first time she's shown herself in a battle, and I'm guessing she's the one who took the arm of the Shadow Lord. What a monster. I couldn't see the expression of the shadow because of his hood, but the light of its eyes was narrow, and I could only assume that he was angry at Violet. Good job, Violet. I only got a grunt as a response. He also has a monster. What are we supposed to do? I don't know. Ask the prince. He has control over the Shadow Lord. Hey, bag of bones, I thought there were only two of you. What's with that monster? The prince got closer to the monster lord without any fear, making me raise an eyebrow impressed. I knew he had the spawner as a hostage to control him, but I wouldn't dare talk with him like that. The Shadow Lord seemed to be annoyed as well, but didn't talk back. She's not one of us. I don't know where she came from or why she's with that human. It's not like you? Are you telling me that there are more monsters like that? Everyone turned silent. Hey, you monster. If you'll kill the man sitting beside you, I'll promise that I'll save your spawner wherever it's hidden. Though Luck Prince, she doesn't have a spawner. And from what my scan told me, she doesn't plan on betraying me anytime soon. Violet disappeared and appeared in front of the prince, slashing her powerful claws at him. The armor was powerful for sure, and that's the only reason he didn't die on the spot, but the attack did a lot of damage. Ugh, you uncivilized beast, I'll kill you. Bag of bones, catch that monster alive. I can't afford to hold back for this battle. Then kill it, I don't care, just give me its head. The Shadow Lord let out an audible sigh and melted into the ground before appearing behind Violet with a green arrow in his hand. But Violet was an Ender woman, so she quickly teleported away. Just as they came, they disappeared battling in another part of the cave. Not wanting to get surrounded, I threw a pearl toward the ship, appearing right beside the pirate crew, who jumped away as they saw me. It's me, don't attack, I'm here to help. Trader. What's going on? They suddenly attacked us to steal our ship, and now the whole city is a mess. Who are they and what do they want from my ship? It's good to see that Siren is lively as always. It's not my fault that you bragged so much with the Guardian's corpse. Now they want to get to the same place as you did. Then why are they attacking us? They could have hired us, or even brought their own ship. I don't know. We just have to defeat them, and all of this would be over. This was easier said than done, since I don't think Violet would be able to defeat the Shadow Lord on her own. Ugh, I guess you are right, but how are we supposed to why? All of you that are hiding behind those blocks, come out or we're going to blow up the cave, killing everyone who is inside. Why should we care if you blow up this place? It's not like anyone in here is innocent like the civilians on the surface. Plus, he could be bluffing. I looked towards Siren, who was as confused as me, but some of the crew members looked tense, like they were hiding something. You think I'm bluffing? I sent a few of my men to place TNT blocks all over the place. At my signal, they would lit them up, starting a chain reaction. Let me demonstrate. The prince then shoot a firework towers the ceiling, exploding in a red light. And we all waited in silence. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions were heard all over the right side of the city, making some of the crew member flinch. "Okay, Captain, I think we should give up on the ship. We can still get out alive if we leave now." What are you saying? Since when do you care? If this place blows up, they can turn it into a crater for all I care. I'm not giving up my ship. But the crew members didn't seem to want to fight back, so the captain tried to give them some hope. Look, we only need to distract them for a few minutes so we could start the ship, and we have Sir Trader with us. I'm sure he'll be able to hold them in one place while we'll leave. Hey, what about my life? But she's right, if they could use my distraction to escape, it would be for the best. Sorry, Captain, we can't do that. Our families are still down here hidden in the basement. If we let them blow this place up, they could all die. Why would you let your family here instead of running to the surface? I guess they didn't expect this place to be affected so much. This is not good. I have to do something, otherwise they'll betray us. I really didn't want to use this, especially when I have so many friends around me, but I need something that would kill everything in its path. I got up and walked in the middle of the clearing where I was visible for everyone. I placed my ender chest down and took some soul sand and black skulls. The soul sand was placed in a T shape and 2 skulls were put at the end of the arms. Right as I finished that, Violet teleported beside me, looking a lot worse than before, with the Shadow Lord on the other side. Everyone, if you don't want all of us to die, stop your attacks and leave us be. All eyes were on me and at what I built. Then they started to laugh. Chapter 196. The Wither opened its eyes. Everyone started to laugh at me, which made me a little embarrassed about my actions. What was I trying to do with this claim? This wouldn't even solve the problems with the families hidden in that basement if I created the Wither. There must be something else I can do. While everyone was laughing at me, I looked at my inventory and in the Ender storage, and an idea came to mind. "Alexa, are you near me?" I said in a low voice. "Phew, there's still some hope. Let's distract those clowns for a few more minutes. Take those 2 invisible potions and splash them over the pirate crew. Tell the ones who have a family to take off their armor and go after them and the others to get on the ship." Suddenly I felt the items from my back being taken away, which showed that Alexa was on the job. Now let's do some improv. I don't know, why are you laughing? Where do you think the Stone Kingdom found out about the iron golems? I'm telling you, it's not from the ruins. Suddenly half of the group went silent, while the other continued to mock me. The ones who suddenly went silent were the pillagers, since they experienced the iron golem's strength firsthand. The others didn't seem to think the same, and were getting closer with weapons in hand. "Stop! Are you the one who created those iron golems?" The general called, which made everyone stop. Yes, I was, and I would have made an army if I wasn't in such a hurry. "I see. If you tell us how to make our own iron golems, we'll leave the iron ship alone." That's an unexpected turn, and from the reaction of the others, they were as surprised as me. "Hey, stupid pillager. This wasn't part of our deal. I don't care how good those golems are, they aren't as good as what you promised me." "Shut up, spoiled child. I only promised to not take their ship. We can still take any other large ship to our destination. He did make a good point. What should I do? Who do you call a child, you stupid barbarian? If you didn't make such a good deal, I would have ordered the monster lord to kill you and all your people. Looks like the two of them aren't on good terms. I could use this to my advantage. We don't have time for those petty fights, Prince. We have a deal. And after it's done, we can all go on our way. And the chance is now gone. Should I tell them how to make the golems? Did Siren and her crew get on the ship yet? The whole atmosphere was interrupted by a screaming man who was thrown in the middle of everything. When I looked closer at who that person was, I realized that he was the second hero. What's he doing here, and why did he come flying here? It must have hurt even with all the diamond armor he has on. The hero tried to get up, only for someone else to jump on top of him. Boom! The one who landed on the poor man was the zombie lord. The dust began to settle, and we saw how the 5-block monster was scanning all of us. He had his blindfold on, but we all felt like he was seeing all of us, making everyone tense. Brother, I think we have to abandon the plan. There's no reason to continue working with those creatures. We'll just keep the one who knows the place and kill everyone else. The zombie lord looked towards the shadow lord, who didn't have any visible reaction. Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to arrive in a few hours? Did Alexa miscalculate? Bag of bones. What's the meaning of this? Do you plan on betraying me now? Don't you know I still have your spawner in my hands? The Shadow Lord slowly turned his head toward the prince and narrowed his glowing eyes. I can't believe you put up with such treatment, brother. I have to respect your self-control every time you look at him. As for you, stupid human, do you think I came here just to crash this meeting? What do you mean? The zombie lord smiled, which sent a shiver down everyone's spine. I already dealt with the group that had the spawner. Now there's no need to hold back. Suddenly a light appeared above all of us, blinding the ones who weren't fast enough to cover their eyes. It's happening. Out of the light fell a woman with diamond armor and a dark helmet. The first hero had arrived, sitting beside me with a confused face. Why is everyone appearing all of a sudden? Are Froggy and Bobby in here as well? What? Trader, is that you? Where am I? The last thing I remember was the system telling me to finish the fight for good. She got up and looked around only to realize that she was in the middle of a battlefield. Trader, is this a knight? Hero, I see you still follow me with persistence. Not only that, but I just found out that there is another one like you. The zombie lord stepped to the side, letting the poor man finally catch a break. Unfortunately, that didn't last for long, as the zombie lord grabbed him by the head and presented him to all of us. I didn't expect to see two heroes in one place. After we'll kill you all, we'll be much stronger than we first came. I'm forever thankful to the Void for her generous gift. Everyone was tense and didn't know who to attack anymore. The pillagers worked together with the prince only because he had control over the Shadow Lord, but now that he was going rogue, they didn't need him anymore. Now another problem arises. They had to fight against everyone, including the monster lords. There's no need for discussions anymore. We'll kill you all. The almighty Void shall swallow this world and everyone on it. Then he threw the poor hero towards us while jumping at the pillagers. Trader, what's happening now? I'm very confused. Can you tell me anything? I quickly went to check on the hero to see if he was okay after falling so much, while explained the situation to Mary. That sounds like a lot of problems mixed in one bowl. How did it even get to this point? Beats me. I'm as confused as you this time. The hero was alive but unconscious. How should I wake him up? Then an idea came to me, and I splashed him with a bowl of water. What's happening? Where am I? I'm starting to see a pattern here. The fight was getting more intense on the other side. The zombie lord was smashing the pillagers, while the shadow lord seemed to enjoy making a porcupine out of the prince. Everything was in chaos, in a good way, you could say. Just as I was thinking that the iron ship finally moved, slowly getting further away from the docks. That's everything I could have hoped for. Siren and the ship are safe, and the pillagers are getting picked one by one. Unfortunately, that's as far as it got since the zombie lord seemed to get pushed back. Everyone here had the best armor you could make, and the zombie lord was weakened without his spawner, resulting in his hits not killing the target in one punch. In the beginning, everyone was intimidated by his size and speed, but after half of the group was killed, they pulled themselves together and attacked back. If the Shadow Lord joined the fight, it would have been the end, but he was very fixated on getting his revenge on the prince in his party, resulting in the two of them fighting separately. Should we join the fight and kill the monster lords? Violet was nowhere to be seen, so she was probably waiting for the perfect moment to attack, and the two heroes looked undecided on what to do. "Hey man, are you still planning on spawning the Wither?" "The Wither?" Mary asked, confused, while looking at the setup I built. "You don't know about the Wither? He's the strongest monster you could fight in the game, at least before the cave update, but it's not a good idea to fight one unless you're very prepared." Mary's eyes went wide and made a step back while looking at me. "I didn't take you to be someone's suicidal trader, especially not with a monster that could destroy everything in its path." "Don't worry, I didn't place the last skull, so we should be fine. We now need to concentrate on how we should defeat everyone here." Everyone got serious as we looked at the intense fight a few blocks away from us. Maybe I could build a bomb. No, the Shadow Lord could escape or respawn later. The hero suggested something stupid, and Mary quickly shut it down. "I don't know. While the golem is not supposed to attack unless ordered, the Wither is going to attack any living being, and can summon an army if necessary. That would be an amazing thing to have, the Wither as an ally. But that's only possible if the Wither has the mind of a robot similar to Alexa and the Iron Golems. Hey hero, do you think the Wither is as mindless as in the game?" "My name is Daniel, for your information, and I don't know the answer to that question. I haven't been to the Nether yet, much less summon one of the final bosses. He moves pretty slowly if he hasn't visited the Nether, then again it's not like I did any better in that regard. From what I can tell, he's doing better in the armor department than me when I first came. I wonder how he managed to do that." "Why are you so persistent about this?" "Conquering the system. I wonder if it's truly worth it. But I can't deny the usefulness if this would succeed." I looked at the iron ship that was getting further away, then at the two heroes that talked different strategies. Finally, I looked at the fight between humans and monsters. In the end, I decided it's worth to take the risk. "Okay, Alexa, I'll do it. I'll summon the Wither." "What? Are you crazy, man? We can't even beat those monster lords. Why do you want to create a bigger problem?" "Trust me, I have a way to control it to fight for us." I hoped so, at least. I looked once again in my ender chest and took out the last Wither skull. But this one was different from the others. This one was much bigger and had a crown on top. This was the skull of the king in the fortress, my last skull. I hope it would all work out. I got closer to the body and placed the skull in the middle. Suddenly a pressure started to descend upon all of us, making the fight stop. Agonizing screams came from the souls and blocks as they were melting and taking shape of its new body. Darkness suddenly enveloped all of us, with the creation being the only source of light. I could see the nether star shining brightly before being surrounded by a black ribcage. Slowly but surely, the body was being built, and nobody could move a muscle at this sight. The heads appeared one by one, but the one in the middle still had the crown. The darkness disappeared with a loud bang, destroying everything in a 10-block radius, blowing me away. I took a few hearts of damage from this. I started to regret my decision already. I turned my head towards the monster I created. The Wither opened its eyes. Chapter 1. 197. The Power of a God. The Wither opened its eyes and scanned the ground beneath him. There was only one time I felt this kind of pressure, and it was when I tried to craft netherite armor. It was the pressure of the system. Did I accidentally create the god of destruction? The Wither opened its mouth, and black smoke started to fall to the ground like a waterfall. It fell and gathered like it had an infinite amount of this smoke. Soon the waterfall made a dark pool, and out of the pool came black skeleton hands. A Wither skeleton army was created right in front of us, and it was double then all of us combined. All the skeletons were 3 blocks tall, with stone swords in their hands ready to reap life. "Trader, what did you do?" "A mess?" The army began to move, not towards us, but toward the enemy group. Did Alexa manage to take control of the body in the end? What kind of creature are you? You're the most filthy thing I have ever laid my eyes upon. Your existence is an abomination." After the zombie lord yelled, he jumped towards the Wither with his super strength. The Wither didn't fly away. Instead, all three heads looked towards the zombie lord and opened their mouths. Ha ha! A black beam was shot, tearing the zombie lord apart like a piece of paper. The only parts of him left were the legs, which soon fell to the ground with a big splash. Everyone froze at this sight. The zombie lord, a monster with super regeneration that could heal from any wound as long as he has the power, the monster who was killed only with a mini-nuke, was now dead from one attack. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and it was right in front of my eyes. Is it over just like this? Boom! An explosive arrow was shot towards the Wither, only to be stopped by a transparent shield. Brother! Boom! Boom! Two more explosive arrows were shot, but were unable to pass the invisible shield. The army was dealing swiftly with the pillagers and the others. Suddenly I heard something shatter, and a huge range of light appeared in the middle of the cave, rivaling the darkness of the Wither. With that light, the skeleton army was wiped out, leaving behind only the general and a few pillagers. Looks like someone used a totem, and it had greater effects than I expected. It killed the undead army and regenerating its soldiers. As expected of the general, I looked around for the prince, but he was dead from all the arrows like his men. I looked some more, but I didn't see the Shadow Lord or Violet. Did he die as well in the explosion of light? Was Violet okay? "We can't win this battle. We'll retreat. You shall not leave." All the skulls spoke at the same time with a powerful voice. There's no doubt, this is the same voice Alexa used in its main body. At least I hope it's Alexa, otherwise we're all screwed. The Wither opened its mouth, and another beam came out, destroying everything in its path and exploding once it hit the group of pillagers. Another angel of light came, which brought the general back to life. But this time it was only him alone, surrounded by a blue transparent barrier. Can a totem even do that? The general looked around him once more, then threw a pearl as far as he could, teleporting once it hit the ground. "That problem got solved quickly," Mary said with a relieved tone. "I don't think we're out of the woods yet, Mary." Daniel spoke back, and he was right, since the Wither looked at us, making us feel the pressure of a supreme being. "Should I follow the man, sir?" The respectful tone took all of us by surprise. "Alexa, is that you?" "Yes, sir. My old body was destroyed, but I managed to hijack this body while it was in the process of creation. This body is more amazing than anticipated. I feel like I could generate infinite energy, given enough time." Suddenly a new pressure appeared, much heavier than Alexa's. "You filthy abomination, how dare you walk in my world?" A new voice joined our discussion, and I could barely breathe in its presence. This was the system, the ruler of this world. It was hard to breathe, but I knew it wasn't looking at us. Instead, it had all the attention on the Wither. A figure of light appeared in the middle of the cave. It was so huge it could barely fit inside, and its wings seemed to pass through the walls. The figure lifted its arm, which made my mind go hazy, like I was looking at something wrong, something of another dimension. Then a golden sword appeared in its hand, slashing the Wither with unseen speeds. The Wither froze and began to fall to the ground like it was dead. "Alexa!" Boom! The body landed on the floor with a loud bang, but I still couldn't move under all that pressure. Suddenly the eyes of the Wither opened, but this time it felt different. It felt like someone else was in control of the body. I see I was given another chance to complete my revenge. And what a day to see the system itself greeting me. "Who are you? Where's Alexa?" "That parasite. I ate it when it suddenly weakened." "Wait, don't you look familiar?" The Wither slowly got up by flowing, then looked at me with all three of his heads. Then I realized this was the Skeleton King at the fortress. He was back. "It doesn't matter, just die." A black beam formed in its mouth and hit me in the chest. I felt like I was sacked in a black hole, and it bypassed my armor like it was nothing. A cracking sound was heard, then something broke. An angel of light engulfed me, and I felt everything being brought back together like nothing happened. Not only that, but I felt a boost in my regeneration and power, similar to a god apple. My totem was broken, and now I was on my own life. "You are still alive." "That's a surprise." It's similar to how the last human survived. I wonder how many times can you do that? That should be my line. How are you alive after being slashed by my sword abomination? Now I had the pressure of two godlike beings concentrated on me, and my armor could barely keep it up. I need to put some magic resistance on this armor. I couldn't do anything in the last attack. The system was still in the cave, confused about the attack that didn't work. Ah, you're truly a magnificent being for me to defeat. But not today, since I'm not strong enough. You don't have the right to decide. The system rose its sword for another attack, only to hear the wither smirk. Oh, I think I have the right. See you later, dear system. Then the wither exploded in a huge ball of darkness, covering everything in a 100-block radius. All the color disappeared, and everything was black and white, and I couldn't see the shape of the system anymore. Did the wither defeat the system with a suicidal attack? But why am I alive? Is everyone else alive? You, trader, was it? I know you have obsidian on you. Build a portal to the Natha. A voice spoke as the smoke gathered and took the form of the wither. What happened? I thought you killed yourself. Ha 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 ha. I just got my life back. Why would I throw it away like this? No, I just opened my domain, which resulted in the system being kicked out. So he wanted to escape into the nether and gather his strength. Why should I listen to you? It seems that you weakened from the last attack. Maybe I could take you on by myself. I was getting ready to place a few crystals down and blow everything to bits if necessary. He was too dangerous to be left alone. Even in my weakened state, I can take care of you. And I'm sure you don't want your precious Ender Woman to die with you. As long as she's in my domain, she's not hidden. Violet was the only one I could worry about in this situation. If the heroes were anything like me, they still have 2 lives to spare, but Violet will die for good if the Wither intends so. Fine, I'll build a portal for you. I hope you'll die once you cross on the other side, like last time. The pressure was back on my shoulders. I hit a nerve of the king with that unpleasant memory. Indeed, I can never underestimate someone, especially when they're cornered. Get to building, human. I don't have a lot of patience. Not having any other way out, I took the obsidian and built a large portal enough for the Wither to get in. After the frame was done, I lit the portal and the space started to bend as the 2 dimensions got connected. Fascinating as always. I'll be going now. Then a wave of black smoke rushes toward the portal like a snake, making my attempt to break the portal useless. Once on the other side, he looked around then back at me. Oh right, I may have lied about my domain, or more exactly it's not a domain at all, just a huge bomb that would wipe out this city off the map. What did he just say? B. Boo. You died. I was back at the place I hoped I'd never be in. The room with the hearts, or more exactly the room with my last heart. Just like last time, the beating heart got plugged out and flew toward me. Once it touched my soul, I felt a wave of power all over me, making me feel invincible. Unfortunately, I couldn't enjoy this feeling for too long, as I was thrown out of this space into the real world. I was back on the grass with no items on me, and the moon high in the sky. I can't believe I died just like that. How can I even fight something like that? I hope Violet managed to teleport away. She should have an easier time finding me without my armor. The armor is going to be annoying to get as well. What happened? Where am I? A panicked voice interrupted my thoughts. I looked back to see the 2 heroes looking confused at the sudden change of scenery. I'm surprised you respawned in the same place as me. How do you feel? We died. We died because of your stupid plan. How is it possible for the Wither to be so powerful? Now it's going to go on a rampage all over the world. It's going to be like the story mode, man. No, maybe worse. We don't stand a chance if it's getting any bigger. Daniel was right at this being my fault. I didn't expect for the Wither to be this powerful either. But it was all going well until the system arrived. I'm only throwing blame on others at this point. I hope the residents of the Nether would be able to fight back until I get strong enough to defeat it. I decided I can't get distracted anymore with other projects. I need to finish my skills to get something powerful. But how would I be able to level all my skills without Alexa's library? Why are you silent now, trader? Say something. Calm down, both of you. We are in the middle of the forest at night. I don't know about you two, but I don't want to lose another life because a skeleton heard you shout, "We need to get to shelter." Mary is right. We need to get to safety, then we can discuss what happened. Let's go to my base. I remember the rough direction and its close. I got up and Mary soon followed me. Daniel looked undecided on what to do, but after he looked at the forest around him, he let out a sigh and followed us. Chapter 1. 198. Poisoned. We ran between the trees, passing by monsters that wanted to kill us but couldn't keep up. After a few minutes, we had to stop and take a break, since Daniel was too tired to continue. Looks like he hasn't managed to build his stamina in this world yet. It's funny to see someone else suffer with this instead of me. But with great care, we managed to get to my base safely and ready to eat something. Are you telling me there was a base close to where I spawned? I've been walking for weeks until I found a village. Why didn't the system tell me about this? I don't know. The system didn't tell me anything either when I first came into that world. It's only by luck that I stumbled into Trader's base. Oh yes, you sure made yourself comfortable when you got here. Hey, I said I was sorry about stealing your iron sword, plus it was for self-defense. I chuckled as we passed the door to my base. Once inside, I went to get some food that was lying in the nearby chests before giving it to the heroes. Your house looks cool. How long have you been in this world? That's a good question. Let's see. I think it's been a year since Mary came into this world, so that would mean around 2 years, I think. That long? No wonder you had such strong armor and good items. Do you have some to spare with your fellow players? Where did the intense hatred go? I could only shake my head with how shameless he was. I better hide the real base from him. Sorry, man, everything blew up with me in that cave. That's a shame, but I'm sure you have a few secret stashes around the world. He's sharp. Looks like this time, the system picked someone who knows how to play the game. I don't know if I should be worried or relieved about this. Who knows? I decided to ignore his attempt to take my stuff and concentrate on eating. After we all ate, we sat down to have a serious discussion. So what now? We have a Rouge Wither on our hands. Are we supposed to deal with him, or is the system going to intervene? Did they not hear the conversation I had with the Wither? The Wither isn't in this world anymore. He tricked me into making a portal for him to escape, in exchange for letting us alive. I don't think he kept his side of the deal. I can see that as well, Mary. As for the system, I don't know if it has enough strength to attack. You think the system hasn't recovered from the Great War? What are you two talking about? Mary is right. I don't think the system has its full power yet. If it's anything like Alexa, the system is more like a machine that uses energy for any action, and I'm sure it used a lot when it fought the Ender Dragon. 400 years may sound a lot, but why would it summon a hero to deal with the monster lords instead of itself? Sure, maybe it would have used more energy than summoning, but once the problem had been dealt with, the Ender Dragon wouldn't be that eager to send one of her lords again. That means the system is still gathering energy in case another threat comes, like the Wither. Maybe it would have bypassed the bomb and killed the Wither if it was willing to spend some more. Heck, maybe it would have used another attack right after the first slash. But now, the system lost this battle and used a lot of energy for nothing. This could be the only reason why it's not here to kill me when I don't have my armor. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell this to Mary since Daniel was here as well. I know Mary very well, or at least I know I can trust her, but I don't know anything about Daniel, and the fact that I indirectly killed him doesn't help. He's a player for sure, so unless I know what his intentions are, I can't trust him fully. I don't know how much you know about the history of this world, but around 400 years ago, the Void wanted to invade this world, resulting in the appearance of monsters and the system fighting back. In the end, the system won but was weakened from the fight and isolated itself from the world. Until you two came. Mary was enjoying some cookies already knowing this, while Daniel was surprised by the sudden information. So you're saying the Ender Dragon fought the system and lost, but since the monster lords are still coming, it's not a complete win. More like a seal. I'd she perhaps trapped by the obsidian towers in the end? Well, he's a smart cookie. I don't know. I haven't been in the end yet, and I'm sure the Ender Dragon is very different from the game, like everything in this world. Plus, she's not the only boss in the end. There is someone there as well, someone who created my body and has similar strength to the system. What a bummer, I thought you already knew the location of the portal when I saw your ender chest. What do you two keep talking about? Did I not tell Mary about the end? Did you never play the game? Why did the system choose you if you don't even know the basics of this world? Hey, I'm doing pretty good for myself even without the knowledge you two have. Daniel rolled his eyes and told her how to get to the end dimension. I've never read anything about that. The Ender's eyes are hard to make for sure, but they don't lead you toward a hidden portal. Exactly. I've tried to throw an Eye of Ender, but it didn't go anywhere, which means that there's no portal in this world, or the system destroyed it after the last incident. That's weird. Then how are we supposed to defeat the final boss? Do we have to make our portal? After all, we're not restricted like the Viligers. I didn't think of that. The ancient civilization either enchanted a block to get to another dimension or requested it once they reached the max level at a certain skill. I should ask Alexa to see if it has any blueprints related to this. Well, what are we supposed to do now? One of the monster lords was killed and the other one is missing. Does that mean our mission is complete? Oh right, their mission was to kill the monster lords, not the Ender Dragon. And since we know the zombie lord is dead, that means Mary did her job. But for some reason, Mary's face was white with panic instead of happy. What's wrong, Mary? Are you not well? Do you need some milk? No. I just realized that I finished my mission and the system would send me back home. What? Both me and Daniel were surprised by the sudden information. Are you telling me the system could have sent me home all this time and didn't do it? I'm sure I made it angry and it wanted to kill me, but if I had the option to get back to Earth, I would have complied with no problem. Oh yeah, I remember now. If I defeat the Shadow Lord, I would take 2 items with me back home. But I don't think I want to get back to Earth. Maybe we can talk to let us hear. Yeah, I hope so as well. What a cruel world to live in. Those two want to stay here, while I'm doing my best to get back. Maybe I can talk with the system once I level up my enchanting skill. I hope it's not too angry that I summoned the Wither in this world. Okay, I think I had enough for today and I'm getting tired. Do you have some empty rooms I could stay in? Daniel got up from the chair and yawned while stretching his arms. Yeah, sure, follow me. I'll guide you to your room. Good thing the base on the surface was big, I managed to build 10 rooms in here. I showed Daniel a room at the top and got back to Mary, who was waiting for me patiently. So what's the plan now, trader? I don't believe you haven't thought of one yet. I'm glad she didn't say this when Daniel was here. Let's talk somewhere else. She nodded her head and we went into the secret base. To my relief, it seemed to be the same and nothing was broken. After I checked everything, we went into the nether in golden armor so we would cool off. Honestly, now I want to concentrate on leveling up my skills. I need some custom enchants and items if I want to stand a chance against the Wither. I see, what about Alexa? Unfortunately, the body was destroyed, but it shouldn't be a problem as long as it has enough energy to create another one. I'm hoping it would do that and search for me, since I'm planning on staying here until I accomplish my goals. I hope Violet will look for me as well, since I don't know how to start searching for her. Do you think the system would reword you after what you've done? I was hoping the mini-system would be in charge of that, similar to the times of war when the main system was missing. Worst case scenario, I would make a plan with Alexa that would give me the same aura as the heroes and hopefully trick it that way. But first, I need to get stronger and learn more from the ancient researchers. I guess it's not a lot we can do in the short term. Do you want me to take Daniel off your shoulders as well? That would be very helpful. I may sound paranoid, but if someone comes from the same world, that doesn't mean they're also a friend. I'm saddened by it, but I understand your caution. I'll take him to the Stone Palace, or maybe the church. Then he would be off your back and can concentrate on his growth. I thanked her once more, and we talked about what happened while we were apart. From what she told me, she was staying close to the zombie lord, but suddenly he took off his blindfold, which gave him a speed boost powerful enough for her to lose sight of him. For the next few days, she tried to follow him once again, but she was still a human, so she got teared, while the undead kept running. She was about to give up only to hear a voice telling her to finish the fight for good, then got teleported into the cave without any permission from her part. That's the reason I wanted to create my own body. This could happen to my any moment as well. I told her my side of the story, or at least the short version, and she was still complaining about my dangerous stunts. After we finished talking, we decided to get some rest. She already had her room, and I had to choose one from the surface. Just as I was about to enter the water elevator, I suddenly felt a pain in my soul. From that pain, I was taking damage, and when I checked my status window, I couldn't see anything. The system is attacking me. I have to get back to the Nether. Before I would die from the unknown poison, I ran to the portal and passed into the hot dimension. Once I was on the other side, the pain was gone, and I could regenerate my hearts back. After I was back at full health, I let out a sigh of relief. Well, this is not good. Chapter 199. The System's Revenge. I can't believe I have you back on my operation table, trader. Now, do you have any last words? Shut up, Solomon. I'm not in the mood for jokes today. The mad scientist was looking over my body that was lying limp on the table. The reason I could speak and hear him was because I was in my soul form, watching him studying my body supervised by Blue. But for some reason, my friend Blue seemed a little distracted, looking with disbelief at me floating in the air. I know it's shocking to speak with ghosts, but I didn't expect it to be that bad. Trader, why do you look so wrong? How rude. For your information, that's how my actual body looks like. Actual body? Sorry, Blue, I don't have the energy to talk about this. Maybe another day. The pigling didn't seem bothered by my response and looked at the mad scientist. Okay, so Solomon, what exactly am I looking at right now? A curious sight, isn't it? Then he proceeded to tell Blue about the process I was going through right now, plus the secret that I was from another world. I let out a sigh, expecting this since Blue was curious by nature and we couldn't lie to him. After I almost died a second time in one night, I concluded that I was being attacked by the system. When I tried to get back to the overworld, I had the same reaction, proving my theory. The first idea that came into my mind was that I was similar to the piglings in the Nether. When my flesh came into contact with the other dimension, I would die. But from what I knew, the system didn't make my body, so the only other option left was that it attacked me from the outside. That's why I was here in the Nether tribe. I wanted Solomon to check out my soul if it had any changes from the last time he saw me. He is the only person I know who could find out the truth, especially after I lost the monocle. I'm done. The mad scientist closed his book and wrote something in the ritual circle that made me go back to my body. Besides your unusually fast growth in your skill levels, there's nothing out of the ordinary about you. So your idea may be correct. The question is, how do you plan on overcoming that problem? I have a few ideas that could work. If the system puts an automatic program to kill me whenever it finds me in the world, I can wear netherite armor to make myself invisible like before. It has some merit to it, and I can finish this quickly if I make myself a diamond armor. The second solution is to learn how to make a new body that could hide from the system. But that would take a lot of time and a lot of research. I have some ideas, but I'll listen to what you have first. I could make an item that can hide you from the system, maybe a bracelet or necklace. But I'll need a few items for that. An accessory that could help me hide from the system. That sounds like a good idea, and I can lend it to someone else if necessary. That sounds like a good idea. What do you need? Then he proceeded to tell me a list of items that were rare but not impossible to find. Most of them were in the Nether, and we had enough gold to trade for those. And the others, I can ask Bobby to give them to me. Speaking about rare items, this reminded me of the totems the general used. Hey Solomon, were you the one who made the totems for the general? Yes, why do you ask? In the last battle, he was forced to use 2 of them, and I saw that it had a few special abilities besides the regeneration. Ah, I see. You must have cornered him badly if he was forced to use them. Yeah, it's harder to make those since the process is longer and uses a lot more materials. That's why only the general had them. He also told me what was special about them. In the process of preparing the totem, right as the souls enter the golden figurine, it has to be bathed in a certain substance. For example, to have an area of regeneration, as the souls enter the object, it's sunk into a cauldron filled with regeneration potion. For a shield, it's surrounded by obsidian dust and other hard materials. But apparently, the general had one more totem on him, and its special ability would teleport him back to the outpost. That means he also survived the explosion. Can you make me a few as well? Something humane that doesn't involve sucking the soul out of an Enderman while he's still alive. Some of those totems are brutal to make, and I don't feel comfortable having something like that in my inventory. Sure, but I'll need some items for this. What he needed weren't items, but more like tools. Costume-made tools. It's very hard to break an obsidian block into powder. You'll need a diamond chisel for that, and even then you'll have to stay for hours just to chop a corner off. I'll see what I can do. First, make me the accessory that would hide me from the system, then you can concentrate on the others. Oh, how you like to work me to the bone. Don't you feel sorry? I still didn't forgive you for attempting to escape with Alexa. Tsk, fine, I'll get to work. Don't bother me until then. I smiled and thanked the man as I left. But Blue wanted to talk with me, so he came along as well. Trader, I have a question to ask, or more exactly a request. That's rare. There aren't a lot of items that interest Blue, especially not when it comes to request it from me. I wonder what it would be. If it's in my power, I'll do my best. You don't need to be so serious about this. I wanted to know if Solomon could make 2 more bracelets for me and Undying. That's an interesting idea, but I don't know if it would work the same way as it does for me, since the thing that kills them in the overworld isn't the system, but the part of the nether in them. Then again, we don't know until we try, so I don't see a reason to refuse. Sure, you can make him do whatever you want since you're taking care of him. Blue is doing a wonderful job at keeping the mad scientist in check. With his ability to see lies and curiosity for research, the mad scientist doesn't have any choice but to follow whatever he says. Plus, I think Solomon is having fun in here as well, with all these Soulsand blocks in his inventory. Thank you, I'm sure Undying would be happy to hear about this. He smiled like a fool while thanking me. Looks like love truly is the happiest pill. I left the tribe in my golden armor and went to check on the fortress connected to the palace. Unfortunately, it was harder for me to infiltrate this time since I didn't have my stealth armor, and nobody recognized me. Or at least they weren't comfortable with calling Bobby on the nether just to talk with me. In the end, they accepted my proposal and called Bobby to meet me in the fortress. After a few minutes, Bobby came with a smile on his face. Trader, glad to see you again. What's with the new armor, change of style? No, I wished had my old armor back. It's just that recently I died and lost everything, and now the system hates me, so I can't stay in the overworld. His smile froze and he started to blink rapidly. I'm sorry, I heard something funny about how you died and somehow ended up being hunted by the system. But that must be a bad joke. Oh, it's been a while since I managed to break him. It's always fun to see that reaction. Yeah, unfortunately this isn't a joke, and now I'm stuck in the nether until I make something that can hide me from the system. His smile slowly died, and now he was massaging his head, trying to comprehend what he just heard. Let's go talk in a private room. I don't want the guards to think that the end of the world is coming. Well, they wouldn't be that far off with that conclusion, especially if they keep guarding the nether fortress. I followed them to a special room that was recently built, and I told him what happened. Once I was finished, he wasn't shocked to my disappointment, but had a serious expression thinking about the next move. I see, it's a mess as I expected. Can I lock you up in a house where you can never leave it? Sorry, Bobby, last time that happened the Sultan died, and not too long after I died as well. He slapped his face like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You can't just gloss over your deaths like this trader. How many times can you even come back anyway? Now that's a touchy subject, but he helped me too much for me not to tell. The only thing that I'm willing to keep a secret is Violet, and that's mostly so he wouldn't watch over his shoulder every time I visit him. This is my last life. If I die, I'm gone for good. He looked seriously at me, trying to deduce something from my expression. I'm starting to think the house idea is more probable now. What are the chances of you living a normal life if I asked you? Not high, especially when I'm so close to the end goal. He let out a sigh and sat down on a chair while closing his eyes. That's what I figured. I'm guessing now we can only prepare you for the worst. Unfortunately, yes, but I'm already making progress with this, and that's why I wanted to meet with you in the first place. I then told him all the ingredients and tools Solomon asked for, and he wrote it all down on a book. Some of them are hard to get, especially the diamond tools, but I should be able to get them in 2 weeks. Is that okay for you? I would have preferred to be done faster, but in the same time, I'm not going to travel a lot when I'm leveling up my skills. It should be fine. Send them all to the tribe. Blue would know what to do with those. How much do I owe you? You helped us plenty of times, don't worry. I'm doing this for my friend after all. If you still want to pay, then come to my weeding. Yeah, that should be in a month. It's going to be more complicated now that I can't visit the overworld, but I'll figure something out until then. Of course, I'll be there as I promised, and I already thought of the perfect gift. He smiled and said that I was always welcomed. Also, you don't have to worry about finding Alexa. We already discovered the tuneless you were talking about and began exploring them. In a few days, we should have most of it mapped. Wow, they moved fast. Was there anyone obstructing you? We saw signs of the tunnels being used, but not people that made those. Be careful, those tunnels are under the Brute's kingdom, and they're very strong. I'll keep that in mind. Just give me a book signed by you, so Alexa would know we were sent by you. I would love to finish the job just like that, but unfortunately you have to pass the Wither and I don't know if they'll be able to. What should I do? Chapter 200. After Alexa. I was thinking of what to do in this situation. I wanted to concentrate on raising my skills, but I realized that I still needed Alexa's help to grow them faster. Sure, I could print enchantments until I reached max level, but it would take a while if I don't know any high-level ones, and the printing press is at my house in the overworld. Plus, even if I manage to max level, I don't know if it's safe to talk with the system. That's why I need Alexa. I think it would be for the best if you gave me the map of the tunnels, and I'll be going after Alexa. Are you sure about that? We could do this in your place, and you can concentrate on your other projects. If there wasn't the threat with the Wither or the Mad Prince, I wouldn't have a problem. But if they wanted to get in contact with Alexa, that would mean I had to teach them how to open a portal. And I don't trust them to keep their mouths shut if they get captured. Don't worry, I don't plan on staying for too long. I'll even use a Pearl station to get back in an instant. I have to think of a way to get Alexa as well, but we'll figure out that when he'll get there. Bobby looked at me for a few moments before letting out a sigh. Fine, I'll send whatever you need to Blue or Undying. Just promise me that you'll try to stay out of trouble at least. Oh, I'll try, but I can't promise that trouble won't be looking for me. I promise. Well, this is the best that I can get out of you. Do you need something else before you leave? I stood there for a moment to think, and idea came to mind. Can you get me a horse in gold armor? A horse? Oh, I see what you're trying to do. I should have expected such a crazy idea from you, but it can be done. The tuneless don't have a railway system or made of ice, so I can't use a minecart or a boat to move fast. So the next best thing that came to mind was a drugged horse. Of course, I'm not a monster, so I specifically asked for golden armor so it won't die from heat stroke. With our discussions done, we said goodbye and went back to our own homes. I had to stop by Blue House to get some regeneration potions, but the rest of the way was all a smooth journey. Once I arrived at the huge portal, I took a deep breath, chugged the regeneration potion, and passed to the overworld. After a few moments, my soul was being attacked, and I was taking damage, but the potion kept me alive. It works, but let's solve this quickly. Mary and Daniel should have left already, so there wasn't any danger of my secret base being found out. But even if they were here, I didn't plan on taking items from the surface, so it was all good. After all, everything that I needed was already here. I went to the overworld chest room and took all the diamonds and enchanted books that I had lying around. There weren't a lot since most of the time I grinded then to get the XP back, but I had enough to put at least one enchantment on each piece I'll wear. After I took everything, I made myself diamond armor and tools, then placed them on an anvil to put enchants on them. Unfortunately, I encountered a problem I didn't expect to see. I don't have enough levels. Oh right, I recently died and didn't have the chance to get any XP. That's a bummer. That means I have to go hunting, and I don't think that's a good idea with my armor. Should I smelt some ores? I remember you could get XP by using the furnace. I looked in the chests beside the mine and saw a few raw ores. At a closer look, I also saw that my wall of furnaces had some items inside ready to be taken out. How lucky of me to forget such an important task until now. I took everything out and placed the others in. With the XP got from those, I enchanted 2 items, one of them being my sword. Should I go and make my armor netherite now or go hunting? The smelting would take a few hours, even if it's split into multiple furnaces. But if I go to the tribe and upgrade my armor, I would still need to get back and enchant the armor since I don't have enough space. In the end, I decided to wait and print more books to level up my skill. When I use the enchanting table, it usually takes less experience points, and I can easily get it back once I grind them to normal books. Once the plan was made, I took all the books and ink sacks from the chests and got to work. The wooden tablet was neatly placed in a sack with all the letters of the enchanting language. I was smart enough to get everything ready if I got to this level, so all I needed to do now was to place them in the right order. For the next few hours, I printed Protection 5 pages, then enchanted them on books and grinded them off to get back the XP. Once the ores smelted, I took them out and got a few good levels for my armor, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. So I had to take the last few books and go hunting in the Nether. I visited the hunting grounds of my tribe and dealt with all the animals and monsters in my path. At one point, I made the mistake of shooting a pigman with my firework, resulting in a mob hunting me throughout the Red Forest. In the end, I towered up and shot all the fireworks at the pigmans gathering underneath me, resulting in a lot of levels. So we could say that this accident was a blessing in disguise, but I would never do it again without preparations. After I got enough levels, I spent the next 3 days at the tribe enchanting and preparing for the next journey. When those 3 days have passed, a messenger from Bobby arrived with a horse and a portion of the items I requested. But what was the most important item from all of this was the map of the tunnel system. It wasn't completed yet, but it had everything in the direction I wanted. With the horse and map prepared, I thanked everyone and went to the closest tunnel that I could access. I say that, but I had to make a staircase towards it since there wasn't a secret entrance and the horse was too big for normal tunnels. But after we arrived at the place, I gave the horse the speed potion and went as far as his legs could get us. After a few hours, we had to take a break so the horse could eat and drink, only for me to realize that I was in the Nether and water would evaporate if it stayed for too long in the open. I did not think about this. I guess it's time to test my netherite armor against the overworld system. I gave the horse a few golden carrots and let him drink directly from my water bucket. I don't think it was enough for him, since he was still checking the bucket after it was emptied, but he was too tired to search for more, so he went to sleep. In the meantime, I built the portal frame in the wall and lit it, making the 2 dimensions connect. On the other side was a dark cave with monsters wandering at the edge of what I could see. Not the best spawn, especially when I'm trying to see if I can survive. Good thing the netherite armor is stealthy, so I shouldn't have a problem. After taking a deep breath and holding a golden apple just in case, I stepped over the dark line. The ambient sound of the Nether was suddenly replaced by the silence of the caves. From time to time I could hear bones dragging on the ground or grunts from the undead flesh. But even after a few minutes, I didn't feel any pain in my soul, making this experiment a success. Awesome! Now I can get to Bobby's wedding dressed as the Demon Lord. But it was better than nothing, and I was already used to wearing my creepy armor everywhere. Out of curiosity, I took off my helmet to see if it was any difference, only to instantly re-greet it by feeling the pain in my soul that wouldn't go away until I went back to the Nether. So I really need to wear the armor all the time. I was a little despondent, but still expected. That's why when my health was full, I went back to the overworld to search for some water. I made tunnel towards the surface and was lucky enough to find a river nearby. What followed next was doing multiple trips from the surface to the cave system to place the water in a hole besides the portal, since I couldn't make an infinite source of water, or at least not in such a small space. But once I was done, the horse was awake and beyond, thankfully for the water. I was getting tired, but I knew the clock was ticking, so I got on the horse and continued my journey. A journey that would have taken a few weeks with the horse took 4 days in the Nether, showcasing the amazing traveling speed in the Nether. If this place wasn't as dangerous as it was, it would have been the most used method to travel around the world. But after long days of travel, I finally arrived back at the Pupafish City. First time I arrived here, I thought I was in a valley, so I continued to look for sources of water only to see a sea of withered flowers and a small number of wither skeletons. None were interested in me, but destruction and death was everywhere I looked. I couldn't believe me eyes at what I was seeing, and I was the source of all of this. My shoulders suddenly felt heavy from unknown amount of deaths. Was my goal too selfish? Was I too reckless in what I was doing? I tried to see if there were any survivors that I could recognize, but the only people I saw were the soldiers who tried to keep everyone outside the crater while they were dealing with the skeletons. Everyone was mad and depressed, not willing to talk too much with the people who came in here. I didn't have the courage to reveal myself and ask them about any survivors. I didn't feel like I deserved to know this. So I decided to ignore this problem by pushing it all the way to the depths of my mind. With a heavy mind, I went back to the Nether. The tuneless would end soon from what the map was telling me, which meant that I should leave my horse in the overworld, since if I brought it to the surface in the Nether, it would surely die from monsters or lava. As a thank you, I took the horse and left him a pile of golden carrots besides a river. He was very happy when he saw the abundance in food and quickly got to it. Thank you, my friend, for helping me in this journey. Here, let me take off your armor as you wouldn't get any unwanted attention. While he was eating, I took of his golden armor and gave him a few scratches on the neck before leaving him alone. After one last look at the crater I made, I went back to the Nether and continued my journey towards the underwater temple. 4 days later, I opened a portal to check the sky, only to be created by a guardian. Long time no see, Alexa. I greeted the confused fish.